1000, located a few miles from the Lebanese border. It was once around 3/4 Sunni Muslim and 1/4 Christian. These neighborhoods were selected by Human Rights Watch because they were among those most prone to attack by opposition groups and because of their ability to visit them. 5. The Kurdish question in Syria. Introduction. The first Syrian Kurdish parties were established in the 1950s. They emerged from an atmosphere of increasingly aggressive and chauvinistic Arab nationalism and growing frustration with Kurdish members of the Syrian Communist Party, whom many saw as being uninterested in or even actively opposing Kurdish national rights. Tegel 2009, 48. The vast majority of these new Kurdish movements adopted socialist ideologies, although the tribal elite remained well represented among their leadership. The notable exceptions to this dynamic, as previously noted, were the Kurdistan Workers' Party, known by its acronym as PKK, and subsequently the Democratic Union Party, PYD, which from the beginning sought to represent the Kurdish popular classes and considered the tribal elite as collaborators in the colonization of Kurdistan, Van Bruinissen 2016, 7. To a lesser extent, the Yekati Party was also able to have a large following in the 1990s and 2000s before it suffered from internal divisions. 2. This chapter chronicles the participation of the Kurds and Kurdish political forces in the Syrian uprising. Kurdish protesters initially organized in a similar fashion than in other areas through the establishment of LCCs. However, the collaboration between the Arab and Kurdish coordination committees and youth dwindled over time and eventually ceased because of division and disagreement with Syrian Arab opposition groups, as well as rising Arab and Kurdish ethnic tension more generally. Over time, the PYD, with the benevolent attitude of the Assad regime, gained increased control over the Kurdish political scene in Syria. PYD was able to take advantage of the divisions among the various international actors intervening in Syria, notably in receiving the assistance of the United States, and to a lesser extent Russia, to advance its own political interests. However, this support from foreign actors waned over time, or at least seemed less guaranteed. The PYD-led autonomy over Kurdish regions became a frequent point of contention among numerous regional and local actors. The Kurdish question in Syria was an important element in understanding the development of the Syrian uprising and the increased divisions among opposition groups over time. Kurdish issue before 2011, repression and forms of co-optation. In the 1950s and 1960s, Kurds in Syria were the primary scapegoats of rising Arab nationalism in Syria, including during the UAR3 and afterward with the Ba'athist rule from 1963. They were often portrayed as hired agents working at the service of powerful foreign enemies, especially US and Zionist imperialism. Tegel 2009, 41. They suffered discriminatory and repressive policies. For example, the first measures of the Arab Belt Plan started in 1962, which consisted of a cordon sanitaire, a type of guarded area, between Syrians and neighboring Kurds around the northern and northeastern rim of the Jazira, along the borders with Turkey and Iraq. An exceptional census of the Jazira population in 1962 resulted in around 120,000 Kurds being denied nationality and declared foreigners, leaving them, and subsequently their children, denied of basic civil rights and condemned to poverty and discrimination. Sarah 2012, 181. 4. The Assad regime continued its discriminatory policies toward the Kurds and maintained an institutionalized racist system against Kurdish populations in Syria. Between 1972 and 1977, a policy of colonization was implemented in predominantly Kurdish regions of Syria as part of the Arab Belt Plan. Around 25,000 Arab peasants, whose lands were flooded by the construction of the Tubksa Dam, were sent to the High Jazira, where the Syrian regime established modern villages adjacent to Kurdish villages. Sarah 2012, 183. Meanwhile, the regime developed a policy to co-opt certain segments of Kurdish society, especially with mounting opposition in the country at the end of the 1970s and the beginning of the 1980s, as mentioned in Chapter 1, and to serve foreign policy objectives. Some Kurdish elites participated in the regime system, such as Kurdish leaders from the religious brotherhoods like Muhammad Said Ramadan al-Bouti and official sheikhs such as Ahmed Kuftaro, Mufti of the Republic between 1964 and 2004, Pinto 2010, 265. Several Kurds held positions of local authority, while others reached high-ranking ones, such as Prime Minister Mahmoud Ayyubi, 1972-76, or Hikmet Shikaki, Chief of Military Intelligence, 1970-74, and Chief of Staff, 1974-98. However, this was on the condition that they not demonstrate any particular Kurdish ethnic consciousness in their rhetoric or political strategy. Some Kurds were also absorbed at the end of the 1970s and into the 1980s into elite divisions of the army or linked to specific military groups serving the regime. Another form of co-optation was the complicity of local security services with certain families of active Kurdish smugglers in the Jazirat on the Syria-Turkey and Syria-Iraq frontiers, Tijal 2009, 66-67. This policy of co-optation included some Kurdish political parties as well. The Assad regime established a sort of alliance with the PKK, and the Kurdish PKK leader Abdullah Öcalan became an official guest of the regime at the beginning of the 1980s as Syrian and Turkish tensions flared up. The PKK was authorized to recruit members and fighters, reaching between 5,000 and 10,000 persons in the 1990s, Bozarslan 2009, 68, Al-Sop 2015:40, and launching military operations from Syria against the Turkish army. PKK had offices in Damascus and several northern cities, McDowell 1998, 65. PKK militants took de facto control over small portions of Syrian territory, particularly in Afrin, Tijal 2009, 78. Other Kurdish political parties also collaborated with the Syrian regime. Among these were the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, PUK, 5 led by Jalal Talabani, who had been in Syria since 1972, and later in 1979, the Kurdish Democratic Party, KDP, 6 affiliated with the Kurdish leader Masoud Barzani, Tijal 2009, 72-78. The condition sine qua non of support from the Syrian regime was the abstention of the Kurdish movements of Iraq and Turkey from any attempt at mobilizing Syrian Kurds against Assad. Damascus was able to instrumentalize these Kurdish groups by using them as a foreign policy tool to achieve some regional ambitions and, at the national level, by diverting the Kurdish issue away from Syria and toward Iraq and Turkey. Relations between the Kurdish political parties and the Syrian regime increasingly worsened through the late 1990s and into the early 2000s. An improvement in Turkish-Syrian relations prompted Syrian security forces to launch several waves of repression against the remaining PKK elements in Syria, ICG 2013, 12. Following the exile of Öcalan in 1998 and imprisonment of many PKK members, the party's activists tried to establish new parties, with the double objective of evading state repression and providing social support for its thousands of members and sympathizers. The PYD was created in 2003 as a successor to the PKK in Syria, Tijal 2009, 79, part of the party's regional strategy to establish local branches in neighboring countries. Relations were similarly weakening with KDP and PUK from 2000 as Damascus was trying to normalize relations with Baghdad, which meant an end to its interference in Iraqi Kurdish affairs, ICG 2011, 21. In 2004, the Kurdish uprising began in the town of Kamishli and spread through the predominantly Kurdish-inhabited regions of the country Jazirat, Afrin, but also in Aleppo and Damascus, where demonstrations were severely repressed by the security forces. The regime appealed for the collaboration of some Arab tribes of the northeast that had historical ties to the regime. Around 2,000 protesters were arrested and 36 killed, while others were forced to leave the country, Low 2006, 5. The Kurdish Intifada, as well as developments in Iraqi Kurdistan that saw increased autonomy and the raising of Kurdish flags and symbols, boosted Syrian Kurdish people's morale and confidence in mobilizing for their rights and strengthened the nationalist consciousness of the youth and their will for change. The Kurdish youth movement in Syria, known by its Kurdish acronym, TCK, which stands for Tefkir Sawanan Kurd, was clandestinely established in March 2005, the year after the repression of the Kurdish uprising, and became the largest of the political youth groups after 2004. It would go on to be one of the key actors in the 2011 protests in Kurdish majority areas, Schmittinger 2018, 76. Kurds continued to assert themselves by organizing events celebrating their ethnic identity and protesting against anti-Kurdish policies of the regime. Kurdish students of various political groups were also very active throughout the years on university campuses, particularly in Damascus and Aleppo. The beginning of the Syrian uprising March 2011. Protests in predominantly Kurdish areas started as early as late March 2011, such as in Amuda and Kamishli, where demonstrators called for freedom and brotherhood between Arabs and Kurds and solidarity with DARA, Kurd Watch 2012a, Aziz Abd el-Krim 2016, Darwish 2016a, Hasaf 2018. Demonstrations spread rapidly to other Kurdish inhabited cities. The protest movement in these areas emerged around pre-existing youth groups such as the TCK or newly established LCCs, who saw themselves as part of the national protest movement against the regime. Throughout the year 2011, as explained by a Syrian Kurdish activist, Alan Hasaf, 2018. The Kurdish coordination committees coordinated and cooperated with their counterparts in other Syrian cities across the different networks available. Continuous protests occurred during the following month, although the regime sought to win the backing, or at least the non-opposition, of Kurdish political parties through various other means. In early March 2011, for example, the Ministry of Social Affairs decided to normalize the status of Kurds in all employment matters, while also revoking Decree No. 49, which had impeded the transfer of lands in border regions affecting Kurdish populations, Kurd Watch 2013b, 4. On March 20, the regime acknowledged and celebrated the Kurdish New Year, which was broadcast on state television and extensively covered by the National News Agency, ICG 2011, 22. In the years that followed, Nowruz would be celebrated with much publicity by the regime, Sabak 2016b. However, the Kurdish coordination committees cancelled Nowruz festivities in March 2012 and transformed them into protests calling for the overthrow of the regime, Abdullah al-Abdi and Kauri 2012. Bashar al-Assad issued a decree in April 2011 following meetings with Kurdish representatives in which Syrian nationality was granted to persons registered as foreigners, Ajanib, while unregistered Kurds, or Maktumin, were excluded from this provision. In the governorate of Hasaka, while 48 prisoners, mainly Kurds, were also released. 7 Despite these decisions, several hundred people peacefully marched in various cities such as Kamishli, Amuda, and Hasaka, chanting, "We do not want only nationality, but also freedom." Orient Le Jour 2011a. From the summer of 2011, the demonstrators frequently raised the Kurdish flag alongside the Syrian one. In October, massive demonstrations occurred in the city of Kamishli following the assassination of the prominent Syrian Kurdish political activist Mishal Tamo. He was a member of the Kurdish Future Movement and had recently been released after spending more than 2 years in a regime jail, having also served as a member of the executive committee of the newly formed SNC. Upon news of his death, thousands of protesters took to the streets to express their anger and chanted to topple the regime. No Ali 2011. Mass demonstrations continued in Kamishli, and they reached their peak in mid-2012, after which they decreased considerably due to the militarization of the uprising and the PYD's progressive domination of larger swathes of the city. Darwish 2016a. The collaboration between Arab and Kurdish youth groups and LCCs continued until approximately March 2012. After this period, Kurdish activists started using their own slogans that made reference to Kurdish-specific issues and that had not been previously accepted as general slogans. However, the use of some religious slogans by various Arab groups also became a point of contention. Kurd Watch 2013b. 4, Hasaf 2018. A number of Kurdish activists and committees initially welcomed the establishment of the FSA. However, they grew increasingly at odds with it following the foreign aid and sponsorship that some FSA groups received from foreign powers, Turkey in particular, and their increasingly religious extremist practices and hostile attitudes toward Kurdish political demands and symbols. Yosef S. 2016, Abd el-Krim 2016, Hasaf 2018. Similarly, there were complaints that many Arab activists had either tacitly supported or engaged in anti-Kurdish rhetoric since the beginning of the uprising. Kurdish activists were accused of being separatist and wanting Kurdish independence. If Kurdish activists ever voiced criticism over some of the opposition's practices or mentioned Kurdish national rights, they were often blamed for betraying the Syrian revolution. As one Kurdish activist from Aleppo put it, seeing Arab revolutionaries treat them like the regime pushed them increasingly toward the PYD, Lundy Matin 2018. Kurdish youth committees nevertheless were still able to organize effective demonstrations and protest actions against the Syrian regime and diffuse Arab-Kurdish tensions in many areas during the first years of the uprising. Tansakiya al-Taki al-Kurdiya 2011, All for Syria 2013. At the same time, the influence of the majority of Kurdish youth committees progressively declined on the ground and throughout the uprising. Kurdish protesters were not limited to so-called corporatist demands, such as the bestowing of Syrian nationality onto Kurds lacking any citizenship. Rather, they were part of a much larger protest movement throughout the country. This point was argued by a number of Syrian Kurdish activists who saw this movement as their own, one in which they saw themselves as full and active participants in building a new Syria for all. Yosef S. 2014, Abd el-Krim 2016, Hasaf 2018. This did not mean that traditional Kurdish national demands were sidelined by the youth and protesters, but rather were integrated into their larger vision and struggle against the Assad regime. Despite their activism in the uprising, the Kurdish LCCs faced skepticism and opposition from traditional Kurdish political parties, almost all of whom were unwilling to participate or play a leading role in anti-regime protests. ICG 2013, 9. Only the Kurdish Future Movement in Syria, led by Mishal Tamo, and the Yekati Party publicly supported the uprising from the beginning. Many youth members of the party were among the organizers of the protests in Kurdish-inhabited regions. Kurd Watch 2013b. 4, Othman 2016. The Kurdish Political Congress 8, founded in 2009, grew in number with the onset of the uprising in spring 2011. In late April, it established the National Movement of Kurdish Political Parties with the inclusion of 3 new parties, including the PYD. By May 2011, the National Movement of Kurdish Political Parties announced its platform, which included an end to one-party rule in Syria, equality for all citizens, and a secular state. Kajo and Sinclair 2011. A new conference was organized in October 2011 gathering together the majority of Kurdish political parties, independents, Kurdish youth organizations, Kurdish women's organizations, human rights activists, and professionals with the objective of uniting the Kurdish opposition in Syria. Al-Sop 2015, 201. This led to the establishment of the Kurdish National Congress, KNC, which followed the creation of the SNC. The KNC was formed in Erbil, Iraq, under the sponsorship of Masoud Barzani, the president of the Kurdistan Regional Government, KRG, of Iraq, Carnegie 2012b, and an important ally of Turkey at the time. Barzani had large influence among several Syrian Kurdish opposition groups. The stated mission of the KNC was to find a democratic solution to the Kurdish issue while emphasizing that it was part of the revolution. Hassano and Tanir 2012, 3. Problems still existed within the KNC, particularly given how independent activists and youth organizations had relatively little power compared to political parties. In the initial executive committee, 45 people were elected, including 20 party representatives and 6 representatives of Kurdish youth organizations. The executive committee was then expanded to 47 to integrate the new political parties, which entered the council. In January 2012. Some Kurdish youth groups also became absorbed into existing political parties, losing their independence and often diminishing their participation in activism, while other youth movements that remained independents were increasingly marginalized within the KNC by the dominant parties. Alsop 2015, 203-204. Other organizations and parties remained only symbolically affiliated with the KNC, while others left it or ceased to cooperate with it. Hal Hawley 2018, 40, Hassif 2018. 2 parties attending the founding conference opted not to join the KNC, the Kurdish Future Movement and the PYD. The Future Movement cited 4 points of objection to the KNC: the failure of the KNC to commit to the overthrow of the regime, the failure to adopt stronger support for the youth, demands for the Kurds that should remain unhindered from external influence or interests, and the argument that independent activists should have stronger representation in the council. Alsop 2015, 204. The PYD attended the founding conference of the KNC after its inception in October before deciding to boycott the group and join the NCBDC, Hasano and Tanir 2012. The PYD was very suspicious of Turkey's role and influence in the establishment of the SNC, but of the KNC as well, as its sponsor was Barzani, who was a close ally of Ankara. Turkish military and Barzani's Peshmerga fighters had both targeted PKK positions in Iraq at different times. In December 2011, the PYD established the People's Council of Western Kurdistan, PCWK, as an alternative to the KNC that it refused to join. The PCWK was described by the organization as an elected local assembly designed to establish civil institutions and provide various social services to the population it served. ICG 2013, 13. The conference statement supported the popular uprising in Syria and elsewhere in the region, aimed at establishing a pluralistic democracy. PCWK 2011. The 5 organizations within the PCWK: the Rojava Movement for a Democratic Society, TEV-DEM, the Western Kurdistan Democratic Society Movement, the Yekataya Star Women's Organization, the Union of Families of Martyrs, the Education and Language Institution, and the Revolutionary Youth Movement of Western Kurdistan were all connected to the PYD. The PCWK was in reality an umbrella organization for PYD-affiliated groups and movements. Alsop 2015, 205. PCWK activities had the objective of mobilizing support for the PYD in regions witnessing a vacuum of authority by establishing civil institutions such as the People's Local Committees, which were in charge of specific activities in Kurdish-populated areas under its control, as well as security institutions, including the People's Protection Committees and the YPG, ICG 2013, 14. A contract of civil peace was signed between the PYD and the KNC in January 2012 to prevent new clashes, but it was nevertheless not implemented, and many examples of violent attacks and repression by PYD supporters occurred against other Kurdish activists. Hasano and Tanir 2012, Human Rights Watch 2014, Abdelkrim 2014, Othman 2016, Yusuf S 2016, Hassif 2018, Kurd Watch 2018. Kurdish youth movements and independents started to oppose PYD domination and control over Kurdish inhabited areas. ICG 2013, 10, Alsop 2015, 210, while clashes between PYD and KNC supporters multiplied. The demonstration of Amuda became a notorious case of the harsh repression of protesters by YPG forces. On June 17, 2013, Asayish forces in Amuda arrested 3 activists. To protest these incarcerations, Kurdish opposition groups and supporters staged a protest by establishing a tent in the town's main square, which developed into a hunger strike, Syria Freedom Forever 2013a. On June 27, 2013, YPG forces shot into a crowd of protesters in Amuda, killing 3 men, Zakwan Hadid 2013. PYD security forces killed 2 more men that night in unclear circumstances, and a third the next day. On the night of June 27, YPG forces also detained around 50 members or supporters of the Yekati party in Amuda, and beat them at a YPG military base, Human Rights Watch 2014, 4. Following these incidents, the LCC, 2013b, published a statement regarding the acts of violence against the Kurdish Syrian civilians, in which it condemned such practices. Demonstrations in the Kurdish inhabited regions were increasingly divided according to each party or alliance. In Kamishli, Amuda, and Hasaka, for example, as many as 3 to 5 separate protests were organized every Friday, IRIN 2012, Alsop 2015, 211, Schmidinger 2018, 90. The PKK remained fiercely critical of Barzani's party, the KDP, and affiliated groups, for the feudalism and corruption with which they were associated. The KDP, for its part, blamed the PKK and its sister organization, PYD, for their violent politics and unwillingness to collaborate with others except as the leading partner, Van Bruinissen 2016, 11. At the same time, the PYD maintained a hostile position toward the SNC, which it viewed as a puppet of Turkish foreign policy, branding the Kurdish groups and figures that joined it as collaborators. PYD leaders argued that the SNC had not sufficiently answered the Sunni Alawi question in post-Assad Syria, and the Kurdish issue, and their objective was to facilitate the intervention of foreign powers in Syria, particularly Turkey, see Chapter 6, and establish a moderate Islamic regime, which would oppress Kurds, Hassano and Tanir 2012. Regime attempts to co-opt the PYD and control Kurdish regions. Soon after the beginning of the uprising in 2011, the PYD leadership was able to return to Syria, despite the party being forbidden in the country. Saleh Muslim, the leader of the PYD at that period, came back to Syria, to the city of Kamishli, in April 2011. He had taken refuge in a PKK camp in Iraq in 2010 after his and his wife's imprisonment in Syria, Carnegie 2011, point 10. With the return of PYD's leadership to Syria, the organization started to pursue political and paramilitary activities to mobilize support among Syrian Kurds. In this framework, the PKK transferred between 500 and 1,000 armed fighters to create the PYD's military wing, the YPG, ICG 2013, 2, which functioned as an army. In October 2011, the regime freed several Kurdish political prisoners, and soon after, Damascus allowed the PYD to open 6 Kurdish-language schools in northern Syria, which the group used primarily for political work. In March 2012, the PKK was able to transfer between 1,500 and 2,000 of its members to Syria from the Kandil enclave, while Turkey was taking a hostile position toward the Assad regime in mid-end 2011, Kagapte 2012, IRIN 2012. Assad's regime allowed PYD to develop and extend its influence to pressure Turkey. Militarily, the PKK's Kandil leadership exerted authority over the YPG throughout the uprising, whose leadership was dominated by Syrian and foreign, i.e., Kurdish fighters from other nationalities, PKK fighters trained at that base, ICG 2014a, 5, Grosjean 2017, 125. The Syrian regime had partially withdrawn its forces from some Kurdish majority-inhabited areas by July 2011, or at least was not obstructing any activities in these regions. The PYD and Kurdish forces that would join the future KNC competed to represent Kurdish interests in Syria. The ability of the PYD to organize freely in Syria raised suspicions that the party had settled an agreement with the regime that permitted it to re-establish a presence and operate openly in Syria. In return, the PYD would cooperate with security forces to crush anti-regime protests in Kurdish-majority areas and marginalize other Kurdish political parties to win a hegemony over the Syrian Kurdish political scene. PYD was very eager to fill the power vacuum left by the regime. IRIN 2012, ICG 2013, 2, Grosjean 2017, 123. Similarly, during this period the PYD increasingly resorted to social media to project its anti-regime credentials and support for the uprising, especially from early 2012 onward, IRIN 2012, ICG 2013, 14. During this period, tensions between the regime and the PYD became more noticeable in some areas, with a gunfight breaking out in Kobani between PYD and regime supporters, as well as members of the Air Force Intelligence Service. In addition, a military court in Aleppo sentenced 4 PYD supporters to a 15-year prison sentence for membership in the organization. Further, before the vote on the constitutional referendum by the Assad regime on February 26, 2012, the PYD urged a boycott of the polls, claiming that the new constitution did not offer anything to the Kurds. Hassano and Tanir 2012. Rather than being just an Assad proxy, the PYD was playing a mutually beneficial role for itself and the Assad regime. It sought to take advantage of the lack of security and to expand the land it controlled to try to achieve its political objectives and enforce some form of Kurdish autonomy in Kurdish-majority regions. On the other end of the spectrum, the regime was able to concentrate its military forces on other regions witnessing protests and armed resistance, while PYD was generally hostile to the various opposition armed groups, preventing them from entering their areas. The presence of PYD along the northern frontier of the country also deprived some Syrian opposition forces of their bases and supply lines in Turkey. As previously mentioned, PYD's expanding influence was also a tool for Damascus to use to pressure Turkey, whose hostility to the regime and intervention on behalf of Syrian opposition forces were both rising. Refusal of any self-determination for the Kurds. The historical quandaries surrounding the Kurdish question reappeared with the popular uprising. 11 The Syrian Arab opposition rejected the demands of the Kurdish opposition, both from the KNC and the PYD. In mid-July 2011, Kurdish representatives at the Istanbul gathering walked out in protest after the refusal of their request to change the name of the country from the Syrian Arab Republic to the Republic of Syria, Kajo and Sinclair 2011. Relations between the SNC and the KNC were difficult from the beginning. The SNC's first chairman, Burhan Galeun, refused the KNC's main demand for federalism in a post-Assad Syria, calling it a delusion. Galeun also infuriated Syrian Kurds by comparing them to the immigrants in France in November 2011, implying their exteriority to Syria. Abdullah, Abdhi al, and Kauri 2012. In response to the continuous refusal of Kurdish demands within the opposition, on March 30, 2012, Kurdish protesters named the Friday demonstrations the Friday of Kurdish Rights, Al-Sop 2015, 206. Tension between the KNC and the SNC increased considerably following the SNC's publication of its national charter, The Kurdish Issue in Syria in April 2012. The document eliminated language recognizing a Kurdish nation within Syria that had been included in the draft's final statement of the Friends of Syria meeting in Tunisia. This resulted in the withdrawal of the KNC from unity talks with the SNC, after which they accused Turkey of excessively influencing the SNC's policy, Carnegie 2012b. Within Syria, in response to the SNC denial of Kurdish national rights, youth groups and parties held banners reading, "Here is Kurdistan" on April 20, while 2 weeks before, April 6 demonstrations were designated as the Friday of putting Kurdish rights above any council, Al-Sop 2015, 206. The Syrian Arab opposition dealt a new blow to the KNC by refusing its demands to include a reference to the Kurdish people in Syria in its Cairo meeting in July 2012, 2015, 9. The KNC then joined the Syrian coalition on August 27, 2013, hoping for improvements but failing to see any concrete changes. The SNC and the coalition continued to act negatively toward Kurdish parties and interests. The KNC was included in the HNC, KNC 2016A, following the Riyadh Opposition Conference in December 2015. This did not prevent their continued denial of Kurdish rights and of chauvinist comments from members of the Syrian Arab opposition of the coalition. For example, on March 29, 2016, the chairman of the opposition's delegation of the HNC in Geneva, former General Azad al-Zoabi, said on Radio Orient television that the Kurds made up 1% of the population and they only wanted to get their papers during the era of President Hafez al-Assad to prove they are human beings. Smart News Agency 2016. In response to these comments, considered racist by many Kurds, demonstrations were organized in various Kurdish majority cities in protest. Smart News Agency 2016. At the same time, the SNC and the coalition continued to adopt a harsh attitude against the PYD, considered by many as an enemy of the revolution. George Sabra, president of SNC at the time, declared in January 2016 that PYD was not part of the opposition and was very close to the regime politically, in addition to being part of PKK, which was classified as a terrorist organization. The statement thereby endorsed the official position of Turkey toward the group. Al Jazeera English 2016. In the autumn of 2016, the great majority of the Syrian Kurdish political movements, including both the PYD and KNC, were angered by the transition plan proposed by the opposition's HNC in September 2016. The KNC, 2016b, stated clearly that this document is not part of a solution, but rather a danger to a democratic, pluralistic, and unified Syria guaranteeing cultural, social, and political rights to all its ethnic, religious, and linguistic groups. They added, whoever reads the document notes immediately that point 1 of the general principles exclusively lists the Arab culture and Islam as sources for intellectual production and social relations. This definition clearly excluded other cultures, be they ethnic, linguistic, or religious, and sets the majority culture as the leading one. As Syrian Kurds, we feel repulsed by this narrow perception of the Syrian people. The similarities between this definition and the chauvinist policies under the Assad regime are undeniable. A new confrontation took place in March 2017 during a further round of peace negotiations in Geneva, when representatives of the NCBDC and HNC refused to transfer a document written by the KNC to the UN Special Envoy, Staffan de Mistura. This document confirmed Kurdish representation in the negotiation process and demanded an inclusion of the Kurdish question and the interests of other segments of Syria's population into the agenda of negotiations. In reaction, they suspended their participation in the negotiations and with the HNC's meetings, KNC 2017. The NCBDC has not been very different than the SNC and the coalition on the Kurdish question. Their original position envisaged a democratic solution to the Kurdish issue within the unity of Syria's land that does not contradict that Syria is part and parcel of the Arab world. In February 2012, the Kurdish parties belonging to the NCBDC, with the exception of the PYD, withdrew and decided to join the KNC. The NCBDC modified its position slightly in April of the same year, endorsing the implementation of decentralized principles in a future Syria, but with no change from Kurdish parties to re-enter the fold. Carnegie 2012b. They, however, maintained their opposition to a federal system in Syria. The FSA had no official position, but most of its leadership was hostile to Kurdish national rights and demands. Colonel Riyad al-Azad, an FSA leader, declared that the group would not permit any territory to be separated from Syria and that we will never leave Kamishli. "We will not accept 1 meter of Syrian soil seceding and will go to war," cited in Dunya Times 2012. The beginning of PYD self-administration. In June 2012, Barzani mediated a power-sharing agreement between the two leading Kurdish groups, KNC and PCWK. Known as the Erbil Declaration, it stated that they would rule Syria's Kurdish regions together during the transition and created the Supreme Kurdish Committee in the pursuit of this objective, Kurd Watch 2012b. The Erbil Declaration remained a dead letter, though, as the position of the PYD in Syria was strengthened and reinforced its unwillingness to share power with other Kurdish political forces. On July 19, 2012, 17 months after the beginning of the uprising, the regime's forces withdrew from 9 Kurdish-dominated towns and handed over control to the PYD. PYD members claimed that the regime's representative left after being given an ultimatum to leave or else be attacked by the party in the following 24 hours, while the SNC and some Kurdish rivals accused the PYD of making a deal with the regime. ICG 2013, 14, Iboga, Flak, and NAP 2016, 56-57. The withdrawal of Assad's regime forces was most probably the result of a tacit agreement with the PYD, which was allowed to come back and organize a few months after the start of the revolt. The regime needed all its armed forces to repress the demonstrations elsewhere in the country and did not want to open a new military front, though it maintained a small presence in some cities, such as Kamishli and Hasaka. This also was part of the regime's strategy to divide the uprising along ethnic and sectarian lines, as the PYD initially adopted a neutral position toward large segments of the opposition forces and was less eager to collaborate with popular organizations and activists in Arab-inhabited areas, while trying to dominate and control the Kurdish population in Syria. The PYD took over the regime's municipal buildings in at least 5 of its strongholds: Kobani, Amuda, Al-Malikiyah, meaning derrick in Kurdish, Afrin, and Jindaris, replacing Syrian flags with its own. The PYD's control of these territories, so close to the Turkish border, alarmed the Turkish government. The Turkish Prime Minister at the time, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, warned against any plans for an autonomous Kurdish region in Syria before the visit of PYD leader Saleh Muslim to Ankara for discussions in July 2013, Naharnat 2013. Despite the assurances given by the PYD leader to the Turkish administration that his group's call for a local administration in Syria's Kurdish regions would not mean a division of Syria, Koshna 2013, relations worsened between both parties very rapidly, strengthened as well by the end of the peace process in Turkey between the PKK and Turkish government. PYD's total control over the Kurdish majority regions led the organization to refuse the power-sharing proposition of the Erbil Declaration submitted by Barzani. Instead, they proposed to establish a temporary independent council to manage West Kurdistan, northeastern Syria, until the end of the war in Syria to meet the needs of the local population, improve the economy, and deal with attacks of the Assad regime, Islamic forces, and the Turkish army. The PYD refused Peshmerga fighters affiliated with Barzani's KDP entry into the country if they were not under its own leadership with the YPG. The KNC disagreed with these conditions and reiterated the importance of cooperation and understanding with the revolutionary forces and national opposition in Syria, IRIN 2012, ICG 2014a, 2-3. The increasing political and military hegemony of the PYD and the inability of the KNC to project influence inside Syria further weakened the organization and deepened internal divisions. Some parties within the KNC saw cooperation with the PYD as the unique way to maintain a power base in Syria and to defend itself against opposition, Islamic, and jihadist forces attacking Kurdish-populated regions. The launch of the campaign Western Kurdistan for its Children by the PYD in the summer of 2012 against the attacks by opposition armed groups and Islamic fundamentalist and jihadist groups against the cities mostly inhabited by Kurds also diminished criticisms of the party and temporarily united Syrian Kurds across the political spectrum, ICG 2014a, 3. The Syrian Kurdish activist Shiar Youssef, 2016, explained. Even those most critical of the PYD started to see it as the lesser of two evils following the attacks of FSA, Islamist, and jihadist forces against Kurdish populated areas. I know many Kurdish activists in Kamishli, Amuda, and other areas who, before these developments, used to organize demonstrations and write against the PYD, but have now suddenly started volunteering in the ranks of the YPG to fight against the Islamists because if they won, they would impose their rule and their values that are alien to the local population. Similar arguments were put forward by other activists, Abd el-Krim 2016, Hassaf 2018, leading to a strengthening of PYD's claim to being the sole viable protector of Syria's Kurds against outside threats. This sentiment among large sections of Kurds in Syria only increased throughout the uprising. The relations between the KNC and PYD continued to deteriorate, as no space on the political scene was provided for the KNC and its various factions. The border between Syria's and Iraq's Kurdish area, controlled by the patron of the KNC, Barzani, became an arena for this intra-Kurdish competition. Fearing that the PYD would increase its influence and role by taking control of aid distribution, the KRG in Iraq would close crossings periodically on its side of the border, preventing the entry of supplies. As a result, living conditions deteriorated rapidly in Syria's Kurdish areas. By mid-2013, populations were suffering from significant shortages of electricity, water, food, and gas, leading to a stream of departures for Iraqi Kurdistan. Moreover, during the same period, several Kurdish inhabited areas in northeastern Syria were suffering attacks by Islamic fundamentalists and jihadist groups. On August 15, the KDP opened the border, but only to close it again 3 days later. In this period, between 40,000 and 70,000 Kurds fled to Iraqi Kurdistan. The number of refugees in Iraqi Kurdistan reached nearly 200,000 by early August 2013. Relations worsened further, as the KDP forbade PYD members from entering Erbil Governorate and repressed some of its members. In response, the PYD prevented pro-Barzani leaders from crossing into Syria and repressed its supporters. IRIN 2013, ECAN 2013, ICG 2014a, 10-11. The PYD and the Assad regime. As the PYD expanded its control in Kurdish populated areas, regime forces maintained a presence in the largest enclaves nominally under the party's control, most notably Kamishli and Hasaka. State services remained Damascus's responsibility, for example, as the regime continued to pay salaries to state employees and manage administrative offices, giving them an important edge. ICG 2014a, 9. The Kamishli airport, which became the country's second largest airport, only behind Damascus, in 2016, remained under the control of the SAA, the Syria Report 2016f. The YPG was accused of coordinating with the regime on some occasions, or at least timing some attacks to distract the opposition and force them to fight on multiple fronts. Haid 2017a. On various occasions, Saleh Muslim denied any alliance with Damascus and affirmed that since September 2011, the PYD had called for the fall of the regime and all of its related symbols. Kurd Watch 2013a. At the same time, PYD officials recognized that they had made a tactical decision in not confronting regime forces, yet they refuted accusations of collusion, describing themselves as a third current between an oppressive regime and hardline rebel militants. ICG 2014a, 7. Their position must also be contextualized within the framework of a hostile Syrian Arab political opposition in exile, represented first by the SNC and then by the coalition, and of large sectors of armed opposition groups in northern Syria. These actors were allied with Turkey and were considered a staunch enemy by the PYD/PKK, and they largely refused to consider Kurdish national demands in Syria. At the same time, TEVDEM dominated by the PYD kept discreet lines open with regime officials in Damascus and focused their efforts on combating IS and establishing a form of localized government. Sari 2015, 4. In Damascus, regime officials repeatedly refused any form of Kurdish autonomy in Syria. As argued by a report of the ICG, 2014a, 7-8. There is little doubt that the PYD is engaging the regime in a conciliatory rather than confrontational manner and has pursued a modus vivendi that serves both, at least for the short term. Its initially rapid advance was dependent on Damascus's June 2012 withdrawal from Kurdish areas. This was mutually beneficial, regime forces to concentrate elsewhere in the north, while the PYD denied Kurdish areas to the armed opposition. Relations between the Assad regime and PYD continued to be non-confrontational for years, although localized armed clashes continued to erupt on occasion, especially in the city of Qamishli, where the regime retained a presence. In December 2015, after the YPG-led Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, discussed further later in this chapter, signed a truce with the opposition Operation Room of Fatah Halab, SDF and regime troops clashed, and Sheikh Maqsood became the target of regime air power. In mid to late August 2016, two Syrian Su-24 attack planes targeted Kurdish forces in the city of Hasaka. A U.S.-led coalition scrambled its own jets in the area to protect American advisors who were working with Kurdish forces and to intercept Syrian jets, but the regime planes had left by the time they arrived. Pentagon spokesman Captain Jeff Davis said that this was done as a measure to protect coalition forces, the new Arab 2016A. This allowed the YPG forces to take near-complete control of Hasaka after a ceasefire, ending a week of fighting with regime forces and consolidating the Kurds' grip on Syria's northeast, Perry and said 2016. Despite the weakening of its influence following the armed confrontations, the Syrian regime sent ministers of health Nazar Yazigi and of local administration and environment Hussein Makhlouf to Hasaka as a means of reaffirming its bid for influence in the northeastern province, where they visited various officials. Al-Sultan 2016, the Syria Report 2016d. These tensions between the regime and the PYD could also be observed in the struggle over languages taught in Syrian educational institutions in the northeast. The PYD wanted to impose Kurdish teachings in state schools, while the regime threatened to freeze the salaries of teachers that taught any curriculum other than the official one. In cases where the Kurdish party imposed its own curriculum, the regime did end up forcing some schools to close. Jamal, Nelson, and Yusfi 2015, the Syria Report 2016I. In mid-October 2016, the regime appointed a new governor for the province of Hasaka, Jade Sawada al-Hamud al-Mousa, a former military and security official known for his brutality against civilians. 12 His military record sent a clear message to the PYD that the regime was escalating its efforts. Sana 2016b, Zayman al-Wasil 2016c. The incoming governor cut all financial support to the National Hospital of Hasaka, the largest in the region, after the refusal of Kurdish police forces and other partisan security forces to leave the building by the start of 2017. The National Hospital of Hasaka operated at less than 15% capacity compared to its level of activity just a few months before, and entire departments closed their doors. The unprecedented rollback in services affected the more than 1 million residents of Hasaka city, particularly those who were unable to afford medical care at one of the provincial capital's 5 private hospitals, Abdulzattar Ibrahim, Nasser, and Schuster 2017. Meanwhile, during the same period in March 2017, the Syrian regime and supporters of the ruling Ba'ath party formed a new paramilitary group, recruiting from local tribesmen and government employees in northern Hasaka province to gather a force of around 3,000 fighters. The creation of the group built on heightened resentment toward the PYD administration. Zayman al-Wasil 2017d. Other pro-regime militias with similar designs and intentions were also established in this region. In mid-June 2017, new clashes occurred between regime forces and the SDF, as both were capturing is-held territories and getting dangerously close to each other territorially. U.S. warplanes also shot down an SAA jet during this period in the southern Raksa countryside because it dropped bombs near SDF positions, Al-Khalidi and Spitalnik 2017. 1 month later, in mid-September, the Russian Air Force targeted SDF positions, causing injuries on the eastern side of the Euphrates River in Syria, near Deir-ez-Zor, Van Wilgenburg 2017b. During the same period, high regime official Boudhai Nashaban declared the Syrian government's readiness to fight the SDF. Whether it's the Syrian Democratic Forces, or Daesh, Islamic State, or any illegitimate foreign force in the country, we will fight and work against them so our land is freed completely from any aggressor. I'm not saying this will happen tomorrow, but this is the strategic intent. Datush and Perry 2017. SDF forces suffered a new attack carried out by the Russian and regime forces against their positions in Deir-ez-Zor province on September 25, SDF General Command 2017. In the midst of worsening military and political tensions between Damascus and its allies on one side and the PYD on the other side, Syrian Foreign Minister Walid Moallem affirmed at the end of September that the Syrian government was open to negotiations with Kurds over their demand for autonomy within Syria's borders. This declaration was merely rhetorical, as it did not provide any clearly defined sense of autonomy as used by officials in Damascus and rather sought a form of understanding with the PYD. The Syrian foreign minister released this statement on the same day of the Kurdish independence referendum in Iraq, which the Syrian regime rejected on the basis of its support for Iraqi unity, Reuters 2017d, Tijal, cited in Soliman 2017. In mid-December 2017, Bashar al-Assad characterized the SDF as traitors, and an illegitimate foreign force supported by the United States that must be expelled from Syria. He made similar statements throughout 2018, to which the SDF General Command responded, stating that his dictatorship is the definition of treason and the people were rebelling against his authoritarian oppressive security regime, Ruda 2017b. The regime also repeatedly declared that Raqqa, under SDF control after IS expulsion, was still an occupied city, and it promised to restore the authority of the state throughout the country, Sanat 2017f. Despite occasional clashes between 2012 and 2016, both actors maintained a pragmatic non-aggression pact and tactically collaborated on some occasions where there was strategic overlap, geography, particular periods, etc. Deep strategic disagreements nevertheless existed and would reappear from 2017 onward as IS forces in these areas were progressively eliminated and the regime regained numerous territories throughout the country. In addition, Damascus refused to concede regions rich in natural resources, especially agricultural and energy resources. The PYD, the opposition, FSA, and Islamic fundamentalist forces. Large segments of the Syrian Arab opposition, in addition to considering the seizure of Kurdish inhabited areas in July 2012 as, in effect, a gift from Damascus, accused the PYD of acting in dishonest ways by breaking ceasefires, in some cases allegedly at the regime's behest, ICG 2014a, 8. Anti-PYD sentiment among the Syrian Arab opposition increased over time and certainly contributed to violence that ultimately positioned Kurds against the Arab opposition from mid-2012 onward. These clashes were fueled by mistrust, competition for scarce resources, land along the Turkish border, oil and gas in Hasaka, and the growing influence and presence of jihadi groups fighting alongside FSA units. This also led to the expulsion of the PYD-linked FSA, Jabhat al-Akrad, Kurdish Front, from several FSA Jabhat al-Nusra mixed areas in the summer of 2013. YPG forces and Kurdish civilians suffered serious abuses at the hands of groups such as IS and Jabhat al-Nusra, Human Rights Watch 2014, 15-16. For more than a year, Jabhat al-Nusra, Islamic fundamentalist groups, and FSA-affiliated groups imposed a blockade on isolated Kurdish enclaves in Afrin and Kobani, to pressure the YPG fighters to give up their territory, Van Wilgenburg 2014a. This situation prompted a number of Kurds in Syria to join the YPG. Kurds from Turkey also came to the YPG's assistance by crossing the border into Syria through Kamishli, Itani and Stein 2016, 7. Clashes between FSA groups and the PYD declined significantly in late 2013. A truce reached in Afrin encouraged mainstream armed opposition groups west of Aleppo city to concentrate their fight against the regime there, ICG 2014a, 8. In March 2014, a new situation emerged, and a rapprochement occurred between the FSA and PYD. They found a common enemy in IS in the countryside of Aleppo. This was a reversal of the situation of summer 2013. PYD leader Saleh Muslim was now accusing the regime of supporting jihadist attacks against the Kurds, Van Wilgenburg 2014b. Jabhat al-Akrat again cooperated with the FSA against the IS, carrying out operations in Tal Abyad, Jarablus, and Aleppo, Van Wilgenburg 2014a. In September, the threat of a continued IS advance west and north from its stronghold towns of Al-Bab, Manbij, and Jarablus encouraged the establishment of an alliance between the YPG, 6 FSA battalions, and Liwa al-Tawhid, Lister 2015, 285. The siege of the Kurdish majority city of Kobani provoked the forced displacement of about 200,000 people in the surrounding villages before reaching Kobani. The city was defended by the YPG, as well as at least 3 battalions of Arab fighters, including the Revolutionary Battalion of Raksa, the Battalion of the Northern Sun, and the Battalion of Jarablus. On October 4, the FSA sent additional fighters to defend Kobani. In a statement on October 19, 2014, the YPG acknowledged their participation in resisting the siege of Kobani by IS. The resistance shown by us, the Kurdish People's Protection Units, YPG, and the factions of the Free Syrian Army, FSA, is a guarantee for defeating IS terrorism in the region. Counter-terrorism and building a free and democratic Syria was the basis of the agreement we signed with factions of the FSA. As we can see, the success of the revolution is subject to the development of this relationship between all factions and the forces of good in this country. We also confirm that there is coordination between us and the important factions of the FSA in the northern countryside of Aleppo, Afrin, Kobani, and Jazira. Currently, there are factions and several battalions of the FSA fighting on our side against the ISIL terrorists. General Command of the YPG 2014. The battle for Kobani exacerbated tensions with the Turkish government, as Ankara prevented people from crossing into Syria to fight with the YPG, although they eventually did allow Peshmerga forces from Kurdistan Iraq to do so, Itani and Stein 2016, 7. Despite other infrequent collaborations, such as in the Operation Room of Fatah Halab and YPG in the northern Aleppo countryside in December 2015, SOHR 2015b, in Abbaladi 2015, relations deteriorated once again between the various Syrian Arab armed opposition forces and the YPG. The YPG's jurisdiction continued to expand in northern Syria as it increasingly clashed with FSA units and Islamic and Salafist jihadi groups. Additional PKK members, including non-Syrians, descended from the mountains of Kandil to join the struggle. At the same time, for Kurds looking for means to defend their communities, cooperation with the YPG was often the only option. Indeed, as battles expanded with Salaf and jihadist armed groups, the YPG's role as a unique viable protector of Syria's Kurds was further strengthened, ICG 2014a, 5-7. The YPG expanded its control over Kurdish populated areas along the border with Turkey and throughout much of Hasaka province in the northeast. Several factors increased the hostilities between the YPG and the PYD. There was the PYD's support for Russian military intervention in September 2015 on the side of the Assad regime, as well as the military assistance provided by Russian airplanes to the YPG against Arab armed opposition groups in February 2016 in Afrin's region to seize a number of opposition-held areas and Arab-majority towns in northern Aleppo, including Tal Rafat. Finally, the collaboration of the YPG with regime forces to impose the siege of eastern Aleppo city on July 28, 2016, increased the hostilities between both groups. Throughout 2016, opposition forces and YPG forces in Aleppo clashed on a number of occasions, while Sheikh Maqsood was under siege for several months by the opposition armed forces in Aleppo. Shock 2016. By the end of November and the beginning of December 2016, during the pro-regime forces offensive on eastern Aleppo and its eventual capture, YPG forces, which officially characterized these clashes as fighting between Syrian regime forces and Turkey-backed SNC, ANHA war news agency 2016, participated in the battle by taking control of some neighborhoods and handing them over to the regime. In exchange, the YPG was allowed to retain control of Sheikh Maqsood and Ashrafia, which are predominantly Kurdish. Orton 2016, SOHR 2016. However, this would not last, as the regime's forces encircled the neighborhoods. By December 2017, the Syrian flag was raised in these neighborhoods and YPG was forced to accept the partial return of regime forces. In late February 2018, YPG forces completely withdrew from the city of Aleppo to participate in the defense of Afrin, as discussed later in this chapter. Schmittinger 2018, 258. Some of the armed opposition, both FSA units and Islamic fundamentalist forces, participated in the offensive against Afrin in January 2018, see Chapter 7. Under the command of Ankara, they justified their involvement, saying that the Kurds were in fact regime allies and that it was important to keep Syria united against separatist groups such as the PKK/PYD, Ruda 2018c. Videos of Syrian fighters emerged during this period showing racist and hate-filled rhetoric against the Kurds, as well as slogans in favor of Saddam Hussein and Erdogan. Facebook 2018a, 2018b. Civilian residences and shops in Afrin were looted and the statue of Kawa, a symbolic figure in the New Year's celebration of Nowruz, was torn down. The mutilated corpses of Kurdish YPG soldiers and civilians were displayed on social media. At the end of 2018, it was estimated that around 151,000 people had been uprooted from their homes in the Afrin region because of the Turkish Olive Branch military operation in January 2018 and the subsequent occupation. The majority were displaced to the Tal Rafat, Nabul, Zara, and Fafan areas of Aleppo Governorate, Unkar 2018. YPG forces decided to withdraw from the city of Afrin in mid-March 2018 to permit civilians to leave the city, while announcing the beginning of their armed resistance all across the province of Afrin. Schmittinger 2018, 260. Tensions only heightened over time between PYD and the various opposition armed groups, leading to more frequent clashes, as well as deepening ethnic divisions between Arabs and Kurds. The situation further deteriorated in December 2018, when armed opposition groups signaled their readiness to participate in a Turkish-led operation against the regions east of the Euphrates River in Syria controlled by the PYD after Ankara warned Kurdish forces of retaliation. Daytush 2018. The Syrian coalition also supported this offensive, despite the opposition of the Kurdish members and groups within its governing body. Rojava self-government. By November 2013, the PYD assumed de facto governing authority, managing a transitional administration in what it and the Kurds more generally at the time called Rojava, Western Kurdistan. Rojava included three non-contiguous enclaves, Afrin, Kobani, and Sezire, Jazira region in Hasaka province. The joint interim administration was composed of local and legislative assemblies and governments, as well as a general assembly including Kurdish, Arab, Syriac, and Assyrian representatives from all three cantons. The stated goal was an autonomous administration within a federated Syria, ICG 2014a, 15. At the end of September 2017, at the 7th Congress of the PYD, participants confirmed federalism as the most appropriate solution for the region, Arafat 2017b. The implementation of the Rojava project was characterized as a form of democratic autonomy or self-administration, whose military and police forces would guarantee security, manage tribunals and prisons, and provide humanitarian assistance. The PYD advocated self-governance at the local level, unified more by a common vision of societal reform than by the rule of a centralized government, ICG 2014a, 2, 12. However, despite the public emphasis on pluralism, PYD also dominated politically local institutions. As described by the ICG, 2014a, 13. Members and leaders of the People's Councils, theoretically responsible for local governance and including representatives of all Kurdish political parties as well as non-Kurdish populations in mixed areas, are appointed by the PYD. Likewise, the movement maintains overall decision-making authority, consigning the councils other than for distribution of gas and humanitarian aid to a largely symbolic role. The commune's institution was also one of the key elements in the new Rojava system to enforce the rule of PYD-linked organizations. Organizations and NGOs outside PYD's framework had to go through the commune system, or other Rojava institutions, to be allowed to operate in these regions, Al-Darwish D 2016, 18. The PYD implemented similar policies in the expansion and institutionalization of its military forces. Recruitment campaigns were open to individuals of various backgrounds, while ensuring that they remained under the PYD's command. The YPG opened military academies that provided recruits with 3 months of training, both tactical and ideological. The YPG also tried to integrate non-Kurds, example Arabs, Syriacs, and Assyrians, within its ranks and under its leadership. It eventually agreed to incorporate non-Kurdish fighters into Rojava's security system as independent brigades capable of maintaining and directing their own leadership while acting under YPG command, ICG 2014a, 14. Rojava's administrations also established people's tribunals, which lacked trained prosecutors and judges, as almost no Kurds had been accepted into these professions in the Syrian BATH system. The tribunals were established in conjunction with a police force, the ASAYASH, that worked to implement law and order, Human Rights Watch 2014, 14. The tribunals, consisting of PYD-appointed personnel, administered justice across Rojava under a hybrid penal code. Both tribunals and police forces were heavily criticized by rival Kurdish factions, activists, and human rights organizations for their numerous violations of human rights, ICG 2014a, 14. In March 2014, the Social Contract of Rojava was published and intended to act as a provisional constitutional charter for the region. The Social Contract Charter devoted Articles 8 to 53 to basic principles of rights, representation, and personal freedoms matching the provisions of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In addition, the PYD promoted a progressive standard for gender equality in its governance structures, with gender parity in all administrations and the establishment of a Ministry for Women's Liberation as standard that has been largely adhered to, including within the military, Sari 2015, 11-12, Perry 2016. Article 28 stated clearly that women have the right to organize and to remove all kinds of discrimination based on sex, cited in Sheikh Ho 2017. The charter emphasized the cultural and ethnic equality of the various populations in Rojava. It also pointed out that decentralization was a response to the multitude of religious, ethnic, and regional conflicts in Syria, as well as to the dictatorship, while emphasizing the full integrity of Syrian territory within a federal system, Sari 2015, 11-12, Perry 2016. The diversity of the population living in PYD-controlled areas demonstrated this inclusiveness. This did not prevent tensions between PYD administrations and other communities, including Arab Sunni populations, as discussed later in this chapter. Christian representatives and churches also protested several decisions by the PYD administrations on various occasions when they felt that their interests were being endangered. In September 2015, 16 Armenian, Assyrian, and Christian organizations published a statement opposing the bill of the Legislative Council of the Jazira region, an institution established by the PYD to legislate in one of the 3 districts under its control. These organizations confiscated the property of residents who left the region officially to protect these assets from seizure by third parties and to use them to the benefit of the community. Within a few weeks, the PYD was forced to backtrack, and assets owned by Christians were handed over to various churches, Aloha 2017, Yazigi 2017, 10. In the same statement, the organizations also argued any interference into the church's private schools in Jazira province is unacceptable, cited in Aloha 2017, 10. In August 2018, the authorities of the self-administration announced a decision to shut down more than a dozen private schools managed by the Assyrian Church and other Christian denominations across Syria's northeast that had yet to adopt the Kurdish-led authorities' newly established curriculum. The decision was finally cancelled following significant opposition and demonstrations, Edwards and Hama 2018. Intimidation and violence against Christian and Assyrian opposition personalities similarly occurred at the hands of YPG forces, including the assassination of David Yendo, an Assyrian leader in the Kabul region in April 2015, Aloha 2017, 11. However, these figures were targeted because of their political opinions, not their ethnic or sectarian origins. YPG forces had been accused on several occasions of discriminatory and repressive policies against Arab populations in some villages in northeast Syria, a point that YPG refuted by claiming that some residents had links with IS, Nasser and Wilcox 2016. Military offensives led by YPG forces on several occasions resulted in the forced displacement of populations. For example, the capture of the city of Tal Rifat from Arab opposition groups by SDF forces, with the help of Russian air power in February 2016, led to the displacement of the local Arab population, around 30,000 persons, who fled to the Turkish border, Al-Humsi 2017. However, a UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on Syria in March 2017 found no evidence to substantiate accusations by some Syrian Arab opposition actors and AK Party, AKP, members in Turkey that YPG or SDF forces systematically sought to change the demographic composition of territories under their control, Ruda 2017a. The PYD's effectiveness in the provision of social services was also a critical factor in building local legitimacy. The PYD local administrations, called the Democratic Autonomous Administration, DAA, were able to provide services including fuel, education, jobs, electricity, water, sanitation, customs, healthcare, education, and security. The DAA was quite successful in meeting local needs and making up for shortages in key items like gas cylinders and food that were unavailable in the market. In providing these goods, PYD was able to create a dependency upon the local population and strengthen its position among the population within their jurisdiction, Calif 2016, 17-20. New institutions were also created to license business investments, schools, and media outlets. The PYD also established new educational structures, like that of the Mesopotamian Social Sciences Academy. The region's first university was established in October 2015 in the Afrin district, with 180 students, Yazigi 2016 c. 5, Calif 2016, 17. In the summer of 2016, the University of Rojava in Kamishli was inaugurated. Classes were to be taught in Arabic, Kurdish, and English and include a faculty of medicine, a college of education and science, and a college of engineering, Abdul Halim, Mohammed, and Van Wilgenberg 2016. In the schooling system, an entirely Kurdish school curriculum for the first 3 years of schooling was introduced in September 2015 in Kamishli and extended progressively to other areas, while the old Ba'athist curriculum had been replaced. The overwhelming majority of the schools in Syria's northeastern Hasaka governorate were controlled by the PYD-led administration. The exceptions were a handful of schools inside regime-held areas and a number of private Christian schools in Hasaka and Kamishli, Shiwish 2016. According to journalist Mahir Yilmazkaya, 2016, who sympathized with the PYD, the Kurdish language institution went from 1 teacher and 12 students in 2012 to 1,700 teachers and 20,000 students in 200 schools in May 2016. The DAA's administration also promoted women's rights and participation at all levels, an accomplishment even its critics acknowledged, albeit with contradictions. Civil activist Mawash Shiki, 2017, from Kamishli, one of the founders of the Women's Association Kamla Sauiska, acknowledged that improvements had been made in the area of women's rights, despite characterizing the PYD as a totalitarian ideological party that doesn't accept others with different ideologies. In theory and according to the laws and general principles issued by the DAA, the accomplishments are great. As women's civil activists, perhaps we used to call for these rights without having much hope of seeing them recognized. What the DAA has approved matches laws passed in first world countries relating to women's rights. Yet the most important principle the DAA has stuck to was the principle of equal participation in all institutions. This has been followed to the letter, as it is also part and parcel of the structure of the PYD. The PYD has been able to mobilize and include marginalized groups in the area, including women as they were thrust into the military and political life. This change was not natural but forced, and it was not accompanied by the development of women as independent entities with their own needs, rights, or obligations. Also, the change did not come about due to a change in the socio-economic system. In fact, it was the result of a top-down party decision to bring women in large numbers into the fold of the ideology. This has been greatly successful. In this perspective, she went on explaining that women's rights and participation in Rojava was unique and distinct from other regions across Syria, whether under the regime or the liberated areas controlled by opposition forces. With regard to laws tied to women's rights and empowering women militarily and politically, she argued that this doesn't mean women are fully empowered because empowerment to people and individuals also means economic and social empowerment as well as spreading democracy. Shiki 2017. This testimony could be extended to other areas of the PYD's interventions in the 3 cantons of Rojava. These interventions were characterized by dynamics from above rather than radical change and participation from below, although there was not always complete separation between the two. As argued by activist Shiar Youssef, 2016, regarding the PYD's rule over these areas. On one hand, it seems that the experience has begun to achieve commendable gains, such as secular management of the state apparatus, ensuring greater rights for women and the participation of minorities in administration, a greater participation and more agency for the local population in the management of their affairs, especially with the absence of a strong, established state. And we should remember here that the PYD is learning from a rich experience of self-governance that their comrades in Turkish Kurdistan have been living through. On the other hand, however, the experiment may well end with the strengthening of the PYD's dominance and the increase of oppression in the name of protecting these gains, along with their gradual squandering in return for narrow political interests. This is a real and possible danger. Thomas Schmeidiger, 2018, 135, specialist on the Kurdish issue and author of the book Rojava, Revolution, War, and the Future of Syria's Kurds, similarly stated that his field research led to this intermediate situation, in which the headquarters of the PKK in Kandil has the final say in decisive questions, while adding that the council system does play an important role in the small daily administrative decisions and the supply of population. However, some actors did not recognize PYD's administrative bodies or viewed them with suspicion. A majority of KNC parties condemned these institutions as PYD dominated, comprised of an assortment of Kurdish, Arab, Syriac, and Assyrian personalities who had little to lose from engaging in the project. ICG 2014a, 15. These new institutions lacked legitimacy in the eyes of significant segments of Syrian Arabs living within their jurisdiction. For instance, Sheikh Humaydi Daham al-Hadi al-Jarba, the head of the Arab tribe al-Jamr, was nominated as co-governor of Jazzira Canton in Rojava in 2014. His son became the commander of the Al-Sanadid forces, one of the main Arab militias fighting alongside YPG forces. The Al-Sanadid forces were previously known as Jaish al-Karama and were accused of expelling and arresting people for supporting the revolution, Orient News 2015. As early as 2013, Daham al-Hadi al-Jarba had made an alliance with the YPG to keep the opposition and jihadi Salafist organizations out of the Shamir areas on the Iraq-Syria border, Orton 2017. The Al-Shamir tribe of Humaydi Daham al-Hadi al-Jarba in the Hasaka province maintained good relations with the Kurdish population in the Jazzira, as it was one of the few tribes that refused to participate in the repression alongside the regime's security forces during the Kurdish uprising in March 2004. Daham also had good relations with the Kurdish leader Masoud Barzani before his nomination as president of the Iraqi Kurdistan region in 2005, Van Wilgenberg 2014c. He resided in Erbil from 2003 and returned to Syria in 2009, Orton 2017. His collaboration with the PYD allowed him to maintain control over oil resources following the withdrawal of the regime's forces and local security agencies, Kaddur 2017b. However, Daham al-Hadi al-Jarba's role was largely symbolic, meant to showcase the inclusion of different ethnicities. Real power remained in the hands of the PYD. Even Sawan Ibrahim, the general head of the Kurdish security police in northern Syria, argued that only a few Arabs support this tribe. Al-Shamir, cited in Van Wilgenberg 2014c. Point 13. Politically, they had little if any common ground, as demonstrated by the response of Hadi Ya Youssef, co-president of Jazzira Canton, regarding the political views of Daham al-Hadi al-Jarba. Hadi is certainly not a feminist, but he supports us, cited in Enzina 2015. In a question regarding his collaboration with Yusuf, Daham al-Hadi al-Jarba answered, "I didn't ask to share power with a woman. They the PYD made me do it," cited in Enzina 2015. Similarly, following the conquest by SDF of Manbij in August 2016 and Raqqa in October 2017, both cities occupied by IS, the PYD appointed new local councils, which represented the ethnic and religious diversities of the city, had a gender quota, Iboga 2017, in which some of the tribal dignitaries of the city were represented. The Raqqa Civil Council was led by a dual leadership, Leila Mustafa, a Kurdish woman from the border town of Tal Abyad, and her male Arab counterpart Mahmoud al-Borsan, a former member of the Syrian parliament and leader of the influential Walda tribe in Raqqa, Al-Hayat 2017, Lund 2017a. They delegated 20 of the seats in the council to representatives of local Arab tribes as well, Al-Mali and Nasser 2018. In Manbij, the main Arab representative on the council was Faruk al-Mashi, Muhammad al-Mashi's cousin, an MP in the Syrian parliament. The al-Mashi family, who collaborated with PYD prior to the SDF's recapture of Manbij and returned to the area after they took control, were accused of having violently attacked demonstrators at the beginning of the uprising in 2011 in their role as Shabiha in the city, Caliph 2016, 20. For his part, Faruk al-Mashi denied in an interview any support for the regime, declaring, "Together with my tribe positioned myself against the regime, but rejected armed aggression. But many were in favor of them and the Arabs were of divided opinions. Hardly anyone was on the side of the regime." Cited in Iboga 2017. However, in both cases, PYD was the dominant actor. Symbolic of the situation, huge portraits of PKK founder Abdullah Öcalan were displayed in Raqqa's central square, Naim. Meanwhile, SDF commanders dedicated the victory to Öcalan and the Women's Coalition, Reuters 2017f, following the conquest of the city in mid to late October 2017 and the expulsion of IS by SDF forces supported by U.S. airstrikes. 14. Under this arrangement, the prominence of tribal leaders in the Rojava institutions was generally preserved rather than challenged. Researcher Kader Kaddour, 2017 explained that the YPG relied on local tribal networks to manage the populations under their control, but leaders of tribal communities frequently have used these armed groups to pursue their own material interests and position themselves advantageously with respect to other tribal actors. The efforts of the PYD to deal separately with each Arab tribe and the similarity of this strategy to that adopted by the Islamic State reflect a legacy of Syrian state policies that aimed to create divisions between the tribes, and even among their members. It displays a concern for the threat, however remote, that a unified Arab tribal population might pose to outside actors. As argued by researcher Hayan Tukan, cited in Al-Mali and Nasser 2018, allegiance of the tribes to different parties historically has been determined by pragmatist patronage relations, access to land on which livestock can graze, representation in local governance institutions, as well as employment opportunities. The SDF has indeed not been the only actor trying to mobilize Raxus tribes according to their own interests. However, despite the nomination of Daham as co-governor of Jazira Canton and other tribal leaders in civil councils, many heads of local Arab tribes remained fearful of the designs of the PYD and were drawn to Operation Euphrates Shield, a Turkish military initiative coordinated between FSA and Islamic groups to prevent SDF and Kurdish forces from expanding west of the Euphrates River or remaining close to the regime. It was also not uncommon throughout the uprising to see tribal leaders change their loyalties and pledge allegiance according to the shifting balance of power and current dominating actors. SDF has faced dissent on various occasions from local tribes in regions under its authority, Al-Mali and Nasser 2018. In addition, scholar Kader Kaddour explained that the PYD had faced difficulties in coopting educated urban elites who operated in autonomy from the original tribes to which they belonged, even in cities like Kamishli that had been under its control since the summer of 2012, Lund 2017. At the same time, the decentralized decision-making process promoted by the Rojava administration was far from a resounding success, as ASAISH and other security forces generally bypassed other organizational structures, citing security reasons. This led to delays in project implementation and negatively affected economic growth. Sari 2016-14. The revenues of the PYD-administered areas depended mostly on oil and gas production to cover their expenses. According to a report issued by Jihad Yazigi, 2015, oil revenues were reaching $10 million per month. The other sources of income were the provision of services, i.e., from its water and electricity operations and food and other products sold. The DAA also increased taxes from sources such as construction permits, land, business revenue, cars, agricultural income, border trade, and even passage of people to and from Rojava. Furthermore, the DAA continued to receive financial support from diaspora networks and support groups, Calif 2016-18. However, in 2016, the PYD local administration still lacked control over large sectors of the economy that were once heavily managed by the Syrian regime. The provision of wheat remained closely monitored by the administration, but merchants and importers, as well as those benefiting from the war economy and monopoly of goods, became the decisive power in the market. Sari 2016-13. The PYD self-administrative regions, despite calling for social justice and establishment of agricultural cooperatives, did not witness any significant change. Private property was officially enshrined in the charter, a provision that safeguarded the privileges of landowners while encouraging them to invest in agricultural projects sponsored by the Rojava authorities, Gliadi 2016. There was also an integration of some of the old elites and businessmen in new institutions established by the PYD, including Akram Kamal Haju, one of the wealthiest entrepreneurs in these regions who went on to become the Prime Minister of the Canton of Jazira as an independent, Schmeidiger 2018, 129. Announcement of the Federal System. On March 17, 2016, the Federal Democratic System of Rojava, in areas of northern Syria controlled by the PYD, was officially established following a meeting of more than 150 representatives of Kurdish, Arab, and Assyrian parties in the city of Ramilan in northeastern Syria. Participants voted in favor of the union of three cantons, Afrin, Kobani, and Jazira. During the Ramilan meeting, a constituent assembly of 31 members was elected, with two co-presidents, Hadi Youssef, a Kurd who was jailed for 2 years prior to the uprising, and Mansur Saloum, a Syrian Arab, said 2016, Kurdish Question 2016. The Assad regime and the coalition both stated their opposition to this announcement, while Washington, despite its support for the PYD, Turkey and the Arab League declared that they would not recognize this newly declared federal entity, said R 2016, Sly 2016. A total of 69 armed opposition groups, including Jaish al-Islam and various FSA forces, also signed a statement opposing the Kurdish Federalist Project, DW 2016. The majority of the Syrian Arab forces opposed to the Assad regime saw federalism as a step toward separatism and division. Al-Sawriya Net 2016a, Syria Freedom Forever 2016. In reaction to this announcement, opposition member Michel Kilo declared that Syrians will not allow the establishment of an entity similar to Israel on Syrian soil and that there is no Kurdish land in Syria, only Kurdish citizens. ADN Cronus International 2016. Kilo's statement was reminiscent of the discourse of the 1960s, which compared Kurds to Israel, as mentioned previously in this chapter. Although a federal system in Syria remained a demand of the majority of Kurdish parties in the country, the KNC opposed this position, arguing that such a system had to be established following discussions with and explanations for the actors behind the Syrian Arab opposition. Similarly, many Kurdish activists criticized the process, describing it as a decision primarily taken by the PYD, with no democratic character or consultation taken with other Kurdish parties and activists. Youssef 2016. Even Reza Altan, considered the PKK's foreign minister, was critical. The PKK also criticized them for announcing it prior to the completion of a proper groundwork for its announcement, which gave the impression that it was being imposed as a fait accompli, and that is harmful. The plan should have been explained prior to the announcement being made. We prefer the use of North Syria Federation and call for the removal of Rojava from the name because Rojava denotes a federation of Kurdish identity. North Syria is home to all of its constituents, and the freedom of Kurds there is contingent upon the degree of liberty enjoyed by other inhabitants of the region. Cited in Nureddin 2016. In December 2016, the federal system switched its name to the Democratic Federal System of Northern Syria. The removal of the word Rojava sparked a wave of anger among various Kurdish groups within the country and in the diaspora. In July 2017, the PYD-led self-administrative unit announced the organization of elections in the three federally administrative provinces, Al-Jazira 15, Al-Furat 16 and Afrin, 17 divided into 3 rounds, Arafat 2017a. The first round of voting was held on September 22, for the leaders of all local communes, around 3,700. The second round, in December, was for representatives to the town, city, and regional councils. The third and final round was to be held in January 2018, but it was postponed and still has not occurred. On December 5, 2017, the High Electoral Commission of the Self-Administrative Units announced during a press conference in Amuda that turnout for the second phase of local council elections had reached 69%. The elections included 21 parties that represented Kurds, Arabs, Christians, and Assyrians from Rojava, with more than 12,000 candidates. The Democratic Nation Solidarity List, which was led by the ruling PYD and accompanied by its allies, won large majorities of seats, more than 4,600 out of 5,600 in all 3 regions that went to the polls in December. The Kurdish National Alliance in Syria, Habbendi, which included the Yekati and former members of the KNC, participated in the elections and won 152 seats. A third list, the Syrian National Alliance list, had 8 seats and won a number of formal independent seats as well, Druers 2017b, Schmidinger 2018, 133. However, some criticism was raised by Kurdish opposition parties about the lack of free participation in the process. The KNC announced that it was boycotting the elections, describing them as illegitimate. Some Arab opposition members linked to the opposition in exile also boycotted the process. Another problem occurred with the population called Al-Gamar Arabs, meaning the Arabs of the floods in Arabic, who were relocated from Raksa province to Hasaka province in advance of the creation of the Euphrates Dam in the 1970s and were barred from the third round of voting. Fouza Youssef, co-president of the Democratic Federation of Northern Syria's Executive Committee, characterized the arrival of the Al-Gamar Arabs to Hasaka province in the 1970s as a racist and unfair policy against the Kurds, cited in Abdulzadar Ibrahim and Schuster 2017. To consolidate its power, the PYD did not hesitate to practice repressive campaigns and measures against outspoken or oppositional individuals and political parties within its own areas, while YPG forces targeted some independent local media, such as Radio Arda on at least 2 occasions, 2014 and 2016, Human Rights Watch 2014, 1-2. The KNC's president, Ibrahim Barrow, was arrested in August 2016 at an Asayish checkpoint in Kamishli and exiled to Iraqi Kurdistan the day after, Sari 2016, 13. In fact, there have been occasional protests against the PYD and their practices in Rojava. Furthermore, since October 2014, mandatory conscription was decreed for citizens between 18 and 30 years old to enlist in the defense service and join the YPG for 6 months in areas under its control. The KNC rejected the conscription law and promoted a voluntary appeal instead, arguing that a draft would lead to a mass youth migration out of Kurdistan, Yekati Media 2014, while a number of Syriac Christian, Arab, and Kurdish political parties, as well as civil society and human rights organizations, also opposed this law. This decision had caused the departure of sectors of youth from all communities to escape imprisonment for refusal to serve, Syria Direct 2014, Ahmed and Edelman 2017. Similarly, in some Arab-majority territories under Kurdish control, mandatory conscription was often refused, especially as infighting between PYD and FSA forces increased. In November 2017, for example, residents and activists in the city of Manbij in Aleppo's eastern countryside organized a strike in protest of a new forced conscription issued by the SDF's Legislative Council. The SDF issued a statement the day after the strike, on November 6, suspending the decision to impose compulsory conscription on the inhabitants of Manbij and called instead on the residents to voluntarily join the Self-Defense Army, Osman 2017. Some autonomous actors in the Kurdish political and social scene from the PYD were still trying to make their voices heard. An independent media scene was trying to develop in PYD-controlled areas, despite facing tough competition from better resourced and more numerous party-affiliated media outlets, such as Ranahi TV, Orks FM, and Hawar News Agency, ISA 2016, 13. As we have seen, the DAA was led more by a dynamic from above and controlled by the PYD in an authoritarian way. The many portraits of the Kurdish PKK leader Abdullah Öcalan that covered the walls of PYD government offices were a testament to this reality. However, other significant changes were taking place, particularly regarding the rise of women's participation in society, as well as the codification of secular laws and greater inclusion of religious and ethnic minorities. The authorities and services provided by the PYD also benefited from having significant support and sympathy among wide sectors of the local population. The PYD and international arena, from collaboration to threats. The PYD's lack of international legitimacy, a byproduct of its association with the PKK, characterized as a terrorist organization by the United States and most European states, has always been its Achilles heel since the beginning of the uprising, preventing its participation in the Geneva conferences. Moreover, The KNC's participation in the coalition and opposition bodies isolated the PYD and challenged its overall aspirations, ICG 2014a, 21-22. In mid-2015, things started to change, and closer relations and collaborations, although limited mostly to the military field, began to appear with some international actors. In the framework of its broader strategy of IS first and the complete failure to assist FSA forces in combating IS, Washington, on the initiative of the Pentagon, increasingly supported the PYD and the YPG-led coalition known as the SDF, established in October 2015 officially as a response to fight the terrorism represented by the IS, its sister organizations, and the criminal Ba'ath regime according to its statement, Jaish al-Thawar 2015. This new group was dominated by YPG, while other groups i.e., Syriac and FSA groups like the Army of Revolutionaries Jaish al-Thawar, Mustafa 2015, within it played an auxiliary role. The SDF was in fact established to provide a legal and political cover for American military support for the PKK-affiliated group PYD in Syria, Lund 2015d. The SDF became Pentagon's premier partner force against the IS in Syria from this point onward. At the same time, the domination of YPG Kurdish commanders on the rest of the armed units at some occasions in the following years did pose significant issues, notably with SDF Arab units feeling marginalized in the decision-making process, a dynamic that led to the eventual resignation of some of these personalities and units. For example, in June 2018, it clashed with formerly allied Arab rebel faction Liwa Thawar-e-Raqqa, resulting in the arrest of some 200 fighters from the faction, Al-Mali and Nasser 2018. In December 2015, the Syrian Democratic Council, SDC, was formed as the political branch of the SDF. The new coalition, also led by the PYD, was co-presided by Riyad Darer, an Arab political opponent of the Assad regime, and Ilham Ahmed, a member of TEV-Dem. The SDC was mainly comprised of Arab, Kurdish, and Assyrian political forces, along with others from the Kurdish-inhabited region in northern Syria. The SDC supported a federal, democratic, and secular state, but it remained relatively weak politically, Druersch 2017a. Despite the military support provided by Russia and the United States since mid-2015, the PYD was submitted to increasing pressure. Moscow expressed the necessity for YPG Kurdish forces to collaborate directly and in a more systematic way with regime forces against IS, Ruda 2015. In August 2016, the Turkish army intervened directly in Syria in coalition with Syrian armed opposition forces acting as proxies for Ankara, in a military campaign called Operation Euphrates Shield, with the support of various international actors, including the United States and Russia, see chapters 4 and 6. Deputy Prime Minister Nurettin Kanıklı even acknowledged in the beginning of December 2016 that Turkey would not have moved so comfortably without the rapprochement with Russia, which effectively controlled parts of northern Syrian airspace, Osborne and Tattersall 2016. Similarly, interactions between U.S. officials and YPG commanders remained largely informal and limited to the fight against IS. The United States maintained the PKK on its terrorist list throughout these years and voiced strong support for Turkey's fight against the Kurdish group. They also avoided providing economic support to YPG-PYD-controlled areas, which would further upset Turkey, ICG 2017, 14. On several occasions, Washington even pledged to take back weapons supplied to YPG after the defeat of IS, but failed to take any measures toward this end, Reuters 2017c. As expressed by PKK leader Reza Altun in 2016, regarding the U.S. behavior toward the Kurdish issue in Syria, the U.S. role is double-edged depending on its interests, and the relationship with Washington is therefore tactical in nature, cited in Nurettin 2016. PYD faced contradictory interests from Russia and the United States. Both actors supported the armed branch of the party, YPG, as a proxy force to achieve their respective political interests, Barrington and said 2016. At the same time, neither power was prepared to jeopardize its relationship with Turkey. The rapprochement at the end of 2016 among Iran, Turkey, and Russia threatened its interests even more. Russia was unable or unwilling to override a Turkish veto of PYD participation in January 2017 peace talks in Kazakhstan, Stewart 2017. Russia was trying to regulate relations between the PYD's forces and the Assad regime in 2016 and 2017, Yala Souriya 2016, Haid 2017a. Russian military officials hosted a meeting at the end of 2016 in their air base at Hmeimim with various representatives of the Kurdish movements, including both the TEF-DEM and the KNC, to mediate future relations between themselves and the Assad regime. The regime's authorities submitted a list of conditions that would regulate relations between Damascus and the Kurdish enclave, which the regime refused to recognize. Notably, the regime extended its support for the Kurds in the country on the condition that they abandon their demand for a federal system and hoist the Syrian flag on all government buildings and offices, Ruda 2016. These demands, perhaps unsurprisingly, remained unheeded. The Turkish military offensive, assisted by Syrian armed opposition forces and the support of the Syrian coalition, 2018, on Afrin in January 2018, demonstrated the growing threats on the territories ruled by the PYD and on Kurdish populations more broadly. The intervention occurred with the relative acquiescence and passivity of the main powers involved in Syria. Moscow, which controlled large parts of Syrian airspace, gave Turkey the green light for the invasion and withdrew its armed forces 19 from the areas targeted by Turkish forces in the cities of Nublu and Zara, both of which were under regime control. Russian officials had demanded that the YPG hand over Afrin to the Syrian regime to stop the Turkish attacks on the region, Asharq al-Azay 2018, Shekhani 2018. Damascus and the PYD did reach an agreement in mid-February that would allow regime-aligned militia forces to enter the city, but the Kurdish group refused to cede total control of Afrin to the regime or to hand over heavy weaponry. The deal only signified that pro-Ghemay militias would join YPG fighters in manning their checkpoints. This was not satisfactory to Moscow or Ankara. Russia also saw the operation as a way to deepen the wedge and contradictions between Ankara and Washington in light of the latter's support for the YPG. For its part, the United States remained rather passive, stating that it understood the security concerns of Ankara that gave advance warning of their operation. Gall, Landler, and Schmidt 2018, Ruda 2018a. The YPG condemned Russia and Turkey directly for the occupation and blamed the international community for its silence on the dire situation facing the city. They also promised that the resistance in Afrin will continue until every inch of Afrin is liberated, and the people of Afrin will return, cited in ANF News 2018. Erdogan, for his part, reiterated that Turkish forces would press their offensive against Kurdish YPG fighters along the length of Turkey's border with Syria, and if necessary, into northern Iraq, Khalistan and Toksabati 2018. Following the conquest of Afrin, the two main Syrian Kurdish political actors, PYD and KNC, boycotted the Sochi conference in Russia, called the Syrian National Dialogue Congress, to advance peace negotiations in Syria held at the end of January 2018. The Sochi meeting was rendered meaningless after Russia failed to oppose Turkey's military offensive in Afrin, and indeed collaborated with Ankara. The KNC decided not to participate after Moscow refused to accept its demand of including the Kurdish cause in Syria as one of the key agendas of the Congress, and furthermore after Moscow's cooperation with the Turkish offensive against Afrin, Ruda 2018b. In June 2018, Washington and Ankara agreed on a plan for the withdrawal of YPG Kurdish fighters from the northern Syrian city of Manbij, to be replaced by American and Turkish troops. Turkish and U.S. forces have been conducting joint patrols near Manbij from November 2018. PYD officials were increasingly critical of Washington because of this agreement and the U.S. acceptance of the Turkish occupation of Afrin. In addition, U.S. President Donald Trump has announced on different occasions his willingness to withdraw U.S. forces from Syria once IS was defeated, though without setting a specific date and often providing confusing or contradictory messages on the issue. See Chapter 6, Abdulzattar Ibrahim and Al-Maleh 2018. This worried PYD leadership, who were concerned about the social and political future of territories under its control. Faced with regional and international pressures on the one hand and by the regime's increasing willingness to reconquer all of Syria on the other, PYD officials increasingly sought a form of reconciliation with Damascus to maintain its institutions and preserve its organizational structure within the country. As argued for example by Aldar Khalil, co-chair of the TEF-Dem, linked to the PYD, conditions have changed. It's time to find a solution with Damascus. Having seen the situation change in favor of the regime, some PYD officials had already declared their readiness to dialogue with the regime by the end of 2017, Zaman 2017. At the same time, at different occasions in 2018, Damascus allowed the PYD to organize demonstrations relating to the party and showing solidarity with Öcalan in areas controlled by the regime, such as in the Kurdish neighborhoods of Sheikh Maksud in Aleppo, November, and Zor Afar in Damascus, January, in Abbaladi 2018 Q. In this context, alongside increasing pressure from abroad, especially Turkey, the SDC publicly acknowledged for the first time that it had entered into talks with the Syrian regime for a roadmap leading to a democratic and decentralized Syria. However, as SDF officials themselves recognized, major challenges stand in the way of future talks, notably the continuous absence of recognition of Kurdish rights and a federal political system. Abdulzattar Ibrahim and Al-Maleh 2018. At this time, despite continuing talks, regime officials did not accept any of the conditions of the PYD, while states officials and medias continued to attack the Kurdish party. In January 2019, the PYD was seeking Russian mediation for talks with Damascus following Trump's announcement of the U.S. coalition's pullout of Syria in order to prevent any invasion of Turkish forces against the regions they controlled. See Chapter 6. Russia had declared on numerous occasions that the Syrian regime must take control of the country's northern provinces, notably to regain control of Syria's oil reserves. Conclusion. The eruption of the popular uprising in Syria allowed the emergence of the Kurdish national question in ways unseen previously in the history of the country. Kurdish independent youth groups and networks initially played an important role in the protest movement, but they were weakened considerably over the years. The PYD took the uprising as an opportunity to become the dominant Kurdish political actor in Syria. PYD-governed areas were hailed for their inclusion and participation of women in all sectors of society, including the military struggle, the secularization of laws and institutions, and to some extent, the integration and participation of various ethnic and religious minorities. However, the authoritarian practices of PYD forces against rival Kurdish political actors and activists from other communities were criticized. The increasing insularity of the Kurdish popular movement within the protest movement was the result of two elements. First, the PYD pursued a policy of strengthening its political influence through its own armed forces to control Kurdish majority areas and enforce a form of Kurdish autonomy that would link the Rojava cantons geographically. This was done by maintaining a non-confrontational attitude toward the regime, which was busy fighting on other fronts. The regime saw the expanding influence of the PYD as a tool to pressure Turkey. The other element explaining the increasing isolation of the Kurdish issue from the uprising was the belligerent political positions of the Syrian Arab opposition in exile, represented first by the SNC and then by the coalition, dominated in both cases by the MB and forces allied or sympathetic to Turkey's AKP government. Within the country, the great majority of Arab armed opposition groups were against the political demands of the Kurdish people in Syria and their political representative. They also supported military offensives from Turkey and / opposition armed groups against YPG and targeting Kurdish civilians. This was accompanied by Arab chauvinistic statements against the Kurds. More broadly, The SNC and the coalition failed to propose an inclusive program that could appeal to the Kurds, resulting in deepening ethnic tensions between Arabs and Kurds. This situation increasingly pushed young Kurds in the arms of the PYD, seen as the sole defender of the Kurdish population in Syria. From the middle of 2016, the Rojava cantons were more and more under the threat of political changes on the international and regional scene. The successive victories of pro-regime forces from 2016 in the northern regions also complicated the situation for PYD, while threats mounted against it. In December 2018, for example, YPG forces announced their withdrawal from Manbij and allowed Syrian regime forces to assert control over the areas of the city formerly controlled by Kurdish forces. YPG 2018, after Turkish threats to launch an offensive against PYD-controlled areas east of the Euphrates River. This followed Trump's initial announcement to withdraw 2,000 U.S. troops from Syria, although without providing any timeline and subsequently modifying his plans, see Chapter 6. The SAA did not enter the city, but it was present in its outskirts, while the city was still controlled by U.S. and SDF allied forces. The Russian military police also began patrolling around the city. At the same time, as the regime was consolidating its power in the country and threats were mounting against the PYD-controlled regions, some former partners of SDF were increasingly seeking a form of reconciliation with Damascus. In February 2019, Sheikh Hamidi Daham al-Hadi Jarba, co-governor of Jazira Canton, traveled from Kamishli airport to the Russian Hmeimim military base in Latakia province to reconcile with the Assad regime and negotiate the integration of its militia with the SAA, Jazeera Press 2019. Just as the rise of the uprising in Syria had pushed the regime to seek occasional and temporal agreements with the PYD, this threat was increasingly disappearing as its position strengthened and it recovered new territories with the assistance of its allies. The regime, therefore, could once more turn its forces against Kurdish inhabited regions or increasingly undermine its autonomy, especially with international actors, Russia and the United States, progressively abandoning the Kurdish group as their objectives differed from the latter after periods of collaborations. As we have seen, the destiny of the Kurdish people in Syria was inextricably linked to the causes and conditions of the Syrian uprising. Therefore, their future was in danger and facing multiple threats, similar to the rest of the protest movement. 6. Syria, International Relations and Interventions. Introduction. The internationalization of the Syrian uprising occurred quite rapidly, with the direct involvement of international and regional actors early on. Prior to 2011, Syria was in a process of rapprochement with Western countries after a period of isolation on the international political scene. In 2008, this situation changed with the election of French President Nicolas Sarkozy, who broke with his predecessor, Jacques Chirac, and the U.S. policy of isolating Damascus. By 2009, Syria had successfully positioned itself between two networks. It simultaneously maintained close relationships with Iran and Russia, its two closest allies, while reviving a period of détente with Western states such as France and the United States. In February 2010, the Obama administration nominated Robert Ford as Syrian ambassador to the United States, a post that had been vacant for 5 years. This position between Damascus's allies and Western states, or at least Assad's attempts to reach it, was challenged very rapidly with the eruption of the uprising in Syria and the development of protests throughout the country. Damascus became increasingly dependent on Russia's and Iran's assistance, which grew significantly in the country. On the other hand, lack of unity and a coherent political project by the so-called Friends of the Syrian People nurtured divisions within the opposition, while their objectives evolved increasingly throughout the uprising. The main dynamics of international imperialist and regional interventions were initially motivated by geopolitical considerations rather than economic objectives. Syria was at the center of many geopolitical games in the region, and its overthrow could change the balance of forces in significant ways. Assad's regime benefited from these divisions on the international scene and the assistance given by his allies to remain in power. It was undoubtedly the most important aspect of the resilience of the regime. The regional political environment in the Middle East witnessed major changes on the eve of the uprisings, particularly with the failures of U.S.-led military invasion in Iraq in 2003 and the willingness of the Obama administration to partially withdraw from the region to concentrate on the challenge represented by China. This situation allowed other international and regional actors to play an increasingly significant role in the MENA region. Assad seeking allies and opposing international sanctions. The international sanctions imposed on Syria by Western powers, Turkey, and the Gulf monarchies, as well as the deepening of the war over time, forced the regime to seek quick and comprehensive assistance from its allies on the regional and international scene. Throughout the war, Syrian officials attempted to increase relations and meetings with investors and officials from states characterized as friendly, especially the BRICS II countries, which stood by the regime on the international stage. Russia was certainly the most significant ally of Syria among the BRICS countries, but China's relationship with Syria during the uprising proved important as well. Prior to the uprising, China was ranked as Syria's third-largest importer in 2010, delivering notably $300 million in arms from 2007 to 2010, Human Rights Watch 2012. From 2011 on, Beijing repeatedly referred to its policies of mutual non-intervention, respect for sovereignty, and non-aggression in its decision to side with the Assad regime during the uprising. Chinese officials stood with Russia diplomatically, vetoing 6 out of 7 resolutions submitted to the UN Security Council, UNSC, to condemn the Syrian regime for using force against their civilians between March 2011 and April 2017, Hindi 2017. However, China played only a small role in international attempts to end the war, including through the UNSC and the International Syria Support Group, despite having appointed a special envoy to the crisis in March 2016. Similarly, in terms of material support for Damascus, China sold only 500 anti-tank missiles to Damascus in 2014, Hindi 2017. At the same time, Beijing became increasingly worried that Uyghurs 3 would end up fighting for jihadist groups in Syria and Iraq, Blanchard 2016. By 2017, China had become Syria's biggest trading partner. Chinese companies provided various equipment and raw materials to Syria, especially Syrian industrialists, because of the European sanctions imposed on Syria, Euronews 2017. In the autumn of 2018, after the Damascus International Fair, the Ministry of Public Works also signed contracts with Chinese companies to buy a total of 94 heavy machines, mainly dedicated to the construction sector, for a value of SYP 7 billion, equivalent to around $15.3 million, the Syria Report 2018's. Several memorandums of understanding were also signed between China and Syria, in which Beijing notably provided humanitarian and technical assistance to Damascus worth more than $70 million, including the delivery of hundreds of electric generators, the Syria Report 2018 v. In addition, the China National Petroleum Corporation held major stakes in the Syrian Petroleum Company and Al Furat Petroleum, the 2 largest Syrian oil firms, Hemingway 2018. Taking China's participation into account, the regime was above all dependent on its close allies Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah. This dependency would grow at all levels throughout the uprising. Russia was an old ally of the Syrian regime, and Moscow's commitment to Damascus and Assad himself has been very clear since the beginning of the uprising in March 2011. Russia has repeatedly vetoed and blocked attempts within the UNSC to impose sanctions and other punitive measures on the Assad regime. Moscow considered the possible overthrow of the Syrian regime a major threat to its own regional interests, viewing such an outcome as weakening its influence in the region and bolstering the U.S. position and that of its allies, while expanding the influence of Islamic fundamentalist movements, which the Russian government observed as a potential challenge to its position not only in the Greater Middle East, but also in the Caucasus and Central Asia, Haidman 2013a, 4-5. This did not prevent Russia's Federal Security Service from facilitating the safe passage of Islamic fundamentalist networks from the North Caucasus to Syria, presumably as a way to expel them from their own regions. The number of terrorist attacks in the North Caucasus was in fact reduced between 2014 and 2015, from 525 to an estimated 260. Russian special services, however, were worried about returning jihadists, cited in Valenta and Valenta 2016. The Western military intervention and overthrow of Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi also contributed to Russia's position of refusing any UN resolution that would authorize intervention against the Assad regime. Russian officials considered that they had been deliberately misled in the case of Libya, where Washington persuaded Moscow not to veto a UNSC resolution against Gaddafi. U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton had described the operation as a humanitarian mission to prevent the slaughter of Libyan civilians by the regime's forces. But as North American Treaty Organization, NATO, forces increased and expanded their air bombing campaign, it became clear that the international intervention was mainly focused on getting rid of Gaddafi's regime, Valenta and Valenta 2016. Russia's defense sales company, Rosoboronexport, lost at least $4 billion worth of contracts, and the energy company Gazprom was deprived of several $billion more in exploration and extraction deals signed with Gaddafi's regime before his 2011 overthrow, Bloss and Champion 2016. Moreover, Russia lost a political ally with the overthrow of Gaddafi, who had maintained relatively good political relations with Moscow. The Assad regime has long been an avid consumer of Russian weaponry. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, Russia represented 78% of Syria's weapons purchases between 2007 and 2012, while from 2007 to 2010, Russian arms sales to Syria reached the total sum of $4.70 billion, more than twice the figure for the previous 4 years. In addition to these sales, Russian companies had $20 billion worth of investments in Syria on the eve of the uprising, Bershchevskaya 2013, particularly in the energy sector, Syria Report 2017-H. In 2004, Moscow also agreed to write off $9.8 billion in Syrian debt to the former Soviet Union, Rainy 2015, out of the estimated $13.5 billion owed by Syria, and postponed the payment of the remaining $3.61 billion. The Russian naval center in the city of Tartus was also an important asset for the country's geopolitical interests, as it was the only military base outside the former Soviet Union with direct access to the Mediterranean Sea. This naval center boosted Russia's operational capacity in the region. Following Bashar al-Assad's visit to Moscow in 2005 and the growing relationship between the two countries, renewed Russian-Syrian military cooperation took place, including renovating the port of Tartus to accommodate larger ships, a process that began in 2008 and was completed in 2012. According to Navy experts, Global Security 2016, the facility was being renovated to serve as a foothold for a permanent Russian naval presence in the Mediterranean Sea. This aligned with Russian President Vladimir Putin's vision for his third term, in which he made the expansion of Russian sea power a pillar of his campaign, Bershchevskaya 2013. Even prior to the uprising, the importance of the Tartus naval base was on the rise in Syria. The Russian military expanded its small naval facility there to be able to handle bigger warships and transport vessels amid a general buildup of Russian forces. In mid-2015, 1,700 Russian military specialists were deployed, a dramatic increase in personnel at a facility that until 2012 was staffed by a handful of military personnel and civilian contractors, Bodnar 2015. The military expansion in Syria was part of a bigger Russian expansion that included establishing military bases in several other countries, Al-Saadi 2015b. The Russian state continued to ship substantial volumes of small arms, ammunition, spare parts, and refurbished material to pro-regime forces, Haidman 2013a, 4. In January 2014, it stepped up its supplies of military gear to the Syrian regime, including armored vehicles, drones, and guided bombs, Sol 2014. Russian military personnel also trained some soldiers and advised officers in the SAA, Kureyev 2016, while developing relations with pro-regime militias, including the Palestinian Quds Brigade in Aleppo, Tumaj 2016, and the Jaber Brothers militias, Hayek and Roche 2016. In August 2015, new Russian military equipment arrived in Syria, while Moscow was simultaneously enhancing its intelligence sharing program with the Syrian regime. In the same month, a deal was signed between Moscow and Damascus that allowed Russia to establish its Hmeimim air base to launch operations, Stratfor 2015. This agreement between Moscow and Damascus, which either party could terminate with a year's notice, also gave great autonomy to Russian military forces in Syria by allowing its military personnel and shipments to pass in and out of Syria at will and not be subject to controls by Syrian authorities, while Syrians could not enter Russian bases without Russia's permission. Finally, Russia disclaimed any responsibility for damage caused by its activities inside Syria, Birnbaum 2016. Following this deal, another level of Russia's military involvement was reached on September 30, 2015, when Russian jets conducted their first raids in Syria. The military operation was aimed at recapturing territories lost by the Assad regime to various opposition forces, Bassam 2015. The Russian state justified its direct massive military intervention in Syria by couching it within the framework of a war on terrorism, particularly against IS, and to protect the Syrian state. However, the main motivation was to support the crumbling Assad regime politically and militarily and crush all forms of opposition to it. This was witnessed in the rather low proportion of Russian airstrikes in Syria that targeted IS. In the first quarter of 2016, 26% of Russian airstrikes in Syria targeted IS, AFP 2016a. That dipped to 22% in the second quarter and 17% in the third quarter. As argued by Alex Kocharav, principal Russia analyst at the Information Handling Services Market Company. Russia's priority is to provide military support to the Assad government and, most likely, transform the Syrian civil war from a multi-party conflict into a binary one between the Syrian government and jihadist groups like the IS. AFP 2016a. Moscow built up substantial ground forces in various locations in Syria, with estimates of at least several thousand troops in 2016, including several private military companies, including ENOT Corp, Wagner, and Morgan Security Group PMC, that also took part in the fighting, Hayek and Roche 2016, Spencer 2016, and Russian military police, along with modern weaponry and infrastructure, Moscow Times 2016. While Russia deployed the S-300 air defense missile system to ensure the safety of its naval base in Tartus, Russian Navy ships off the Mediterranean coast in the autumn of 2016 deployed S-400 air defense missiles and the short-range Pantsir system. Moscow also sent 3 missile ships to reinforce its naval forces off the coast of Syria, the new Arab 2016C. In January 2017, Russia and Syria signed agreements to prolong Moscow's control of the strategic Tartus port. The 49-year deal allowed Russia to dredge the Mediterranean port, install floating berths, and carry out repair work. The deal could be extended for another 25-year period automatically if neither side objected, DW 2017. In April 2019, Russian officials declared the renting of the Tartus port would also include the expansion and modernization of its supply of facilities for the Russians' fleet. By late 2016 to early 2017, Russian military police were deployed in Syria to train their colleagues to carry out joint patrols, including in de-escalation zones 4, AFP 2017, and areas that witnessed the so-called reconciliation agreements between the regime and armed opposition forces. President Putin personally honored members of private military companies, despite the fact that such firms were illegal in Russia. However, at the end of December 2016, he signed a legal amendment regarding Law No. 53 that permitted the deployment of Russian mercenaries around the world and allowed the subcontracting of private military firms by the Russian military, Dobert and Newman 2017, Mardasov 2018. Russia also used military intervention in Syria as a way to showcase its weaponry for export sales, according to Omar Lamrani, cited in Brown 2017, an analyst with Stratfor, especially its Su-34 fighter jet and cruise missiles. Vladimir Shamanov, a former Russian commander and current MP, mentioned in February 2018 during a parliamentary session that more than 200 new weapons developed by Moscow scientists had been tested in Syria, the New Arab 2018b. In August 2018, a total of 63,012 Russian military personnel received combat experience in Syria, including 25,738 ranking officers and 434 generals, as well as 4,349 artillery and rocket specialists, according to Moscow, AFP 2018. Russia's economic role in Syria also increased markedly after 2015. New trade and market opportunities for Russian investors opened up during this time, most notably in the sale of cereals and wheat. The Russian company Otiguruk, based in the province of Otygia, became a key actor in Russian-Syrian economic relations and established privileged relationships with numerous regime figures, including the rising businessman Samir Faz, the owner of Aman Group, see Chapter 7, The Syria Report 2017J. In September 2018, Syrian state entities also signed contracts worth $19.7 million to buy heavy machinery from Russia that would be used by the construction industry in Syria, the Syria Report 2018Q. Moscow's goal was to capitalize on Syria's oil and gas reserves and other industries, which attracted the interest of Russian companies. In December 2016, the Russian company Europolis, owned by a businessman close to Vladimir Putin, signed a deal with the regime stipulating that the Europolis would receive a quarter of all oil and gas reserves from Syrian territory recaptured by the regime. In exchange, Russia would provide mercenaries that would contribute to the fight to evict IS from these areas, the Syria Report 2017K. In June 2017, Damascus awarded the Russian company Stroytransgaz 5 a contract to extract 2.2 million tons of phosphate per year from its mines in central Syria for a period of 50 years. Stroytransgaz, among the most active Russian companies in Syria prior to the uprising, received 70% of the revenues, while the government received only 30%, the Syria Report 2017I. Total exports of phosphate before the war in 2010 were estimated at more than $200 million. From 2009 to 2011, Syria supplied almost a fifth of imports of phosphate from the European Union, EU, but those sales collapsed during the war. By the beginning of 2018, as the regime was continuously consolidating its power, some EU countries were once again starting to purchase phosphate from Syria, though still far below pre-war levels. Greek imports increased from December 2017 to April 2018, from 5,000 to 16,900 tons, at an estimated value of nearly €900,000, March 2018. Stroytransgaz won several other contracts for infrastructure projects that year, including 2 gas processing plants. 6 In June 2018, it took over development and management of the General Fertilizers Company, GFC, one of Syria's large fertilizer complexes near Homs. The agreement involved the investment of $200 million of Stroytransgaz to rehabilitate and upgrade the 3 plants run by GFC that produce urea, triple superphosphate, and ammonium nitrate. Eventually, the production would increase and the fertilizers would be sold in the local and export markets. In exchange, Stroytransgaz would take control of the management of the company and collect 65% of its profits for a period of at least 25 years, extendable to 40. The remaining 35% would go to the government. Kiley 2018, the Syria Report 2018n. In January 2019, the Homs Governorate Council announced the reopening of the phosphate fertilizer plant, after years of suspension, with a daily production capacity of 400 tons of phosphate fertilizer, in Ability 2019a. Damascus and Moscow have signed a series of agreements covering various sectors in the past few years. However, outside the energy and mining sectors, few have materialized. Russian officials repeatedly told their Syrian counterparts that they would need to secure funding for any development project, while private investors demonstrated little interest in investing in Syria outside the above-mentioned sectors. The Assad regime's dependency on Russia increased considerably throughout the war, while closely coordinating military and diplomatic moves with Moscow. This has not prevented a few small disagreements or incidents between the two actors. Damascus, for example, has on several occasions undermined Moscow's efforts to form a national unity government in Syria by indicating their unwillingness to engage with any opposition groups and figures, even those who called for dialogue with the regime and maintained close connections with Russia. Al-Sadi 2015b. Similarly, Russia was more inclined to promote a national ceasefire in the country and an international political settlement to the conflict, while the Assad regime disagreed. Damascus preferred local ceasefires to a national one, wishing to achieve each one on its own terms in conquered or contested areas, while simultaneously exploiting the resulting calm to deploy forces toward escalation efforts elsewhere. Bonsi 2017. Assad's ability to obstruct these initiatives demonstrated his ability to maintain some degree of limited autonomy from Russian influence. The military intervention in Syria helped Russia become the decisive foreign actor in the country and the post-conflict settlement, while demonstrating Russia's new military and political capabilities on the international scene. More generally, it pushed the frontier of geopolitical rivalry and competition between Moscow and the West, or NATO, away from the Russian border, while making clear that any action on the behalf of the United States or NATO needed to take Russian interests into account to achieve a viable solution. Iran. The Iranian regime had increased considerably its standing and influence in the region, primarily through the IRGC, in the decade prior to the Syrian uprising. The failure of US and British intervention in 2003 and their subsequent occupation of Iraq permitted Tehran, and Shia Islamic fundamentalist movements in particular, to gain major influence in the country, especially increasing their domination over various state institutions and expanding religious and militia networks in the country. Iran also augmented its influence through the growing popularity of Hezbollah in Lebanon, particularly after its self-declared victory following Israel's war against Lebanon in 2006. It also strengthened relations with other political parties in the region, including in Yemen and the Palestinian-occupied territories. Iran's expanding influence in the region has been led in particular by the IRGC, which constitutes a military political force, and to some extent a state within a state in Iran. It controls a major sector of the national economy and embodies the armed expression of Iranian expansionism that has manifested itself through intervention in Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. Howcard 2008, Echkar 2018. Iran has been a key ally of the Assad regime and Bashar al-Assad, warning against the overthrow of the regime and saying that Assad's fate was a red line. Damascus has been essential in providing and resupplying Hezbollah, Iran's proxy in Lebanon, which plays an important role in achieving territorial security vis-a-vis Israel and the United States. The Assad regime protected these supply routes, and officials in Tehran were unlikely to entertain the possibility that any non-Assad Syrian entity would do the same. Lister and McCants 2014. Tehran also saw a real danger in losing one of its key regional allies if the Syrian uprising succeeded. Not only would this spell defeat for a close friend of Iran, it would greatly benefit their regional rivals, especially the Gulf monarchies. Abuti 2013. On the ground, the security and intelligence services of the IRI had been advising and assisting the Syrian regime since the beginning of the uprising. Tehran provided essential military supplies to Assad and helped establish pro-regime militias on a national level. Iran's head of IRGC, Qasem Soleimani, played a direct role in the creation of the NDF's networks, one of the earliest examples of Tehran taking the lead at a local level to back Assad regime forces, Hayek and Roche 2016. From mid-2012 to mid-2013, Iran also helped the Assad regime establish and form numerous local and regional militias, including the Damascus-based factions within the Liwa Abu Fadl al-Abbas, LAFA, network, whose commanders were Iraqi Shia living in Syria who had settled in the country starting in the early 1980s when fleeing Saddam Hussein's regime, Haj Ali 2017. The various militias of the LAFA network increasingly recruited foreign fighters, particularly Iraqi Shia, but also Pakistanis and Afghanis, 10,000 to 20,000 Afghan Shia, sent and organized by the IRI, Spencer 2016, Majidiyar 2017a. The LAFA factions fought throughout Syria against armed opposition fighters alongside other pro-regime militias, Hayek and Roche 2016. The initial IRGC contingent in Syria of 1,000 to 1,500 grew to approximately 3,000 in the autumn of 2015, parallel to the beginning of Russia's direct military intervention and air bombing campaign in the country. The Iranian regime once again increased deployments to Syria over the course of 2016 to participate in the operation to encircle and recapture the neighborhoods of eastern Aleppo, Bukhara 2017, 4. Iranian officials also decided to allow Russian troops to use the Shahid Nojay air base in Hamdan to bomb targets in Syria, which was an unprecedented move by the IRI and a further testament that securing the upper hand in Syria was crucial to Tehran's regional foreign policy, Garanmaya and Layik 2016, 4. Iran has also increasingly built up its infrastructures in Syria, establishing three main bases that oversaw operations in large parts of Syria, one near Aleppo in the north and two south of the capital, Damascus, as well as 7 smaller tactical bases near active front lines where Iran and its proxies had a presence, Barnard, Hubbard, and Kirchner 2018. The Iranian intervention in Syria also has been very expensive for the country's economy, with costs ranging from at least $16 billion to $48 billion in military and economic aid since 2012, Farhang, cited in Daragahi 2018, Haydaha 2019, 3. In comparison, the cost of the Russian involvement was estimated at $2.4 million to $4 million a day according to IHS Jane's Information Group, a renowned intelligence provider for the defense industry and governments, which amounted to $2.5 billion to $4.5 billion since September 2015, Haydaha 2019, 3. Notably, the IRI provided 4 important loans to the Assad regime between 2013 and 2017. The first loan, which amounted to $1 billion, came in January 2013 after regime revenues had already plunged to 50% of their pre-war levels. The Assad regime dedicated this first loan to pay for imported food commodities and to prop up the Syrian regime's official foreign reserves. The agreement was signed between the Commercial Bank of Syria and Bank Sadarat, Iran's export finance bank. Both institutions are state-owned and under U.S. sanctions. A second, more robust loan of $3.6 billion occurred in August 2013. This money was earmarked primarily for the purchase of crude oil and derivatives, after the Syrian regime lost almost all of the oil fields in the east of the country. According to the International Energy Agency, Syria imported an average of 30,000 barrels of crude oil per day from Iran in 2013. In June 2015, the IRI approved a new credit line of $1 billion to the Syrian regime, which was used to help finance imports and offset the sharp drop in the value of the SYP. In January 2017, the IRI granted a new credit line of $1 billion to the regime. The new loan went to pay for Syria's imports. Half would be allocated to oil supplies, while the other half would be allocated to agricultural and industrial inputs, all of which had to be procured from Iran or through Iranian companies. Al-Saudi 2015a, the Syria Report 2015e, the Syria Report 2017e. These agreements strengthened the economic and investment ties between the two regimes, which were relatively weak and mostly unimplemented until the outbreak of protests in 2011. Trade between the two countries grew from approximately $300 million in 2010 to $1 billion in 2014, Al-Saudi 2015a. According to the Ministry of Economy, Iran was Syria's main supplier in 2014, representing some 34% of the country's total imports, while it accounted for less than 2% in 2010, the Syria Report 2015a. Iranian exports surged again following the two Iranian credit lines granted to Damascus in 2013 and 2015. In some sectors, such as electricity equipment and machinery, Syria became heavily dependent on Iran, the Syria Report 2015a. In June 2018, advisor of the Iranian Foreign Minister Hussein Sheikh al-Islam declared that more than 50% of Iranian companies won bids for hydroelectric power in Syria, in a bulletin 2018h. However, Iranian private companies showed little interest in investing in the Syrian market, as only one Iranian limited liability company, LLC, and representative office in the Syrian capital opened between 2011 and 2015, the Syria Report 2015a. In April 2016, the preferential trade agreement between the two countries finally came into force, with customs duties applied on all goods traded between the two countries reduced to 4%. Tehran was clearly favored as Iranian exports were 20 times larger than Syrian exports in 2016, the Syria Report 2016h. Syria's reliance on Iranian funds allowed Tehran to secure an agreement in 2011 to create a pipeline that would transport Iranian gas through Iraq and Syria, destined for Europe, Al-Saudi 2015a, while providing it with new economic opportunities. In mid-January 2017, 5 main economic agreements were reached between Damascus and Tehran, while a 6th was expected to be finalized in relation to the possible transfer of the management of one of Syria's ports to an Iranian company. All the agreements involved the transfer of significant Syrian resources and assets to Iran without clear compensation. One of the 5 agreements pertained to the transfer to Iran, on a long-term lease basis, of the Al-Sharqiya phosphate mines located near Palmyra. The other 3 agreements involved the transfer of Syrian lands on a lease basis to Iranian companies. 7 Finally, an agreement led to the award of a mobile phone license to the Mobile Telecommunication Company of Iran, MTCI, which was also known under its brand name Hamrahi of Al. 8 MTCI is a subsidiary of the Telecommunication Company of Iran, TCI, which has a monopoly over Iran's landline network, and was privatized in 2009. The company is owned and operated by a consortium of companies, including Mobin Trust Consortium and Tozai Etamad Mobin, both affiliated with the IRGC, Hamidi 2017, the Syria Report 2017c, Francis and Sharif Edin 2017. However, in September 2017, during the Damascus International Trade Fair, the Syrian Minister of Telecommunications Ali Al-Zafar raised doubts about this contract, arguing that his government was discussing with several countries that are friendly with Syria, including with Iran, the prospects of investing in a third mobile phone operator, cited in the Syria Report 2017m. Resistance to MTCI's possible license came from 2 main elements: competitors such as Syriatel, controlled by Rami Makhlouf, who was unwilling to see more competition in his sector, and from the security services, which were rather uneasy and worried about the prospect of the Iranian military gaining access to the country's telecommunications network, Yazigi 2019, 22. These agreements demonstrated the increasing influence of Iran in the Syrian economy and evolution in relation to the two actors in favor of Tehran, but also in terms of security with the control of a telecommunications network by a company affiliated with the IRGC. It is interesting to note that in 2010, Damascus began a process of awarding a third license as part of a drive to attract global companies and expand the size of the Syrian market. 6 companies presented bids: France Telecom, Turkcell, Etisalat, Qatar's QTEL, Saudi Telecom, and Iran's Tozai Etemad Mobin. The government shortlisted 5 of these, excluding the Iranian company. In early 2011, several bidders withdrew, citing dissatisfaction with the terms of the contract, before the beginning of the uprising eventually led the government to scrap the deal altogether, the Syria Report 2016 Other economic agreements continued to be concluded throughout the years. In May 2018, for example, the General Federation for Syrian Farmers concluded a contract with the Iran Tractor Manufacturing Company to purchase 3,000 agricultural tractors with 47 horsepower, HP, and 75 HP engines, the Syria Report 2018 L.9. Tehran also participated in various reconstruction projects throughout the country, see Chapter 7. In February 2018, Major General Yahya Rahim Safavi, Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's top military advisor, declared that Iran would recover the costs of its investments in the Syria war by exploiting the country's natural resources, highlighting Tehran's economic interests for the spoils of war in Syria, the New Arab 2018a. However, Iranian officials and media raised some criticisms in early 2018 at the lack of implementation of economic agreements concluded in previous years, notably some of the agreements mentioned previously. By June 2018, some evolutions occurred as Iran was granted the right to develop its phosphate reserve by the adoption in the Syrian parliament of a text ratifying the agreement signed between the Syrian and Iranian governments pertaining to the development of the phosphate mines located near Palmyra, cited in the Syria Report 2018 1 week later, during a visit to Tehran by the Syrian Minister of Economy and Foreign Trade, Muhammad Samer al-Khalil told the Iranian Minister of Economic Affairs and Finance, Masoud Karbazhian, about the necessity to find the best ways to implement agreements signed between the two sides, the signature of new ones, and encouraging public and private sectors to carry out joint projects, cited in Sanaa 2018b. In addition, officials of both sides discussed the means of boosting their strategic cooperation in economic, commercial, investment, and services sectors, including the importance of a railway line connecting Syria, Iran, and Iraq in facilitating access to the Mediterranean Sea and Europe, and the need to establish a joint free market among the 3 states, Sanaa 2018b. In October 2018, during a meeting in the framework of the Syrian-Iranian Businessmen Forum, several memoranda of understanding were signed between the two countries in different trade, investment, economic, and production domains, including one to establish a joint chamber of commerce between the Federation of Syrian Chambers of Commerce and the Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture of Iran, Sanaa 2018h. In March 2019, there were increasing talks of the handing over of the container terminal of the Latakia port to Iran by Damascus. Rumors and other information 10, the Syria Report 2015e, Jednia and Kajo 2016, about Iranian individuals and institutions purchasing large tracts of land throughout Syrian territory were very hard to evaluate, and numbers were often exaggerated. The only exception to this was in the Sayyida Zainab suburb of Damascus, which hosted a Shia shrine and witnessed Iranian investments and acquisitions, Yazigi 2019, 22. Meanwhile, Iranian political, religious, and cultural influence has increased considerably in various parts of the country, especially in the coastal areas, Damascus, the Aleppo countryside, and Deir-ez-Zor. Institutions linked to the IRI multiplied, providing social, medical, and educational activities, as well as religious academies and sites, Jaber 2015, Al-Hal 2018, Sada al-Sham 2018. The establishment of these institutions served a number of purposes, including the Iranian government's desire to build a popular base and secure the loyalty of local populations. Iran also extended some of its companies and institutions in remote and underserved areas of the country, mainly in the countryside around Aleppo and Deir-ez-Zor, Haydah 2019, 6. Since 2012, Syria's Shia community also developed institutionally with the Iranian, Hezbollah, and Iraqi Shia interventions in the Syrian uprising. This ranged from setting up scout movements, as was done in Homs and Damascus, to the community's own religious authority, namely, the Supreme Islamic Ja'afari Council in Syria, established in 2012 along the lines of the Lebanese Supreme Islamic Shia Council. The Supreme Islamic Ja'afari Council in Syria, headed by Sayyid Muhammad Ali al-Miski, developed a Khomeinist political position and was close to the pro-Iran militias fighting in Syria, Hajj Ali 2017. Iranian influence on Syrian society was also increasingly visible in the streets of Damascus before the establishment of Iranian-sponsored Shia fundamentalist militias and those loyal to them, especially in particular events such as Ashura, Al-Sawriya Net 2016 c. Al-Hal 2018, or in high-profile celebrations of Iran's Islamic Revolution across Syria, including Aleppo, Damascus, and Latakia, organized by Iranian government entities or Iranian-funded cultural and religious organizations. All of these events demonstrated the increasing political and cultural influence of Iran, Majidire 2017b. More generally, through the Syrian uprising, Iran was able to expand its regional network of Shia militia-type organizations as follows, Smith 2015, 1-5. Asaib al-Haqt, an Iraqi Shia proxy of Iran that funneled fighters to Syria. Kataib Sayyid al-Shuhada, initially a shadowy Iran-backed organization based in Iraq, which announced its main goal of defending all Shia shrines worldwide, but limited its involvement in Syria and Iraq alone. The Iranian proxy Harakat Hezbollah al-Nujaba, which announced the creation of Liwa Amr ibn Yasir, an Iraqi Shia militia whose name echoed a shrine in Raqqa to Amr ibn Yasir that was destroyed by Sunni jihadist forces. Badr organization, which was originally the military arm for the Islamic Supreme Council of Iraq's predecessor, the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq, and served as a main IRGC conduit for manufacturing proxies in Iraq. The fighting permitted Tehran to diffuse the state's fundamentalist ideology more widely. Furthermore, the presence of Shia militants of many nationalities fighting in Syria allowed Iran to project its power in Shia communities worldwide, Smith 2015, 1-5. Throughout the conflict years, Syria continued to be presented as a strategic asset for the IRI, as was reflected by the statement of Ali Akbar Velayati, a top advisor to Khomeini, saying that Syria was the golden ring of resistance front. He added, If Assad and the Syrian people fail in their fight against Takfiri groups, their next target will be Iraq, followed by Iran, Hafsa 2016. Tehran increasingly considered Syria a first line of defense against a joint effort by its regional and international enemies, not only to provoke regime change in Damascus and the end of its alliance with Iran, but also as a way to isolate and overthrow the IRI as part of a longer-term strategy. Hezbollah has long had a close relationship with the Syrian regime, an alliance that strengthened over time, especially following the death of Hafez al-Assad. Hafez al-Assad treated Hezbollah as a useful tool for strengthening Syria's relations with the IRI, while also exploiting the group's attacks to pressure Israel during peace negotiations. The situation changed under Bashar al-Assad, especially following the withdrawal of Syrian armed forces from Lebanon in 2005 and the 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah. The Syrian regime increasingly viewed the relationship with Hezbollah not as a tactical and temporary alliance, as it had been under Hafez, but as a deep strategic alliance. Bashar deepened Syria's collaboration with the group, both politically and militarily, Blanford 2011, 337. The eruption of the Syrian uprising in March 2011, as well as the subsequent military intervention by Hezbollah in support of the Assad regime, demonstrated that the relationship between the two actors had become strategic. In May 2011, During Hassan Nasrallah's first speech on Syria, he characterized the Assad regime as the spine of the resistance in Syria, its overthrow being a strategic objective favored by US and Israeli interests. Al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya 2011. In addition, Nasrallah claimed that Hezbollah's support for the Syrian regime was not only in the interests of the party and the Shia, but also for the sake of Lebanon and all its various religious communities, against the threats of Takfiri terrorist forces. Al-Mana 2012. Since mid-2011, Hezbollah began training thousands of Lebanese and Syrian youths in combat camps. Itani 2014. Hezbollah's presence was confirmed with the first so-called martyrs in Syria as early as June 2012, Ashkar H 2014. In November 2013, Hassan Nasrallah finally publicly acknowledged Hezbollah's presence in Syria. Al-Mana 2013. Hezbollah's role in Syria took various forms, ranging from veteran fighters commandeering squads of Syrian soldiers, who essentially acted as non-commissioned officers, to the less experienced Syrian regular troops in street fighting. Blanford 2013. They took care of training some of the pro-Ghami militias, including NDF units, Nakhal 2013, and some of the new recruits in the SAA, AFP and Orient Le Jour 2014a. Hezbollah also participated in various military offensives alongside pro-regime forces throughout the country, including the offensive of eastern Aleppo in late 2016 and in Dara province in mid-2018. Later on in the war, Hezbollah established several militias in Syria. Quwat al-Ridha was considered the strategic nucleus for Hezbollah in Syria, operating militarily under the leadership and supervision of the party. The new group was composed of native Syrian young fighters, mostly Shias from Homs province, but also Alawis and Sunni, and the majority came from various countryside areas, Homs, Aleppo, Dara, and Damascus countryside. Al-Hadith News 2014. Hezbollah also participated in the establishment of smaller Shia militias such as Liwa al-Imam Zain al-Abidin, active in Deir-ez Zor, al-Tamimi 2016b, and Jaish al-Imam al-Mahdi al-Muqawama al-Watani al-Aqadi Yafi Syria, Army of Imam al-Mahdi, the National Ideological Resistance in Syria. Smith 2015, 47. The Lebanese Islamic movement was responsible for organizing, training, and equipping between 10,000 and 20,000 militiamen, mostly Shias but also members of other religious denominations, including Alawis, Sunnis, and Druze. Alapur 2015, Aloma 2017. Estimates of Hezbollah fighters in Syria since 2013 have numbered between 7,000 and 9,000. They include elite fighters, experts, and reservists among their ranks, rotating in and out of the country on 30-day deployments. AFP and Orient Le Jour 2014b, Aloma 2016. The military importance of Hezbollah in Syria was also translated politically and socially, only increasing sectarian tensions and Sunni grievances over time. Some of the Syrian Shia militia, constituted with the help of Iranian and Hezbollah cadres, adopted the ideology linked with it. Wilaya al-Faqih 11, Smith 2016. Hezbollah further expanded its range of activities in Syria by establishing a branch of the Imam Mahdi Scouts in Syria, which had been operating since at least 2012, Al-Tamimi 2016a. Assad's regime allies deep understanding, but with some differences. Prior to the outbreak of the Syrian uprising in March 2011, Russian-Iranian relations had been deteriorating for a number of years, notably because President Dmitry Medvedev had supported UN sanctions against Iran in 2010 and signed a ban on the Russian delivery of the S-300 missile defense system to Tehran, Nate 2017, 25. However, Russia and Iran, the two main allies of the Assad regime, have seen their mutual interests and dependence increase throughout the years with the Syrian uprising and the major assistance that they provided to Damascus. Their collaboration has proven effective and strong, despite the existence of minor political differences. The most telling proof of this could be found in the process of preparation of Russian military aviation intervention at the end of September 2015, as explained by analyst Arun Lund, 2016d. In July 2015, the Iranian Quds Force commander Qasem Soleimani reportedly visited Putin in Moscow to prepare for a joint intervention. A bilateral Russian-Syrian agreement legalizing the intervention was signed on August 26, 2015. Iran then opened its airspace to Russian planes en route to Syria and began airlifting reinforcements well in advance of the first Russian airstrikes. In late September, the Iraqis announced the establishment of a joint Russian-Iranian-Iraqi-Syrian intelligence coordination center in Baghdad. Bombing began on September 30, and 2 weeks later, Iran launched an offensive near Aleppo under Russian air cover. The following month, Putin flew to Tehran for a meeting with Ayatollah Ali Khomeini, after which the two leaders praised each other's policies and stressed their complete agreement on the Syrian issue. Iranian military cooperation with Russia in Syria considerably increased Tehran's capacity to plan and conduct complex conventional operations. Close cooperation between Russian and Iranian military personnel at the operational and tactical levels allowed military knowledge transfer between the two armies, Bukhara and Casagrande 2017. Political and economic relations between both countries also improved. Ali Shamkhani, Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, declared in an interview in June 2017 that Russia and Iran had cultivated closer diplomatic, commercial, and military ties after the removal of most nuclear-related sanctions on Iran in January 2016. Since then, Tehran has received advanced weapons from Russia, including the long-delayed S-300 missile defense system. Moscow and Tehran were also negotiating the supply of around $10 billion worth of arms and military hardware to Iran. The volume of trade between Russia and Iran increased by about 80%, reaching $2 billion in 2016, following the lifting of nuclear-related sanctions, Majidire 2017c. Moscow officials also criticized Washington's unilateral withdrawal in May 2018 from the 2015 nuclear deal with Iran, which also included Britain, China, France, Russia, Germany, and the European Union as signatories. The agreement gave Iran relief from sanctions in exchange for restrictions on its nuclear program. The Trump administration not only restored its sanctions on Tehran, but in November, it imposed new sanctions on Iran's crucial oil, banking, and transportation sectors, Bizan 2018. The outcome of the war was undoubtedly more important to Tehran, causing it to be less flexible than Moscow on various issues related to peace and ceasefire negotiations or that would endanger its interests in Syria directly. This resulted in some divergences. Having developed a close alliance with the Assad family and its security apparatus for over 3 decades, the leaders of the IRI considered the Syrian regime essential to its regional security structure and a key supply route to delivering weapons to Hezbollah. With the successive military victories of pro-regime forces from 2016, Russia was increasingly seeking to find a political solution to end the war in Syria, so long as its strategic interests were secured, while Iran still favored a total military victory and the consolidation of its proxies in the country for its broader regional agenda against both Israel and regional rivals such as Saudi Arabia, Majidire 2017c. Russia's relation with Israel proved to be another point of contention. Russia constantly avoided the risk of seriously alienating Israel, let alone associating itself with the anti-Israel rhetoric characteristic of the Iranian leadership. Russian-Israeli relations have evolved positively under Putin's presidency, with closer collaborations. Since the start of Russian airstrikes in Syria, Russia and Israel coordinated their military activities along the Syrian-Israeli border to prevent accidents, Nate 2017, 28. Israeli authorities also publicly stated their opposition to any Iranian or Hezbollah troops close to their borders, calling on Russia to prevent such a scenario from happening. In this context, Israel multiplied its attacks against Hezbollah and pro-Iranian targets in Syria, especially from the beginning of 2017. In September 2017, the former Israeli Air Force Chief Amir Eshel declared that Israel had hit arms convoys of the Syrian military and its Hezbollah allies nearly 100 times since the beginning of 2012, Lombardy 2014, 121, Datush and Heller 2017. Israel continued to expand its bombing campaign in Syria from the end of 2017 until 2019 against Iranian targets and groups linked to it. In May 2018, the Israeli army took advantage of the U.S. decision to put an end to the nuclear deal with Tehran to pursue new attacks against Iranian targets in Syria. Iran responded by firing missiles from Syria toward Israeli military outposts in the occupied Syrian Golan Heights. Israel then launched an unprecedented round of air attacks against dozens of Iranian military and security installations in Syria. However, both Tehran and Tel Aviv called for calm and a de-escalation of military tension between the two countries. The increasing Iranian presence in Syria in recent years has been strongly contested by Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Even Russia, Iran's partner in assisting the Syrian regime to quell the Syrian popular uprising, tacitly accepted Israel's strikes. Israel was in fact pressing Moscow to get Iran to leave Syria, threatening to conduct more bombing of Iranian positions near its border or anywhere inside the country should it remain, Deragahi 2018. In July 2018, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared that Israel did not object to Assad re-exerting control over the country and stabilizing his regime's power, but warned that Israel would act to protect its borders against the Syrian military if necessary, as it had in the past. He added, "We haven't had a problem with the Assad regime. For 40 years not a single bullet was fired on the Golan Heights," cited in Landau 2018. This position was nothing new, as Israel did not want to see any significant changes at its borders and was content with a weakened Syrian regime. Israel's primary objective in dealing with Russia included the removal of missiles aimed at its territory from Syria, the withdrawal of Iranian and Hezbollah forces, and the preservation of the 1974 disengagement agreements with Syria for the Golan Heights. Similarly, the United States wanted to replace Iranian influence with Russian influence in Syria. U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo listed Iran's withdrawal from Syria in May 2018 as one of 12 preconditions for removing sanctions after the Trump administration withdrew from the nuclear deal, Deragahi 2018. Washington had the diplomatic cards to encourage and convince Russia to push Iran out of Syria, such as lifting U.S. sanctions affecting Russian energy companies and stopping its opposition to construction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline that would convey Russian gas to Germany and beyond, Mammadov 2018. However, there were limits to Russia's willingness and capacity to achieve the Israeli and U.S. demands. At the end of July 2018, Moscow's ambassador to Tel Aviv declared that Russia could not compel Iranian forces to quit Syria, while also stating that Moscow could equally do nothing to prevent Israeli military strikes against Iranian forces in Syria. This declaration came after Russia had offered to keep Iranian forces at least 100 kilometers, 60 miles, from the Golan Heights ceasefire line. The offer was rejected by Israel as insufficient, Reuters Staff 2018b. In addition, following the incident with the downing of a Russia Ilyushin 20 reconnaissance plane over the Mediterranean Sea, in which Israel was involved, Russia supplied S-300 systems to the Syrian army to reinforce its combat capacities. Prime Minister Netanyahu criticized as irresponsible Moscow's decision to provide advanced anti-aircraft systems to Syria, but stated that Israel was committed to continued deconfliction with Moscow in its military operations in the region, Agencies and Toy Staff 2018. Israel, however, carried out new strikes in Syria in the end of December 2018 and beginning of January 2019 against alleged Iranian and Hezbollah targets outside Damascus. Another point of contention was Russia's improved political relationship with Iran's archenemy, Saudi Arabia, throughout the war in Syria, as discussed further later in this chapter. The influence on the ground within the country was also distributed and implemented differently with consequences for the future. Moscow's forces took hold in economically strategic areas, through one military base in Hmyr, near the port of Tartus, for the control of economic trade, and one in Palmyra, in the center of Syria, for the control of gas and oil fields, in addition to one big military base in Hama, and they worked on the reformation and reconstruction of the SAA's nucleus, through the establishment of the 4th and 5th Corps. Russia played a leading role in the SAA's restructuring that started in 2018, which led to a large wave of transfers, promotions, dismissals, and arrests affecting hundreds of officers in the regime's forces, had 2019. Moscow tried through these measures to implement a comprehensive plan to restructure the military institution and to strengthen the networks of officers loyal to it. These actions resulted in tension in the relations between a network of pro-Moscow regime officers on one side and a network of pro-Iran officers on the other, according to think tank Strategy Watch, 2019. Similarly, the operation to restructure the Syrian armed forces coincided with the Russian command adopting a plan aiming at weakening Iranian influence by dismantling the Allied forces and militias loyal to Tehran. The Air Force Intelligence Directorate, for example, terminated the contracts of about 6,500 members of a militia loyal to it and dissolved the BATH commandos and NDF militias in Barza and Qudusiyeh, as well as the Kalamoun Shield. In addition, it arrested NDF militia members in Deir-ez-Zor, Strategy Watch 2019. On the other hand, Tehran primarily relied on Shia fundamentalist militias, Lebanese, Iraqi, and Afghan, and Syrian paramilitary auxiliary forces, the NDF and the LDF. Tehran has also encouraged its Syrian local allies in some areas to penetrate the local economy, notably by purchasing real estate or land, and in transportation and the oil trade, Haydah 2019, 6-7. At the same time, this has not prevented Iran from increasing its power through networks on the ground and supporting financially particular Ba'athist candidates, militia commanders, tribal leaders, and other groups close to Tehran during the municipal elections in 2018, Khatib 2018. At the end of August 2018, Iran and Syria concluded a fresh military deal between the defense ministers of the two countries in Damascus, thus consolidating their defense ties and demonstrating once again their deep strategic links, Al-Free 2018a. The existence of these disagreements nevertheless did not translate or transform into rival or competing interests in Syria, even in the economic arena, where both sides were increasingly eager to benefit from the reconstruction process in Syria and the country's natural resources. Both states continued to stress their strong cooperation and mutual interests in Syria. More generally, Russia and Iran had common shared interests on many issues, as argued by the academics Leonid Iseev and Nikolai Kozanov, 2017. While Russia and Iran have a lot of issues to argue about, they also have a number of common interests in Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan, in Eurasian transit routes, the situation in Transcaucasia and Central Asia, as well as in oil and gas markets. United States no Libya scenario in Syria. Western states were particularly cautious in their criticisms of the regime's repression of protesters in the first few weeks, as they had pursued a policy of rapprochement with Damascus in the previous years. A U.S. congressional delegation by Senator Richard Shelby visited Syria as late as February 2011. On March 28, U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton described Bashar al-Assad as different from his late father and predecessor, Hafez, adding that many of the members of Congress of both parties who have gone to Syria in recent months have said they believe he's a reformer. Good enough 2011. She declared that the United States would not enter the conflict in Syria as it had in Libya, arguing rather that each of these situations is unique. Good enough 2011. Indeed, the United States had less of a strategic interest in regime change in Syria than it did in Libya. Unlike Libya, Syria was not a major oil exporter. Syria's significance came mostly with regard to its location bordering Turkey, Iraq, Lebanon, and Israel, and its relationship with Iran and role in the Israeli-Arab conflict. Syria was far from a top priority at this period for Washington. Obama's administration had broken away from President George W. Bush's policy of isolation of Damascus because it served other U.S. objectives in the region, including helping to stabilize Iraq before the U.S. Army's withdrawal and making certain that Damascus did not allow the reactivation of the flow of jihadi fighters through its territory and networks. Furthermore, President Obama had been elected at least in part on the basis of his criticisms of his predecessor's military interventions, especially in Iraq in 2003. The U.S. Army withdrew from Iraq in December 2011, after Baghdad and Washington signed an agreement in 2008 requiring Washington to withdraw its forces. 13 The Obama administration diminished U.S. activity in the region prior to the uprisings in 2011, pursuing counterterrorism policies through increased use of drone warfare and the killing of Osama bin Laden in 2011, Phillips 2016, 23-27. In the following months, as the regime continued the crackdown on protests and soldiers began to peel away from the army, U.S. intelligence officials identified officers from the Alawi sect who could potentially topple Bashar al-Assad. Washington's policy in 2011 was to get to the point of a transition in Syria by finding cracks in the regime and offering incentives for people to abandon Assad, but regime cohesiveness held and the crackdown intensified. Lee and Malice 2015. At the end of April 2011, Washington took its first concrete steps in response to the bloody crackdown on protests by imposing sanctions on personalities deemed responsible for human rights abuses, notably in Syria's intelligence agency and the IRGC, which was accused of assisting Damascus in the repression of protesters. Hosenball and Spitalnik 2011. In August 2011, President Obama publicly called for Assad to step down, without changing the core of U.S. policy regarding Syria as explained previously. The regime must be maintained with only superficial changes and integrating opposition actors linked to Western nations, Turkey and Gulf monarchies, represented first by the SNC and then by the coalition. At the end of the summer of 2011, and following the Western-led military interventions to overthrow the Gaddafi regime, the specter of the Libyan model was mentioned in Syria and even encouraged by segments of the Syrian exiled opposition in the SNC. For varying reasons, the Western powers were hesitant, so they limited their involvement. The United States and most Western states, with the exception of France, could be characterized as relatively passive toward the uprising in Syria with regard to challenging the Assad regime. Early on, from Washington to the NATO headquarters in Brussels, they made clear that they had no intention of intervening in Syria to overthrow Assad's regime. In August 2012, U.S. Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta explained, "The best way to preserve that kind of stability is to maintain as much of the military and police as you can, along with security forces, and hope that they will transition to a democratic form of government. That's the key." Reuters 2012d. He added that it was important not to make the same mistakes that Washington made in Iraq, referring to the disbanding of security forces and the army. This unwillingness to change the status quo radically vis-a-vis the regime in Syria was notably reflected by the absence of any kind of large, organized, and decisive military assistance of the United States, Western states, or both to the Syrian armed opposition groups. Western governments provided only non-lethal support and humanitarian assistance while resisting pleas to arm opposition forces or establish safe zones or no-fly zones, Entis 2015. In addition, the United States opposed supplying various FSA forces with anti-aircraft missiles, or man-pads, capable of taking down warplanes, Reuters 2014, which would have curtailed to some extent the murderous and destructive airstrikes, particularly of low altitudes. U.S. officials opposed the introduction of such weapons in the country, citing long-standing fears that they might fall into the hands of groups that would use these weapons against Western targets or commercial airlines. In July 2012, the United States halted the provision of at least 18 man-pads sourced from Libya, Malice 2012. In the Obama administration, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, along with David Petraeus, the then CIA director and former U.S. commander in Afghanistan and Iraq, differed with this line and recommended training and equipping Syrian armed opposition groups. This position, however, was promoted and defended in order to not overthrow the Assad regime. Clinton was also very interested in preserving state institutions and their integrity, especially its security infrastructures, so as not to repeat a scenario akin to Iraq following the fall of Saddam Hussein. The objective of arming some segments of the armed opposition groups was to create a partner in Syria that Washington could work with and that had the capacity to persuade Assad and his backers that a military victory was impossible. Clinton 2014, 386-394. The rise of ISIL and the establishment of its caliphate in June 2014 following the conquest of Mosul in Iraq pushed Washington to re-engage its forces more deeply in the region. In September 2014, President Obama announced the establishment of a broad international coalition, composed of nearly 60 states at its peak, to defeat the jihadist group. However, only a few participated effectively in the campaign in Syria, 5 states, and Iraq, 8 states, as the United States conducted approximately 85% of its total combat missions in Syria and Iraq in 2015, European Parliament 2015, 8. Washington developed a strategy of IS first, with the objective of defeating the group, which former U.S. Director of National Intelligence James Clapper called the preeminent terrorist threat to the United States, Stein 2017, 5. With this perspective, and alongside the creation of a U.S.-led international coalition to combat IS in the autumn of 2014, there was a plan by the Obama administration, approved by Congress in 2014, to provide the equivalent of $500 million to arm and equip 5,000 to 10,000 Syrian opposition armed forces. The objective was not aimed at overthrowing the Assad regime, but rather concentrated on fighting ISIS, as written in the text of the resolution. The Secretary of Defense is authorized, in coordination with the Secretary of State, to provide assistance, including training, equipment, supplies, and sustainment, to appropriately vetted elements of the Syrian opposition and other appropriately vetted Syrian groups and individuals for the following purposes: defending the Syrian people from attacks by ISIL and securing territory controlled by the Syrian opposition; protecting the United States, its friends and allies, and the Syrian people from the threats posed by terrorists in Syria; promoting the conditions for a negotiated settlement to end the conflict in Syria. Velasco and Blanchard 2015. However, this program was a total failure, with only 100 to 120 fighters trained by September 2015, Ackerman 2015. In addition, numerous fighters withdrew from the U.S. Defense Department's Train and Equip program after refusing to sign a contract guaranteeing not to fight Assad regime forces, Hamidi 2015. At the end of September 2015, the program was terminated following the attacks of Jabhat al-Nusra on 2 small groups of trained fighters that were sent into northern Aleppo and that could not face its brutal power. In October 2015, even Senator Lindsey Graham challenged Defense Secretary Ashton Carter and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chair General Joseph Dunford on the U.S. strategy in Syria. He asked about the possibility of overthrowing Bashar al-Assad, saying, "This is a half-assed strategy at best," C-SPAN 2015. More generally, as argued by Gilbert Ichkar, 2016, 20-21. Rather than lack of confidence in the opposition's military skills, there are some grounds to believe that Washington did not seriously support any particular group of the Syrian opposition because it could not guarantee their loyalty to U.S. interests. This is when, in the framework of the strategy of IS first, and following the complete failure to assist FSA forces in northern areas, the United States increasingly supported YPG forces through the coalition known as the SDF, as mentioned in Chapter 5. The United States and French and British Allied forces advised and assisted local ground forces, while also facilitating the delivery of arms and ammunition to SDF forces on the ground, Stein 2017, 5. Washington considered the SDF the most effective fighting force in Syria against IS, the New Arab 2016a, although it was not ready to support Kurdish national rights in Syria and elsewhere. The U.S. policy of IS first in the framework of the War on Terror led to some degree of rapprochement with the Russians. The U.S. President clearly stated in his speech at the UN General Assembly on September 28, 2015, his willingness to work with Russia and Iran to find a solution in Syria, while emphasizing the implausibility of maintaining a pre-war status quo, Halai 2015. The beginning of the Russian airstrike campaigns on September 30 in Syria to assist the Assad regime was not objected to by the United States, ISW Research Team 2015. On December 15, 2015, then Secretary of State John Kerry told reporters in the Russian capital after meeting President Vladimir Putin that the United States and our partners are not seeking so-called regime change, Toronto 2015. A similar tendency was observed among European states to concentrate on the war on terror and not demand the departure of Bashar al-Assad, at least in the short term. The election of Trump as U.S. President and his arrival to power in January 2017 did not change the strategic positioning of Washington in Syria. The priority was still the war on terror and maintaining the structures of the regime, despite a more aggressive and firm policy toward the Assad regime to make it respect the boundaries set by the U.S. administration in the country. Iran's influence in some regions of Syria was also checked. Washington did not hesitate to bomb the Syrian regime's military bases or forces on several occasions, such as in April 2017, in response to chemical attacks in Khan Sheikhoun city in Idlib Governorate carried out by Syrian air forces, killing more than 70 civilians, Lynch 2017.14. However, the way that the U.S. bombing occurred showed that they did not want to hit Damascus too hard. Moscow officials confirmed that they received advance warning from the United States about its strike on Syria, while still condemning it. According to some testimonies, regime soldiers were informed about the strike by Russian officials ahead of time, promptly evacuating personnel and moving equipment out of the area, the Daily Beast 2017. Within 24 hours of the strike, the regime's warplanes were taking off from the bombed Sharay air base. Similarly, the U.S. government, in alliance with the United Kingdom and France, launched airstrikes in Syria in mid-April 2018, officially in response to the Assad regime's use of chemical weapons against the city of Douma a few days earlier that killed at least 70 civilians and wounded a few hundred more. The three Western powers reportedly targeted 3 sites in Damascus and Homs, which were accused of developing, fabricating, and stockpiling chemical weapons. These strikes caused no casualties, and most of the installations were evacuated a few days before the attack, thanks to warnings from Russia. The United States, the United Kingdom, and France said that the strikes were not aimed at paralyzing the Syrian regime's defenses or provoking regime change, but rather to dissuade Assad from using chemical weapons. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov also declared that before the U.S. strikes against Syrian targets, Russia had told U.S. authorities which parts of Syria represented red lines for Moscow, and U.S. military action had not crossed these lines, Reuters 2018. At the same time, following the election of Donald Trump as U.S. President, the U.S.-led coalition in its struggle against IS boosted support for the SDF, supplying armored vehicles for the first time as they prepared for a new phase in a campaign to capture Raqqa. The mission was carried out in the autumn of 2017 by SDF forces, dominated by the YPG contingent, with U.S. soldiers participating in the offensive as well. In July 2017, Turkey's state-run Anadolu agency provided detailed information about 10 U.S. bases in northern Syria, including troop counts and a map of the U.S. military presence, Bilgic and Harvey 2017. In February 2018, about 300 men working for a Kremlin-linked Russian private military firm were either killed or injured in Deir ez-Zor during a confrontation between U.S. forces and their SDF allies on one side, and pro-regime forces comprised mainly of Russian mercenaries on the other, Tsvetkova 2018. After this event, a Pentagon spokesman declared that Washington did not seek a conflict with the regime. Barth, Cavill Paris and Zaruki 2018. The U.S. airstrikes, which killed hundreds of Russian mercenaries in Syria, marked the bloodiest confrontation between the two states in decades. However, the incident did not spark a political crisis between Moscow and Washington. Washington still wanted to maintain its influence in this area of Syria for various political purposes, including the complete elimination of IS and the countering of Iranian influence. Savage 2018, C-SPAN 2018. Despite this firmer policy, from the beginning of 2018, there was an increasing debate within the Trump administration about whether to maintain U.S. troops in Syria and continue the collaboration with Kurdish-led SDF forces. President Trump declared in April that he wanted to get U.S. forces about 2,000 soldiers on the ground, including Special Operations Forces out of Syria relatively soon, agreeing only to keep them a while longer to defeat IS but unwilling to back a long-term commitment. Hirschfeld Davis 2018. At the same time, Trump called for increased engagement in Syria from their partners on several occasions, including Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, and others to ensure that Iran did not take advantage of the eradication of IS. Al-Monitor 2018. In August 2018, the State Department announced it was pulling back the $230 million of funding that it had allocated to rebuild parts of Syria once held by IS. Instead, Washington secured $300 million in financial donations for regions of Syria previously held by IS, including $100 million by Saudi Arabia and $50 million by the UAE, alongside smaller amounts from coalition partners, to replace its own funding. This financial assistance came after Trump demanded that allies help carry the costs of the war. Rotten 2018. However, this was far from U.S. expectations on the matter. Following the U.S. decision, the British government declared that it was also ending funding for some aid programs in opposition-held areas of Syria, including projects that funded local councils. Singh 2018. In September 2018, the U.S. administration redefined its objectives to include the exit of all Iranian military and proxy forces from Syria, not limiting itself to the defeat of IS. Cuba and Lee 2018. However, in mid-December 2018, Trump once again announced the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Syria, declaring that they had succeeded in their mission to defeat IS and therefore that they were no longer needed in the country. This decision drew widespread criticism among a number of U.S. officials and administrations, while prompting Defense Secretary Jim Mattis and Pentagon Chief of Staff Kevin Sweeney to resign in protest. The departure from Syria was seen as contradicting not only the anti-jihadist struggle, but also Washington's #1 priority in the region, counteracting Iran's influence. Before too long, though, Trump's original decision of a rapid, 30-day withdrawal seemed postponed once more. U.S. officials announced that there were no fixed timetable. While initially the departure was unconditioned, it became explicitly based on receiving assurances from Ankara not to attack the regions under the control of YPG forces, a demand that caused Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan to snub National Security Advisor John Bolton during Bolton's visit to Ankara in the beginning of January 2019, Dobbins 2019. Trump warned Turkey of economic devastation if it attacked SDF forces in Syria. By mid to late January 2019, no U.S. troops had withdrawn from Syria, and only some equipment had moved out, while SDF forces were continuing their military operations against IS with support from U.S.-led coalition airstrikes and artillery. Holland, Stewart, and Rotten 2019. Despite the confusion over Trump's strategy in Syria, U.S. policy did not radically change toward the Assad regime throughout Obama's and Trump's early mandates, focusing on a political transition favoring stability and the maintenance of the regime's structures, as well as the war on terror. As mentioned earlier, the major difference was Trump's focus on opposition to Iran and seeing its influence diminished in Syria. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC. Prior to the uprising, many Gulf monarchies enjoyed relatively good relations with Damascus, especially the two main protagonists, Qatar and Saudi Arabia, with high levels of investment in the country. Sheikh Hamad of Qatar championed the international rehabilitation of Assad against Damascus's ostracizing by the United States, Europe, and other Arab states. Damascus and Doha worked very closely together on a number of regional issues throughout the 2000s, Fielding Smith and Calif 2013. Saudi Arabia's relations with Syria improved considerably prior to the uprising after a period of high tension, especially following the assassination of Rafik Hariri in 2005 in Lebanon. This was due to the strong political and economic links between Hariri and Saudi rulers, in which Damascus was accused of being the orchestrator of the operation. This animosity reached its highest level with the boycott of the Arab League summit in Damascus in March 2008 by Saudi Arabia and many other states following Riyadh. Later in 2008, relations gradually began to improve. Bashar al-Assad and Abdullah bin Abdul al-Aziz exchanged a series of letters, political delegations, and even personal visits. Relations warmed considerably between 2009 and 2010, with Assad visiting Riyadh 3 times and the Saudi king visiting Damascus, Hassan 2013b. Muhammad al-Jassir, governor of the Saudi Arabian Monetary Agency, announced new loans to Syria in March 2010 worth $140 million, following a second visit to Damascus by the Saudi monarch. Relations between the two countries were stable on the eve of the uprising. The Syrian regime even supported the Saudi-led military intervention of the GCC Peninsula Shield Force to crush the uprising in Bahrain in March 2011, while Iran opposed it, Whelan 2012, 55. In the early stages of the uprising, Gulf rulers tried to engage with the regime to facilitate a peaceful solution and prevent a repressive military response. They were not prepared to see Assad ousted from power. Saudi Arabia was especially worried about the regional trend of uprisings, and Qatar wanted to maintain its good relations with Damascus. Saudi King Abdullah sent his son, Prince Abdulaziz bin Abdullah, to Damascus 3 times, while Qatari Emir Hamad sent his son, Tamim, to try to convince Bashar al-Assad to end the repression of demonstrators and engage in some superficial reforms in a unity government, Phillips 2016, 68-69. At the same time, Riyadh continued to develop economic relations with Damascus. In April 2011, Saudi Arabia signed a contract to finance the construction of a power plant in Deir ez-Zor worth $375 million. As late as August 2011, Saudi Arabia and the UAE paid $4 billion to the Central Bank of Syria, said H 2016. For its part, Qatar's first reaction was very cautious, and Al Jazeera, the Qatari-owned television channel, was criticized for downplaying the first demonstrations. This situation changed over time, as it became clearer to the Gulf monarchies that reaching a sort of understanding with the regime and steering Damascus away from Tehran to strengthen their regional influence were increasingly impossible. In the mid to late summer of 2011, Saudi Arabia and Qatar became the most important and vocal actors demanding the removal of Bashar al-Assad from power. It was indeed in large measure as a result of Saudi and Qatari pressure that regional and Muslim world organizations aligned themselves against the Assad regime, including the Arab League, which in March 2013 awarded Syria's seat to the Syrian Coalition, the Organization of Islamic Conference, and the Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, Haidman 2013a, 10. Undermining Iran's influence was the core issue for Saudi Arabia in relation to Syria. Since 2003, Riyadh has been worried about the growth of Tehran's influence in Iraq and in the region, perceiving it as a military and ideological threat to provide another Islamic model of rule. Saudi Arabia, which had generally in the past relied massively on its financial power to conduct its foreign policy objectives and neutralize rival actors rather than intervening directly, increasingly took the leading role in opposing Iran's growing influence in the region, particularly Lebanon, Iraq, and Yemen. The election of Barack Obama in the United States in 2009 did not appease the fears of Riyadh. On the contrary, the new president wanted to progressively disengage from the region and try to seek some form of détente with Tehran. Phillips 2016, 19-20, 33-37, Mathiasen 2017, 46. In the background of the Saudi-Iranian Cold War, Qatar had considerably deepened its influence in the region in the years prior to the MENA uprisings. The decision in the early 1990s to build up Qatar's energy infrastructure and exploit the country's massive reserves of natural gas allowed Doha to increase its foreign influence and power. Its wealth expanded massively, with its GDP surging from $25 billion in 2001 to $200 billion in 2013. Long-term liquefied natural gas, LNG, contracts linked foreign partners' energy security needs to Qatar's domestic stability, while large accumulations of capital were invested both in Qatar and abroad in the form of high-profile acquisitions and investments. LNG gave Qatar the choice of diversifying its international relationships by making a range of countries stakeholders in Qatar's stability. This massive wealth and diversification of international and regional relations enabled Qatari leaders to become important regional actors by playing a very active role in mediating regional crises and conflicts, including in Yemen, 2008-10, Lebanon, 2008, and Darfur, 2008-10. In addition, Qatar's television channel Al Jazeera brought the emirate a good deal of popularity in the Arab world for its anti-Israel and anti-US coverage. This was the case despite Qatar having welcomed the opening of the largest U.S. military base in the region, the Al Udeid Air Base, as well as hosting the U.S. Central Command after 2003 and becoming the first GCC state to grant Israel de facto recognition following a visit by Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres in 1996. The beginning of the MENA uprisings saw a new opportunity for Doha to advance its regional power and influence, first through direct participation in military intervention in Libya, and later through assistance to Islamic fundamentalist groups. This assistance was perhaps most notable through the political and economic support for branches of the MB throughout the region, most notably Egypt and Tunisia, Ulrichsen 2014, Mathiasen 2017, 54. In Egypt, for example, Doha delivered a total of $5.5 billion to President Mohamed Morsi's government, constituting $4 billion in deposits at the Central Bank of Egypt, as well as various grants and shipments of LNG. In addition, Qatar announced in 2012 that it would undertake an investment program in Egypt worth $18 billion over the next 5 years, but this commitment was abandoned following the military coup in July 2013 that ousted the MB from power, Khan and Lebaran 2013. Given the conditions on the ground, Riyadh and Doha saw an opportunity in Syria to establish a Sunni-friendly regime as a means for increasing their standing in the region. In Iraq, this meant pressuring the government led by al-Dawla, a Shia Islamic fundamentalist party allied with Tehran, and at the same time strengthening Iraqi Sunni parties. In Lebanon, the fall of the Assad regime would help to bolster Saudi allies, the March 14 coalition led by Saad Hariri, to the detriment of Hezbollah and other Syrian allied parties. As argued by Hassan Hassan, 2013b. For the Gulf states, the Syria conflict is thus a critical battle for control of a key pivot state in the region. Drawing Damascus away from the Iranian camp is seen as a way of cementing broader regional influence in the Levant, and re-establishing the more favorable regional balance of power that they lost following the U.S. occupation of Iraq in 2003. As the militarization of the uprising deepened, Saudi Arabia and Qatar became the primary financial and military backers of the Syrian armed opposition, shipping military materials via Turkey to the various armed groups in early 2012, although they differed over which armed groups and which elements of the political opposition to support. As we have seen, Saudi Arabia and Qatar funded various armed opposition groups, from the FSA to Islamic fundamentalist movements. Indeed, Saudi Arabia and Qatar did not see eye to eye in the Syrian conflict, and significant divergences of opinion remained. In Syria, Qatar collaborated more closely with Turkey than Saudi Arabia, while Doha saw an opportunity to promote the interests of its long-standing regional client in the MB and other Islamic fundamentalist movements in Syria. Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, sponsored opposition members that would serve its interests, while it sought to prevent the rise of two main forces in Syria, the MB and jihadist forces. Although it did not radically oppose the Syrian MB as its regional counterpart, the Saudi kingdom still considered the Brotherhood movement a threat, notably influencing the Saudi Islamic fundamentalist opposition al-Sahwah. Saudi Arabia supported the MB from the mid-1950s until 1991. That year, relations were broken off following the MB's declaration of support for Saddam Hussein's regime against the Western-led intervention backed by the Saudi kingdom. In 1992, the Emirate of Qatar, which had maintained a long-standing relationship with the MB for decades by hosting one of its most influential members, Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi, replaced Saudi Arabia as the MB's main supporter, Ejkar 2013, 149. Similarly, it was the deployment of the U.S. Army on Saudi soil during the 1991 military intervention against Iraq that led al-Qaeda to oppose the Saudi kingdom, while it was funded by Riyadh in the 1980s in the war in Afghanistan against the Soviet Union. Leaders of al-Qaeda and IS have both launched attacks in Saudi Arabia in the past and openly called for the overthrow of the Saudi kingdom, Porter 2017. In March 2014, Saudi Arabia named the MB a terrorist organization, alongside major jihadist groups fighting in Syria including Jabhat al-Nusra, the al-Qaeda branch in Syria, LaCroix 2014a. This is why, except in Bahrain where both Saudi Arabia and Qatar intervened to assist in the crushing of popular protests, Riyadh and Doha have had different policies on the uprisings in the region. Saudi Arabia generally supported the maintenance of the old regimes throughout the region and opposed protest movements, with the exception of Libya, where it remained neutral, and Syria. Saudi Arabia's top Islamic scholar, Grand Mufti Sheikh Abdulaziz al-Sheikh, condemned the MENA uprisings in 2011 as a plot by the enemies of Islam to break up Arab Muslim nations and spread instability, Reuters 2012a. With the exception of Bahrain, as mentioned previously, Qatar welcomed the uprisings by boosting its support to the MB and other Islamic fundamentalist movements to expand its political and economic influence at the expense of Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Relations between Doha and Riyadh continued to worsen through the years because of competing objectives in the uprisings, leading to a first crisis in 2014 and a second in June 2017. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, and Egypt cut diplomatic and transport ties with Qatar in June 2017, accusing the country of supporting terrorism, fomenting regional unrest by backing movements such as the MB and Hamas, and getting too close to Iran, all of which Doha denied. Saudi Arabia wanted above all to discipline Qatar's independent policies and subject it to Riyadh's regional agenda. This crisis rendered even weaker the position of the Syrian opposition, both armed and political, by deepening its divisions. Throughout the uprising, Saudi Arabia and Qatar became increasingly isolated and less able to expand or deepen their support to armed opposition forces in Syria. Saudi Arabia was stuck in a quagmire in Yemen, while Qatar rhetorically supported the armed opposition forces without acting, Finn and McLean 2016. Progressively, Saudi Arabia and Qatar also faced increasing obstacles in their campaigns to isolate the Assad regime politically and diplomatically in the MENA region. Egypt and Jordan had long indicated ambivalence about the future of Assad, while formally supporting measures against the regime in the Arab League and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, IBISH 2016, 21. The Egyptian state showed signs of rapprochement with the Syrian regime. In October 2016, Egyptian officials at the United Nations rejected the resolution led by France at the UNSC, demanding an end to all bombing in Aleppo and instead favoring the Russian resolution, while Syria's national security chief, Ali Mamlouk, met a senior Egyptian intelligence official, Khalid Fawzi, in Cairo. In their meeting, the two sides agreed to coordinate politically on fighting the violent extremism that both countries were facing, Abolini in 2016. In November 2016, the Secretary-General of the Arab League, Ahmed Aboulghaid, said in an interview on Egyptian television that Assad could stay in power if he continued to win future elections, while he advocated for a unity government between the government and the opposition, Middle East I 2016. At the same time, a series of agreements was reached between Russia and the Gulf states to cooperate in areas of common strategic interest. Gulf monarchies increasingly sought a consensus with Moscow, including Syria. In December 2016, Russia brokered the first deal in 15 years between the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and non-OPEC countries to cut oil production, and secured a $5 billion investment by Qatar in oil giant Rosneft PJSC, Bloss and Champion 2016. In late May 2017, following a visit of Deputy Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman to Russia to discuss the oil market and the situation in Syria with President Vladimir Putin, officials in Moscow said that relations between Saudi Arabia and Russia are going through one of their best moments ever, Isiv and Kozanov 2017. In September 2017, Saudi Arabia assured Russia that it supported the gradual processes of negotiating local ceasefires and establishing de-escalation zones in Syria, Akram 2017. More generally, relations between Saudi Arabia and Russia continued to improve as they agreed on output cuts under an OPEC deal aimed at bolstering prices, Kerry and Meyer 2017. In October, it was Saudi King Salman bin Abdul Aziz's turn to visit Russia, during which billions of dollars on investment deals in energy, trade, and defense were reached, including the possible purchase of Russia's advanced S-400 Triumph missile defense system, Bershchevskaya 2017. In the same month, Moscow and Doha signed a joint intergovernmental agreement on military technical cooperation on the sidelines of Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu's visit to Doha, Middle East Monitor 2017a. At the end of March 2018, Qatar Airways announced plans to buy a 25% stake in Russia's Vnukovo Airport, the third largest in the Moscow area, Reuters Staff 2018a. Russia welcomed the role of Saudi Arabia in uniting the Syrian political opposition, guaranteeing the participation of Moscow representatives and Cairo groups for talks with the regime and pressuring them to seek a political solution with Damascus, see Chapter 4. Saudi Arabia and Qatar, therefore, became less able to seek the overthrow of Assad, and to some extent less interested in doing so. However, Riyadh maintained its primary focus on countering the influence of Iran in Syria, as reflected in an interview by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in March 2018, asserting that Bashar al-Assad was staying, but hoping that he would not become a puppet for Tehran, Hennigan 2018. The Saudi Kingdom and the UAE were also interested, although to a lesser extent than Iran, in countering the influence of Turkey, perceived as a close ally of Qatar. By summer 2018, a form of political détente and rapprochement was occurring between some Gulf monarchies and Damascus. The UAE 15, which sought to normalize its relations with Damascus, took the lead in this process. Visits from junior Emirati representatives in Syria became more frequent, while UAE officials sent more than one maintenance team to inspect its Damascus embassy in a sign that some activity could resume. In May 2018, the UAE also announced the resumption of the air route between the Syrian province of Latakia and the Emirate of Sharjah, Canso 2018. In June 2018, UAE Foreign Affairs Minister Dr. Anwar Gargash stated, "I think it was a mistake to kick Syria out of the Arab League," Al-Wazmai and Macmillan 2018. A month later, Lebanese newspaper Al-Akhbar revealed that the deputy head of the Supreme National Security Council in the UAE, Ali Muhammad bin Hamid al-Shamsi, visited Damascus and met with an officer in the Assad regime, believed to be the head of the General Administration of the General Intelligence, General Deeb Zitown. The newspaper reported that Shamsi discussed security issues with the Syrian officer and potential means of restoring relations between the two countries. But there were concerns from Abu Dhabi not to anger Riyadh, so al-Shamsi suggested the possibility of resuming indirect relations between the two parties by tasking the UAE ambassador in Beirut, Hamid Saeed al-Shamsi, with managing affairs of the embassy in Damascus from his base in the Lebanese capital, Canso 2018. This process continued after the summer. In October 2018, on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, there was a public exchange of hugs, followed by a brief verbal exchange between the Syrian Foreign Minister, Walid al-Muallim, and his Bahraini counterpart. Khalid bin Ahmed al-Khalifa, the Bahraini Foreign Minister, told Saudi-run Al Arabiya TV that it was not the first meeting with my brother, the Syrian minister. But he said that the meeting had been unplanned, while other planned ones weren't caught on camera. He added, "The Bahraini government is working even with the countries that we disagree with. We do not work with those who try to topple these countries." The minister also affirmed Bahrain's support to the extension of the government's sovereignty over all Syrian territories, Associated Press 2018. A few days later, Bashar al-Assad praised Kuwait and his ruler's positions in an interview with the Kuwaiti newspaper Al-Shad. In the interview, he described Amir Sheikh Sabah al-Ahmed's political stance toward Syria as honorable, while stating that Damascus had reached an understanding with many Arab states, and that Western and Arab delegations have already started to come to Syria to arrange their return, Al-Shad 2018. In December 2018, the situation accelerated once more toward a relegitimation and rehabilitation of the Assad regime among its Arab counterparts. First, Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir, a close ally of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Turkey, visited Syria in mid-December, becoming the first Arab League leader to visit the country since the beginning of the uprising in March 2011, while on December 27, the UAE reopened its embassy in Syria after 7 years. A day later, Bahrain followed suit. Both states justified their decision by the necessity to reactive an Arab presence and role in Syria, but also to counter the deepening influence of Turkey and Iran. The country, Baker 2019. In the beginning of January 2019, Lebanon's Al-Jumauriya newspaper, citing unnamed sources, reported that Major General Ali Mamlouk, Syria's national security chief, traveled to Saudi Arabia in late December to discuss the restoration of relations, the New Arab 2019. Turkey, expanding its role in Syria. The relations between Turkey's AKP government and the Syrian regime after Bashar al-Assad's arrival had improved considerably, particularly since 2004. Both states organized common cabinet meetings and spoke of family bonds when they referred to bilateral relations. Erdogan used to spend vacations with Assad's family, Whelan 2012, 57. The 2007 Free Trade Agreement and the 2009 Visa Exemption Agreement further reinforced Syrian-Turkish relations. Trade volume rose from $796 million in 2006 to $2.5 billion in 2010, greatly advantaging Turkey, as mentioned in Chapter 1. As late as February 2011, during the foundation stone for a joint friendship dam on the Oront with Syrian officials, Erdogan declared that "we have always said that there should be no problems between brothers," Davis and Ilja 2013. Prior to 2011, under the leadership of the AKP, Turkey had increased significantly its political and economic influence in the region following the U.S. British-led invasion of Iraq in 2003. Its export-driven economy expanded considerably with new markets opening in the Middle East, Phillips 2016, 35. Following the beginning of the Syrian uprising in March 2011, Erdogan advised Assad to make some concessions to the protesters in the form of minor reforms to appease them rather than radically modifying the Syrian state's composition. However, relations started to worsen following a visit to Damascus of Turkey's foreign minister, Ahmet Davutoglu, on August 9, 2011, during which he delivered a message from Erdogan that called for an end to violence and the approval of a Turkish-sponsored peace plan. Assad and regime officials rejected Turkey's mediation and propositions. Eventually, the Syrian regime's refusal to engage with any Turkish recommendations, coupled with strong official encouragement from the United States, prompted then Prime Minister Erdogan to publicly call on Bashar al-Assad to step down in early September 2011. A final attempt occurred in October with another visit of the Turkish foreign minister, but once again no political settlement sponsored by Turkey could be found. Whelan 2012, 57. From the beginning of 2012, arms purchased by Saudi Arabia and Qatar were delivered to various opposition groups through the Turkish airport of Esenboga in Ankara. The Turkish government remained aware of and part of the operation, monitoring shipments as they moved by land into Syria. Very quickly, however, the main concern of Turkey became the rising influence of the PYD and its control of Syria's Kurdish majority regions following the regime's withdrawal in the summer of 2012 of some areas close to the Turkish border. To counter the growing influence of PYD forces, the Turkish government turned a blind eye to foreign fighter flows across the Syrian border from the end of 2011 through 2014. This provided Islamic fundamentalist and jihadist groups with recruits and freedom of movement and allowed cross-border networks to develop, which assisted these groups to sustain themselves economically. Chivers and Schmidt 2013, Itani and Stein 2016, 7-8. The Turkish government saw some benefit in their development, as they were fighting the PYD and the Syrian regime. Turkey also supported other key armed groups in northwestern Syria, including Faylaq al-Sham and al-Jabha al-Shamiyya, which had connections to the MB and several Turkmen armed groups raised and armed by Ankara. Jaish al-Islam, previously close to Saudi Arabia, also came under increasing Turkish influence following the group's forced departure to the northern regions of Syria from eastern Ghouta as the regime took control of these areas in April. As mentioned previously, in the summer of 2018, Turkey supported the establishment of the National Liberation Front, which gathered various opposition armed forces, especially Islamic fundamentalist forces, and acted as a proxy force for Ankara. The Turkish government also initially resisted moves to join the U.S.-led international coalition against ISIL, arguing that the war should not be limited to the jihadist group, but rather also include a focus on overthrowing the Syrian regime. They refused the use of the Turkish Incirlik and Diyarbakir air bases by the United States to carry out bombing operations against IS targets in Syria until July 2015. However, Ankara changed its position after the killing of a Turkish soldier in an IS attack and a suicide bombing in the Turkish town of Surik on July 20 against the cultural center of Amara. The center had been hosting a meeting of 300 young Kurdish leftists, members of the Federation of Socialist Youth Associations. The suicide bomber, a Turkish citizen and member of IS, resulted in the death of 32 people. In the wake of this tragedy, Turkey finally took the decision in mid-2015 to launch a bombing offensive against a number of IS sites in Syria and allow the use of its military bases to U.S. planes, Ackerman, Lech, and Shaheen 2015. However, the Turkish Air Force continued to prioritize Kurdish targets over those of IS. Ankara maintained an ambivalent attitude toward the other main jihadist group, Jabhat al-Nusra, providing support to the Jaish al-Fatah coalition, led by Jabhat al-Nusra and Ahrar Sham, accompanied by Islamic and FSA groups, with various other small groups affiliated with the FSA, Itani and Stein 2016, 8, Tokmachian 2016, 5. Similarly, in October 2017, Turkish soldiers were provided an armed escort into Idlib by the jihadist coalition HTS-16, allowing Turkish troops to monitor and contain YPG units in their stronghold of Afrin. In an interview with Al Jazeera Channel, HTS Political Bureau Chief Youssef Al-Hajjar said that his organization had a close relationship with Turkey, which he described as an ally. Memory 2018. More generally, HTS engaged pragmatically with Turkish intelligence but refused to fully submit to Ankara's diktat to dissolve the group and join the National Liberation Front's coalition, led by Ahrar al-Sham, Jaish al-Islam, Nawr ad-Din al-Zinki, and armed groups close to the MB, supported by Ankara in Idlib in August 2018. Following this refusal, Turkey designated HTS a terrorist organization and continued to put pressure on it, Lund 2018b, by trying to create divisions within it, while maintaining contacts with the jihadist organization. In the beginning of January, HTS leader, Abu Muhammad Jolani, even declared that he supported Turkey's goal to control the east of the Euphrates under PYD's rule, deemed as an enemy of the revolution by the jihadist organization, Rada 2019. By 2016, and especially after the failed coup d'état of a fraction of the army in Turkey in July, Ankara did not consider the fall of Assad a priority, but rather defeating the Kurdish national movements, in both Turkey and Syria. During this period, the AKP government operated a new rapprochement with the Russian government after nearly a year of heightened tensions, Nashashivi 2016. Russian jets assisted Turkish military forces for the first time in December 2016 throughout their operations in northern Syria, bombing IS targets as part of their larger Euphrates Shield campaign, Koskan and Karadeniz 2016. The operation succeeded both in rooting out IS from the Turkish border and preventing the PYD-YPG from connecting its main territory in northeast Syria with the city of Afrin. The successive military interventions of Turkish troops within Syria from summer 2016 in the framework of the Euphrates Shield operation, and then in Afrin in March 2018, considerably increased Ankara's influence over the newly conquered regions. They assisted in the return of services such as medical facilities, hospitals, and schools in regions previously occupied by IS, while imposing their own rule by disregarding local governance structures in Jarablus following the eviction of IS in 2016, Haid 2017b, 9, and replacing former PYD structures in Afrin. Turkey's postal service opened branches in Jarablus, Albab, and Kobanbi, in Arabic Al-Rai, all for Syria 2017b, while setting up towers for Turkish communications companies and establishing Turkish-sponsored universities in a number of cities, Tastek in 2018. They trained hundreds of Syrians to establish a new armed security force made up of regular police and special forces. Along with this policy, families of the armed opposition fighters who died in the Turkish-led Operation Olive Branch military campaign and subsequent occupation of Afrin in March 2018 also received death gratuity payments from the Turkish government, Tastek in 2018. Mullam Jismatai, a researcher at the Syrian Economic Forum, stated that Turkey's aims in this area were not only military, but also economic. As an example, he cited large investments in the city of Kabsain in the Albab region in December 2017, where the local council signed a memorandum of understanding with a Turkish construction company to establish a residential project in the area, including 225 apartments and about 30 shops in the Turkish mold. He argued that Ankara wanted to impose their stewardship on the northern region as it has strategic value, most importantly preventing the formation of a united Kurdish state on its borders in the future, cited in Inability 2018b. Under Turkey's auspices, the construction in northern Syria of First Industrial City, a few miles northwest of the city of Albab, was also launched in February 2018 with the cooperation of Albab's local council and a large group of industrialists and traders from the town. First Industrial City was expected to boost the local economy and provide work opportunities for thousands of young people, Al-Khatab 2018. In mid-March 2018, the Azaz local council signed an agreement with a Turkish company called ET Energy to establish a power generator with a capacity of 30 megawatts to provide electricity to the city and its surroundings, demonstrating Ankara's willingness to invest and remain in this region, Inability 2018c. In July 2018, the City Council of Albab issued new identification cards, around 140,000 total, to the population of the town and its surrounding areas, which were translated into Turkish and shared with Turkish officials, the Syria Report 2018 Q. Through these policies and building of infrastructures to build a popular base, Ankara also envisioned the possibility of sectors of Syrian refugees residing in Turkey to come back to these areas. In March 2018, 140,000 Syrian refugees from Turkey had returned to these areas, Euros 2018. It was still a small portion compared to the approximately 3.4 million Syrian refugees in Turkey. The Turkish border police had in fact increasingly prevented Syrian refugees from crossing into Turkey through physical force, even shooting to kill in a number of instances. In 2014, as part of extra security measures to prevent the mass arrival of refugees, Turkey began to build a wall on the border with Syria. Turkish flags, placards, and testimonies of support of Erdogan multiplied in territories under Turkey's control, promoted particularly by Turkish military and officials operating in this area and its Syrian armed proxies. However, Turkey's growing influence did not come without opposition. There were accusations levied against Turkish forces and the Sultan Murad Brigade, a majority Turkmen opposition group established by Turkey about favoring the Turkmen minority of the Jarablus district receiving better services and taking most of the jobs. Meanwhile, Turkish interference in local affairs was condemned on numerous occasions, as when protesters demonstrated against the raising of Turkish flags over a school in Jarablus, in Abbiladi 2016b, Haid 2017b, 18. Turkey also restricted or simply banned humanitarian work by both Syrian and international organizations in Jarablus and other areas under its control, allowing only Turkish organizations to carry out such activities, Haid 2017b, 15. In October 2018, a report by the website Syria Direct showed the deep influence and domination of Turkey in all aspects of society in territories where it had armed forces, stating that residents, rebels, and local opposition officials suggest that Turkey's role in northern Syria has gradually expanded from the security sector to encompass most aspects of political and civilian life: courts, schools, and religious authorities, right down to the minutiae of service provision and civil registration. Even local council civilian administrative bodies that once answered directly to the Syrian opposition's interim government now operate under the authority of Turkish valis or governors in neighboring Turkish provinces. Brignola, Hama, and Al-Mali 2018. As mentioned in the previous chapter, Turkey's ambitions and interests in Syria changed throughout the conflict, focusing increasingly on Kurdish PYD forces over time, including by directly occupying territories through multiple interventions and proxies in the northern border areas, and building a local force that would allow it to maintain a political influence in Syria to serve its interests. This was symbolized by the declarations of Erdogan following the announcement of the withdrawal of YPG forces from Manbij and the entry of the Syrian regime's army in December 2018. Turkey will have nothing left to do in the Syrian town of Manbij once terrorist organizations YPG leave the area, Yeni Sayfak 2018. Similarly, at the same time, Turkish Foreign Minister Mevlut Cavusoglu stated at the Doha Forum in Qatar that Ankara was prepared to engage with Damascus if the Assad government held and won free and fair elections, Al Jazeera English 2018. The idea of overthrowing the Assad regime was long gone. International and regional actors seeking stabilization under the Assad regime. The failure of the various peace talks and conferences organized under the auspices of the United Nations in Geneva since 2012 between regime and opposition representatives led to increasing parallel channels of negotiations between the countries involved in the Syrian uprising. In mid-December 2016, a new rapprochement occurred among Iran, Turkey, and Russia following the conquest of eastern Aleppo by pro-regime forces. The foreign and defense ministers of these countries met in Moscow to discuss the future of Syria on December 20, while the United States was not invited to participate. A common declaration was issued following the meeting, in which a roadmap was suggested for a ceasefire and potentially an end to the war in Syria. The declaration broadly affirmed that Russia, Turkey, and Iran were ready to help broker a peace deal, with one crucial point, that the priority was to fight terrorism in Syria rather than regime change, Reuters 2016. For its part, the United States backed the Syria peace talks being prepared by Russia in the Kazakh capital of Astana and hoped that they would prove to be a positive step toward peace, Rotten 2017. Similarly, relations between Turkey and Iran also witnessed a new rapprochement in August 2017 following the meeting of the chief of Iranian armed forces, Mohammad Hossein Bagheri, with President Erdogan and Defense Minister Nurettin Canikli in Ankara to discuss ways of strengthening bilateral defense relations and coordinating joint counter-terrorism efforts. It was agreed that this would be carried out by launching common military operations against PKK and its branches in Syria and Iran, as well as reconciling the two countries' policy differences in Syria and Iraq. Both sides also agreed that Iraqi Kurdistan's independence referendum, which resulted in a yes vote, with over 92% in favor of independence in September 2017, destabilized Iraq and adversely affected the broader region, Maji Dyer 2017 d. Medower 2017. Tehran and Ankara were most vehement in their rejection of independence for Iraqi Kurdistan, and they both multiplied actions against Erbil in collaboration with the central government of Baghdad. In September 2017, following new talks in Astana, a joint agreement was reached between Russia, Iran, and Turkey to deploy observers on the edge of a de-escalation zone in Syria's Idlib province, which was largely under the control of the jihadist coalition HTS. In reality, only Turkish armed forces deployed in the area, having 12 military observations by mid-May 2018. 3 other de-escalation zones were included in the various Astana meetings: Eastern Ghouta, Northern Rural Homs, and Southern Syria, Quneitra and parts of Dara Governorate, Beals 2017, Maji Dyer 2017a. However, these agreements did not stop the regime's forces and its foreign allies from attacking or besieging these regions, while Eastern Ghouta and Southern Syria fell under the regime's control in April and mid-July 2018, respectively, as mentioned previously. Idlib remained threatened by a military offensive of regime forces throughout 2018 and beginning of 2019, while suffering from continuous bombings. However, Russia, Iran, and Turkey continued to collaborate to advance parallel conference discussions to the Geneva negotiations under the auspices of the United Nations, notably with the Syrian National Dialogue Congress sponsored by Russia and held in January 2018 in Sochi. However, the conference was boycotted by large segments of the opposition, including the coalition and Kurdish political parties, i.e., the PYD and the KNC. At a summit in Ankara hosted by Turkish President Erdogan in April 2018, Turkey, Russia, and Iran affirmed their commitment to achieving a lasting ceasefire that will protect civilians in Syria and find a political solution to the conflict, AFP 2018. In summer 2018, as the regime was consolidating its power in the country, Russia stepped up efforts to encourage regional host countries, including Jordan, Lebanon, and Turkey, to facilitate the return of Syrian refugees. As international and regional actors increasingly sought to stabilize Syria under Assad's rule, encourage the return of refugees, and begin the process of reconstruction, Damascus was consolidating its power in the country by capturing new territories. By early August 2018, the Syrian regime now controlled over 60% of Syrian territory and 75% of the population, with its allies' assistance. Conclusion: the failure of the U.S. invasion of Iraq and the global financial crisis of 2007-08 both dealt severe economic blows to the prestige of the American neoliberal model, causing a relative overall weakening of U.S. power that not only left more space for other global imperialist forces like Russia to operate, but also benefited regional powers that increasingly acted with greater independence. As a result of the relative weakening of U.S. power after its failure in Iraq, regional states like Iran, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar played a growing role in the region and in the popular uprisings after 2011 by supporting various actors' efforts to increase their own political influence or by intervening directly. Sectarianism was also a useful tool to mobilize particular constituencies to serve political objectives by these states. The United States was less eager than in the past to intervene militarily in the region, notably through the sending of massive numbers of soldiers on the ground, as a result of its defeat and the catastrophic consequences in Iraq. Washington's objectives were generally to maintain regime structures with only minor and superficial changes. The Syrian case was no different. It was in this framework that the various interventions in Syria occurred. The assistance of Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah to the regime has been indispensable to its survival at all levels, political, economic, and military. These actors massively invested their forces to protect their own interests, mostly geopolitical. At the same time, their deepened involvement over time made it such that they eventually felt they had an even greater stake in the regime's survival than had been the case at the beginning of the uprising. The assistance given by these actors also allowed the regime to benefit from an authoritarian knowledge transfer, and thus produce significant adaptations in the scale and organization of the Assad regime's coercive apparatus, ameliorating its capacity to counter a popular armed insurgency. Haidman 2013 b. 67. On the other hand, Turkey and the Gulf monarchies, led by Saudi Arabia and Qatar, radically changed their relations with a regime previously considered friendly, becoming the most vocal opponents of Assad. Saudi Arabia, and Qatar to a lesser extent, also saw the uprising as a tool to weaken Iran regionally. Ankara, Doha, and Riyadh participated in the division and fragmentation of the FSA by selectively sponsoring one brigade over another to serve their own respective political interests, while inadvertently bolstering Islamic fundamentalist forces. They contributed to the Islamization of the armed opposition and the deepening of sectarianism and Kurdish-Arab tensions among the opposition. With the increasing success of regime forces against various opposition armed forces, the so-called Friends of Syria progressively concentrated on issues directly related to their national interests rather than the ousting of Assad from power. Turkey mainly focused its efforts on undermining and defeating PYD Kurdish forces in Syria, while the Gulf monarchies progressively diminished their assistance to opposition armed forces following several defeats to pro-regime forces, and then ceased it completely. Saudi Arabia and UAE increasingly sought a resolution of the conflict that would limit the influence of Iran, Turkey, and jihadist actors such as IS in Syria. They also started by the end of 2018 a process of normalization with the Damascus regime. This process of normalization with the UAE, and possibly with Saudi Arabia in the near future, could be a way for the regime to win some independence and leverage in relations with Iran, and to a lesser degree Russia as well. Qatar, for its part, was still suffering from its political isolation by the great majority of the Gulf monarchies and increasingly unable to pursue any independent policy in Syria except to support its Turkish ally. Further, the Western states, led by the United States, concentrated progressively and increasingly on IS and the war on terror, which served Damascus's agenda, and encouraged a resolution to the conflict that would stabilize the country without challenging Assad's regime. Despite the rivalries among various imperial and regional powers, they held the common position that the Syrian civil war should not spill over into neighboring areas and that jihadist forces should be contained. Over time, they came to the agreement that it was necessary to put an end to the uprising in Syria, whose cohesion and vision had strayed far from the initial objectives of the protest movement that erupted in March 2011. 7. War economy, reconstruction, and challenges. Introduction. After more than 8 years of a popular uprising transformed into a murderous war, with major regional and international actors intervening in the country, the situation in Syria is catastrophic at all levels, especially in terms of human loss. An estimated 2.3 million people, approximately 11.5% of the population, were killed, injured, or maimed as a result of the armed conflict by 2015, SCPR 2015, 51. With the increase in mortality rate, life expectancy diminished significantly for all age groups, especially among youth, with a male's life expectancy at birth declining from 69.7 in 2010 to 48.4 in 2015, SCPR 2016b, 9. By the end of 2015, 85.2% of Syrian people lived in poverty, SCPR 2016a, 37, 45 to 46, while 69% of the population were estimated to still be living in extreme poverty at the end of 2017, Humanitarian Needs Overview 2017. More than half of Syria's population was internally or externally displaced as a result of the war. Life conditions for the majority of Syrian refugees in neighboring countries were characterized by poverty, exploitation, and discriminatory policies. Of the 5.5 million Syrian refugees worldwide, the majority of whom were displaced to neighboring countries, only a tiny fraction has returned to Syria. Forceful displacements of populations were still occurring in Indiana 20171 and 20182, AFP and Le Monde 2018, UN News 2018. The Syrian economy suffered greatly from the war. The regime's resources, reserves, and fiscal revenues were reduced considerably through the years, and in response, the government engaged in new austerity measures and diminution of subventions on essential products, worsening the condition of life of the country's popular classes. The war, alongside the development of a black market and trafficking of all kinds, resulted in the consolidation of crony capitalists and a surge of new economic actors affiliated with the regime. The Assad regime, as it was accumulating new military victories and capturing new territories with the assistance of its foreign allies, began to envision the issue of reconstruction as a major tool for the regime to consolidate its power and networks in the aftermath of the war. Effects of the war on society. The Human Development Index measure of 0.472 in Syria fell from the medium human development cluster of nations into the low human development group, largely as a result of weakening performance in education, health, and income. The healthcare system was severely affected through damage and destruction to medical facilities and healthcare infrastructure, the flight of healthcare professionals, the death and injury of medical staff, and the collapse of the pharmaceutical industry, SCPR 2014, 6. By 2016, almost half of the country's 493 hospitals had been directly affected in the 5 years of fighting, while the number of persons per doctor in the country rose from 661 in 2010 to 1,442 in 2015, Esquay and University of St. Andrews 2016, 31. The portion of the population with access to education fell from 95% in 2010 to less than 75% in 2015 due to the loss of infrastructure and a shortage of teachers. More than 27% of schools reported staff shortages in 2015, as opposed to 0.3% in 2010, Esquay and University of St. Andrews 2016, 30. It was estimated that 45.2% of school-age children did not attend school in the 2014-15 school year. The school non-attendance rate was the highest in Raqqa and Deir ez-Zor, where it reached 95% as a result of the IS decision to close schools in areas under its domination. In relatively safer governorates, the school-age non-attendance rate was comparably low, almost 0% in Tartus, 16% in Damascus, and 17% in Latakia, SCPR 2016a, 48. Economic factors also played an important role, with the rise in prices and inflation leading to a decrease in job opportunities and more families resorting to child labor to provide basic needs. Begging and child marriages also increased for the same reason throughout the years, Syria Untold 2016a, 2016b. While the poverty rate increased in all governorates, those that witnessed intensive conflict and had higher historical rates of poverty suffered the most. Residents in Raqqa were the poorest, with 91.6% of their inhabitants living below the overall poverty line, while those in Idlib, in Deir-ez-Zor, and rural Damascus also suffered from high rates of overall poverty. The lowest rate was in Suwaida, at 77.2%, followed by Latakia, at 79.8%, Damascus, at 82%, and Tartus, at 82.4%, SCPR 2016A, 45. The worsening economic situation had social consequences, with both divorce rates and polygamy rising in Syria over the course of the war. According to official figures, polygamous relationships accounted for 30% of marriages registered in Damascus in 2015, up from just 5% in 2010, AFP 2016b. Further, Lana Katab and Henry Mertonen, 2017, argued, while gender-based violence was relatively widespread in Syria before the war, the reality of the violent conflict exacerbated it. Various forms of sexual and gender-based violence, exploitation, and abuse have increased, be it early marriage of girls, sexual slavery, homophobic and transphobic violence, or sexualized torture of men, women, girls, and boys in situations of detention. Syrian women within the country and in exile encountered substantial barriers as they attempted to establish new livelihoods. Females represented 57% of the total number of IDPs in Syria, exceeding 70% in some areas, SCPR 2016b, 69. At the same time, the sudden shortage of men in Syrian society due to war or emigration, as well as the lack of employable men as a result of injury or imprisonment, have created a space for women to occupy particular niches in society and the workforce that were previously male-dominated or unavailable to women. For example, according to 2015 FAO estimates, 65% of the economically active population in agriculture in 2015 were women, an increase of 6% since 2009. In some areas, women could constitute up to 90% of the agricultural labor force, cited in Ani Yamuzala and Boucher 2016, 31. As a result, by 2016, female-headed households constituted 12 to 17% of the population in Syria and up to one-third of the Syrian population in refugee-hosting countries, Ani Yamuzala and Boucher 2016, 4. This process continued throughout the years. In April 2018, an official at the Ministry of Social Affairs and Labor declared that there were 4 times more women than men in the labor market. In the public sector, the ratio was estimated at 3:1 in a recent report issued by the unit, the Syria Report 2018-T. However, gender participation in the economy was far from equal, with women receiving substantially lower pay and facing discriminations and barriers in the workplace. Income in female-led households tended to be below that of male-headed households, according to the research assessment Women, Work, and War, published by CARE, Ani Yamuzala and Boucher 2016, 5, in 2016. At the same time, in September 2018 at the local municipal so-called elections in regime-held areas, the common denominators of the various national unity lists led by the Ba'ath party was the very low female representation in most governorates, with male candidates constituting 95% of representatives in Aleppo and Suwaida, Mashi 2018. A destroyed economy, austerity measures, and rising cost of living. Between 2010 and 2016, Syria's GDP fell from $60.2 billion to $12.4 billion, cited in the Syria Report 2018 W. National currency reserves dwindled from $20 billion in late 2010 to $0.7 billion by the end of 2015, World Bank 2016, due in large part to the pressure on the SYP and to finance import trade. During that same period, the Syrian pound lost some 90 to 100% of its value, falling from SYP 47 per $1 before the uprising to around SYP 500 at the end of 2018. In 2014, the regime's public debt had reached 147% relative to Syria's GDP. This included 76% in domestic debt and 71% in foreign debt, while the total debt measured against GDP was estimated at 23% in 2010. By November 2016, Syria's public debt had increased 11 times over, the Syria Report 2016L. The government became increasingly dependent on central bank advance payments, in addition to foreign assistance, which increased during the war due to a very limited fiscal income base. Fiscal revenues dropped from 23% of GDP in 2010 to less than 3% of GDP in 2015. In 2015, at least a third of government expenses were funded by long-term borrowing from the Central Bank of Syria, the Syria Report 2016J, World Bank 2017, 7. The government tried to compensate this deficit by increasing the prices on some goods and decreasing subsidies on others throughout the years. At the same time, they increased the salaries of public and private registered workers to appease them, often without success. Rising opposition was voiced among the population in regime-held areas. These measures, which involved the curtailing of subsidies on staple goods while increasing public sector salaries, were part of the concept of subsidy rationalization, Aklanat ad-Da'em, which was typical of neoliberal schemes in the region to better target subsidies to reach those in most need, Arslanian 2016. This situation had consequences on the cost of living in the country and increased hardship for many families. In 2010, for example, the average worker in Damascus received a minimum of SYP 11,000 a month, approximately USD 220, while in autumn 2016, his salary was around SYP 26,500, or 53 US dollars, Samaha 2016. Prices of fuel oil surged tenfold from 2011 to 2015, while the price of rice and sugar increased 2.3-fold in the same period. World Bank 2017, 8. In September 2017, the average monthly cost of living, including rent, in Damascus was around SYP 311,000, just over 600 US dollars, per month, while at the end of 2018, the Central Bureau of Statistics stated that the average estimated household expenditure for Syrian families was around SYP 325,000, around $650, per month. Meanwhile, the average monthly salary of a government employee hovered between SYP 30,000 and 40,000, while the average salary of private sector employees could reach as high as SYP 65,000, Samaha 2017c, Inability 2018-0. Even if both parents worked full-time, their wages were not enough to get through the month. As a result, people had to fill the gap in various ways, including having several jobs, increasing their revenues by demanding bribes, withdrawing children from school so they can go to work, renting rooms to refugees, selling cars and valuables, and demanding financial assistance from relatives abroad, Lund 2016a. Moreover, the closure of many workplaces since the beginning of the uprising in March 2011 led to massive job losses. The economy lost 2.1 million existing and potential jobs between 2010 and 2015. Unemployment in 2015 reached 55%. Youth unemployment increased from 69% in 2013 to 78% in 2015. Esquay and University of St. Andrews 2016, 28. The high level of unemployment and high cost of living encouraged segments of youth to get involved in the army or pro-regime militias, especially when the average militiaman could expect to make 4 times the salary of a university teacher, all for Syria 2017a. At the same time, by late 2017, businessmen in various Syrian industries were complaining of a lack of personnel despite the country's exorbitantly high unemployment rate, primarily as a result of massive outflow of working-age skilled, and less skilled, individuals, dead, injured, arrested, in exiles, etc., and the lack of mobility of Syrians due to economic insecurity. A few months before, in April 2017, A report by the FAO and the World Food Programme cited a shortage in farming labor as a challenge faced by the Syrian agricultural sector, the Syria Report 2017 Q. This situation was reflected in the massive drop in the number of individuals registered with the Social Security Organization, SSO, which included workers from the public and private sectors and pensioners. Around 2.2 million people were registered with the SSO in 2019, while their number was estimated at 3.7 million in 2012, a decrease of 40%, the Syria Report 2019a. Remittances, which were sent by Syrians to their families inside the country, became one of the most important sources of income in the uprising. According to World Bank data, the value of Syrian expat remittances in 2016 reached about $1.62 billion, an average rate of about $4 million daily. This amounted to around SYP 651 billion, which was above the annual total for salaries and wages, estimated at SYP 478 billion. Remittances sent to Syria were often the main source of cash for tens of thousands of families in need of assistance, Damas Post 2018a. This marked a profound shift compared to before the uprising, when remittances accounted for just 3% of GDP annually, World Bank 2011, 49. Structure of the economy. The structure of the Syrian economy changed dramatically since the beginning of the uprising, with agriculture and government services together accounting for 50% of total GDP in 2013 and 46% in 2014, SCPR 2014, 4. In 2014, around 55% of employment was in public sector jobs, indicating that the majority of formally employed persons were working in the government, SCPR 2015, 34. These sectors remained significant throughout the uprising, with agriculture accounting for between 26 and 36% of GDP by late 2016 and serving as an important safety net for 7.6 million Syrians, including IDPs, Inability 2018e, the Syria Report 2018j. In reality, however, these sectors contracted by more than 40% over time, Butter 2015, 13. In 2016, the World Food Programme stated that the losses of the agricultural sector in Syria since 2011 amounted to $16 billion, Inability 2018e. The most severely affected sector was mining, including oil production, which observed a diminution of 94% in real terms since 2010. Manufacturing, domestic trade, and construction also decreased by more than 70% on average, Butter 2015, 13. In dire straits, the Syrian government beginning in early 2013 planned the transfer of state factories to safe areas, such as coastal towns and cities or the Suwaida region, to enable them to continue production, while encouraging private manufacturers to relocate to these areas as well, the Syria Report 2013a. The manufacturing sector was falling apart, its remnants consisting either of small, fragmented workshops with little productive output or competitive edge, or of scattered industrial establishments with direct ties to foreign powers whose financial support and protection allowed them to continue to operate, SCPR, 2016a, 6. In a Bertelsmann Stiftung's Transformation Index, 2016, 15, report, the Syrian Center for Policy Research, SCPR, stated that up to 90% of industrial enterprises in conflict areas such as Aleppo had closed down, while the remaining facilities operated at only 30% capacity, the Syria Report 2016c. In the city of Aleppo itself, known as the main manufacturing center of Syria, only 10% of the city's factories and plants still operated by March 2016, according to data from the Ministry of Industry. Some 70% of the manufacturing base, i.e., around 28,000 factories, were damaged to a more or less serious degree, while the rest were relocated to other parts of the country, mainly the coast, or simply stopped because of the economic or security conditions. A very slight improvement was witnessed from 2016 in the manufacturing sector, as the regime's forces increased their control over the territory, but it was still very far from pre-2011 levels. For instance, the Sheikh Nayar industrial city in Aleppo employed 18,000 persons in more than 500 industrial establishments in October 2018, Sulayman 2018, while prior to the uprising, it contained more than 2,700 licensed companies and employed around 31,500 registered workers, World Bank 2011, 124. At the end of 2018, the number of Syrian industrial establishments was estimated at around 70,000 by the Syrian Ministry of Industry, while before 2011, the number was close to 130,000, Ghanem 2018. In 2017, after years of steep decline, some sectors of the Syrian economy saw improvement, including luxury hotels, Cham Palaces and Hotels 3, transport and logistics companies, Syrian Air, Al-Alia Transport for Latakia International Container Terminal 5 and Damascus Cargo Village 6. Al-Badia Cement, the only private sector cement company still operating in Syria, saw its revenues almost double, from SYP 13.8 billion in 2016 to SYP 26.7 billion in 2017, the Syria Report 2018F, 2018D. The manufacturing sector also witnessed some recoveries in 2016 and 2017, as regime forces expanded their control over larger swathes of territory, while the first half of 2018 saw a stagnation in numbers of new companies and a decline in the value of these investments, the Syria Report 2018p. The government adopted a series of measures in early 2018 to encourage investment and reconstruction in industrial sites to reduce the reliance on imports. At the end of May, a presidential decree exempted all manufacturers from a construction license fee that was previously needed to start building a factory or expand an existing one in an industrial city or zone, in Baladi 2018F. Additional measures in favor of the industrial sector were implemented throughout 2018 and beginning of 2019. In 2018, 847 industrial ventures of all sizes started production compared with 771 in 2017. An important number of these, however, were very small craft projects. The official capital value of the projects was SYP 30.3 billion, $60.6 million, and they were expected to create 3,766 new job opportunities, while in comparison in 2017, the total capital value of the projects that began production was SYP 25.9 billion and the number of jobs generated was 3,728, the Syria Report 2019c. However, the industrial sector was facing many challenges alongside the massive destructions it suffered, such as the high level of smuggling, especially from Turkish products, and of imported products in the country, the lack of workers, Western sanctions, low national consumption, lack of access to foreign markets and funding, and other factors. For example, in Aleppo alone, hundreds of ring-spinning factories closed in March 2019 as they faced shortages of raw materials, competition from imports, power outages, and corrupt practices, according to a report published in the Tishreen newspaper. The conquest of Eastern Ghouta and Dara province by pro-regime forces in April and July 2018, respectively, would also have a positive impact on the economy for the regime, although it took time. In Eastern Ghouta, this would restore in the near future the production of hundreds of factories, still not destroyed or too severely damaged by regime bombing, while bringing more security to Damascus. This region was a major supplier of food products to Damascus, in addition to the localization of many factories in sectors such as textiles, chemicals, and furniture. However, the destruction of facilities was significant. The industrial company's direct loss, according to the Ministry of Industry and the General Establishment for Chemical Industries, was SYP 81 billion, while the cost of rehabilitating these facilities and reactivating them amounted to double that figure, in Uprisings 2018J. The return of investors and inhabitants was also delayed or prevented by the division of power of these areas by various security services. In Dara province, the conquest of the Nazab border crossing with Jordan became a major issue of economic and strategic importance that would reopen key trade routes for Damascus. 7 Syrian exporters would once again have access to Gulf countries, an important market before 2011, while imports from Jordan and the Gulf also would be available at a lower cost. Transit revenues to and from Lebanon would increase as a result, primarily because Syria is the only land route for Lebanese exports to the Gulf and Iraq, in Uprisings 2018K, the Syria Report 2018L. At the same time, a few weeks before the takeover of the Nazab border, the Homs-Hama motorway reopened, facilitating the transport and exchange of merchandise. In 2018, the value of the 102 projects licensed by the SIA amounted to SYP 895 billion, around $1.79 billion, with the possibility of creating 7,959 jobs when the projects started. The agency reported that work is underway during 2018 to implement 34 projects, with an investment cost estimated at SYP 10 billion, around $20 million, Sana 2019. The Syrian economy was still far from a national economic recovery, however, and many obstacles remain on the path ahead. Regional changes. The regions of Syria that were insulated from the extensive destruction and unrelenting violence occurring elsewhere in the country profited economically during the war. The Wadi al-Nasser economy, for example, boomed as a result of a large influx of Syrian Christians, mainly from the city of Homs. This demographic shift led to greater investment flowing into Marmarita, Wash, Mishtaya, and even Kafra, a small village that benefited from its proximity to the main regional highway, Mesa 2013, 91. Suwaida also benefited from a greater share of investment throughout the years of the uprising due to its relative safety and proximity to the Syrian capital of Damascus. In 2015, for example, Suwaida hosted the highest number of investment projects by the SIA, 17, followed by Tartus, 12, the Damascus countryside, 8, Aleppo, 4, Latakia, 3, Hama, 2, and Damascus City, 1. Together, Suwaida, Tartus, and Latakia hosted 68% of all projects licensed by the SIA. In 2010, their combined share was only 11%, the Syria Report 2016M. It was, however, Syria's northwest coastal region that benefited economically from its relative stable situation throughout the war, with the exception of some protests at the beginning of the uprising in Baniyas, Latakia city, and several villages in the Latakia countryside, north of Latakia and in the Haf areas, which by 2013 were all repressed by regime forces, Kaddur 2016b, 6. Tartus observed an inflow of people fleeing other regions of the country, many of whom brought their savings with them. Investment in the province was higher than in other areas of Syria, although it was believed to be well below its levels prior to the uprising, the Syria Report 2016a, while many private companies relocated there. However, the majority of the population of Tartus remained dependent on the regime for their economic survival, whether as public servants or as employees of the army or security apparatus. Many public employees often had a second job as well. From 2012 to 2013, Tartus also witnessed the proliferation of construction sites for luxury hotels, restaurants, and shopping malls, Kaddur 2013b, 29-32. In 2015, the provinces of Latakia and Tartus attracted most real estate transactions in Syria, according to official data. Statistics from the General Directorate of Cadastral Affairs, affiliated with the Ministry of Local Administration, indicated that in 2015, the number of real estate contracts involving the transfer of property in the provinces of Tartus and Latakia stood at 46,000 and 40,000, respectively. In 2010, the year preceding the uprising, Damascus countryside, 90,000, came first, followed by Aleppo province, 75,000, which comprised both the city and the countryside. Overall, 219,000 real estate contracts were signed in Syria in 2015, down by 54% from 2010, when they reached 477,000, the Syria Report 2016 Data from the SIA showed that 32% of licensed private investments in 2015 were on the coast, while slightly less 27% were in the traditional economic powerhouses of Damascus and Aleppo. In the province of Tartus, the number of new individual companies increased from 867 in 2014 to 1,752 in 2015. The total registered capital value of these projects was SYP 530 million, around $1.23 million, although their real investment value was likely much higher, as not all the value of investments was usually declared, the Syria Report 2016b. In contrast, in 2010, Damascus and Aleppo attracted 40% of projects, while a meager 4.5% went to Latakia and Tartus, Yazigi 2016 c. 4-7. The economic growth witnessed in Tartus encouraged some business elites of the area to call for more economic openings. Vahib Mirey, president of the Tartus Chamber of Commerce and Industry and a businessman close to the Syrian regime, called on the government to declare the province of Tartus a free trade zone. He added that this measure would help Tartus play a major role in the reconstruction of the country and allow it to become an important regional economic center, similar to Dubai, the Syria Report 2015 c. However, this measure was still not implemented at this time. Benefits from the war economy. The war economy has been described by scholar David Keane as the continuation of economics by other means, with distinctive features including the destruction or circumvention of the formal economy and the growth of informal and black markets. This is especially the case in civil wars, as well as pillage, predation, extortion, and deliberate violence against civilians that is used by combatants to acquire control over lucrative assets, and exploit labor. In addition, war economies tend to be highly decentralized, with fighters thriving on cross-border trading networks, cited in Al-Mahmoud 2015. At the same time, the informal sector was a significant part of the Syrian economy prior to the uprising. The informal economy is not in and of itself a distinctive element of a war economy, but an important sector of economic activity in countries on the periphery more broadly. Similarly, illegal smuggling of goods had existed for a long time in Syria. The Assad regime's cronies were the main beneficiaries of trade in the smuggling of goods in the 1980s, as many goods during this period were not allowed into Syria. The subsequent liberalization of trade beginning in the 1990s led to a decline in some sectors of smuggling business, a trend that accelerated after Bashar al-Assad came to power in 2000 and began a new round of neoliberal reforms. At the same time, the 2003 U.S. invasion and occupation of Iraq ended Syria's direct involvement in various smuggling activities, especially oil. However, other illegal trafficking and smuggling activities began during this period, and in most cases, the Syrian government was not able to control or dominate these new illicit trafficking activities. In the early 2000s, for example, drug trafficking surged in the country, driven by new products and new routes, while as transborder smuggling in Iraq recovered and intensified in the following years after the invasion, the Syrian government reverted to taxing trafficking networks rather than controlling or dominating them. Herbert 2014, 73-74. With the progressive militarization of the Syrian uprising, the Syrian Research Center explained that armed groups and security services tried to directly recruit people to be part of their armed battalion, or indirectly through organizing illegal activities like smuggling, monopoly, theft, pillage, weapons trade, and people trafficking. These illegal activities attracted around 17% of the active population inside Syria in 2014. SCPR 2016a, 37. More generally, the share of the informal economy considerably increased throughout the uprising. This situation saw the development of war commanders and the emergence of a new guard of nouveau riche businessmen who accumulated enormous wealth since the beginning of the uprising. To launder their money, war traders turned to a number of methods, most importantly buying and trading real estate, luxury cars, gold, and land, or trading in currency, including US dollars. This led to the emergence of new centers of power, although the regime was still the main one, with the entanglement between the new guard of businessmen and the Army and Security, Hamidi 2016. By accumulating such profit and power, they came to exert a large degree of control over the lives of Syrians living in regime-controlled areas. At the same time, warlords were increasingly integrating into the formal economy by establishing formal companies, which were registered as LLCs, or participating in investment projects. For example, Bassam al-Hassan, the Republican Guards officer who participated in the creation of the NDF, and his nephew, Sikr Rustam, who led the Homs branch of the NDF, established a company named Damaz Real Estate Development and Investment LLC, in order to invest in real estate projects, the Syria Report 2018K. In Hama, after Russia's willingness to dissolve regime militias and force them to join in the Fifth Corps, various militia leaders began to transfer and invest the money that they had accumulated in various trafficking networks, kidnappings, and armed robbery into the formal economy, including real estate, land, and businesses, controlling the increasing economic activity of the city. Heads of militias and high-ranked personalities of security services turned more and more into significant businessmen, controlling more than 65% of shops and real estate in Hama and its countryside, according to one activist from the city, Shadai 2018. Similarly, in regions suffering sieges in opposition-held areas in which local populations were lacking food, water, electricity, and fuel, members of the SAA and of militias, as well as military opposition factions, took advantage of the situation to accumulate profit. The pro-regime armed forces erected checkpoints at strategic entry points to the besieged area, providing them with ample opportunities for many illegal economic practices, such as allowing goods in exchange for bribes, Todman 2016, 4-8. Some traders, businessmen who lived or worked in the besieged areas before the conflict and who often had local connections with regime security forces, also benefited from the situation. They tried to secure contracts from the highest levels of the regime to have an effective monopoly over the supply of a certain good in a besieged area. These traders also had to have a relationship with the opposition armed groups operating there, and fees or goods had to be paid in order for the traders to pass between the checkpoints. Once these goods were within the besieged area, the traders often hid or kept them and sold them strategically to maximize their profit, Todman 2016, 4. Ma'i al-Din al-Manfush, known as Abu Ayman, for example, became one of the most prominent merchant smugglers in Damascus province. He was a trader from the city of Mesraba near Doma and continued to manage a dairy farm there. Abu Ayman provided food and fuel, relying on personal relations with regime officials to get his supplies through the Harasta checkpoint, northeast of Damascus city. He then delivered the products to customers in the city, charging prices up to 20 times higher than in Damascus. He used some of the funds to try to win over local residents by paying salaries for teachers and administrators in several areas of Ghouta, while the regime benefited by taking a cut of his profits and maintaining networks of influence in opposition-held areas. Abu Ayman protected his facility with a private militia. Around 1,500 people worked in his factory, which also supplied Damascus with cheese and dairy products. He was able to develop his facilities to produce canned and baked goods sold in Ghouta and Damascus, Sadaka 2016. Meanwhile, his local area of Mesraba was not a target of the SAA's military attacks, seemingly part of an arrangement with the regime. A resident of eastern Ghouta estimated that before the tunnels came into regular operation, Abu Ayman made a daily profit of at least $10,000, Todman 2016, 5-8. Another example was Hussam Kaderji in Aleppo. A trader who was little known before the beginning of the uprising, he operated as a middleman for the trade of oil and cereals among the regime, the PYD, and IS, Yazigi 2016 c. 4. Kaderji and traders working for him bought up wheat from Raksa and Deir-ez Zor and gave 20% of the shares to IS, Eldahan and Georgi 2017, Kadur 2017 d. 12. He was rewarded by the regime through his election as an MP, representing the Aleppo governorate. In the meantime, Kaderji was also trying to formalize his business ventures by establishing two LLCs together with his brother, officially in agricultural trade and economic consultancies, which were fronts for their business activities, the Syria Report 2016 n. Eldahan and Georgi 2017. He increasingly also started to be involved in real estate, by notably establishing the Aleppo Private Joint Stock Holding Company, with capital of SYP 1 billion, around $2 million, by the end of 2018, Alec Desadi 2018 c. He was part of a new business class filling the gaps of the traditional or former bourgeoisie of the city who had left during the war and used their contacts with the regime to become prominent economic actors. Reinforcement of crony capitalists and clientelism. Crony capitalist businesspeople and elites affiliated with the regime largely maintained and expanded their operations in the country. Their sustained support allowed them the opportunity to enrich themselves by gaining preferential access to industries and economic sectors that were abandoned when competitors fled Syria, Katan 2014. Sanctions did not change the situation. After Western powers imposed sanctions on Syria's oil sector early in the war, Ayman Jaber became an important importer of oil products in the country. 8 Muhammad Hamsho is also believed to have expanded his businesses and influence, relying on his links with Mar al-Assad, Bashar's brother, Yuns 2016. In the beginning of 2015, the new licenses governing the operations of Syria's two mobile phone companies, MTN and Syriatel, a company owned by Rami Makhlouf, 9 were replaced by new 20-year licenses, in which a one-time fee of SYP 25 billion was paid by each company, along with a general reduction of the taxes imposed on these companies in the next 3 years, from 60% in 2014 to 20% by 2018. This decision would generate huge losses for the Syrian state in the coming years, while increasing the profits of the two companies, official records showed. On an annual basis, the government was giving up an average of SYP 81 billion, or the equivalent of $270 million at the market exchange rate of SYP 300 per $1. The net loss, therefore, was SYP 1.665 billion, only very partially compensated by the SYP 50 billion in fees. This decision was particularly surprising, as the government was in need of revenue, while at the same time it guaranteed higher long-term profits for the individuals associated with the regime, such as Rami Makhlouf, the Syria Report 2015b. During the first 9 months of 2018, Syriatel's profits increased to SYP 46.08 billion, compared to SYP 24.3 billion in the corresponding period of 2017, an increase of 89.34%. The increase in profits was mainly the result of the reduction of the Syrian government's tax on the revenues of the company from 31.5% in 2017 to 21.5% in 2018, Alec Desadi 2018b. The deepening of neoliberal reforms, especially from the perspective of benefiting from the reconstruction of the country, tightened the grip of crony capitalists on the Syrian economy. Indeed, a number of well-connected Syrian investors were reportedly awarded licenses by the government to collect and sell scrap metal from the cities and towns that had witnessed massive destruction, overwhelmingly from regime bombing, the Syria Report 2016a. Similarly, in July 2015, the government approved a law that allowed the establishment of private sector holding companies by city councils and other local administrative units, LAUs, to manage public assets and services, which opened the way for regime cronies to generate business from public assets, Sana 2016c. In the fall of 2016, a holding company named Damascus Cham Private Joint Stock Company was established with capital of SYP 60 billion, around 120 million US dollars, which was to be completely owned by the Damascus Governorate, the Syria Report 2016J. This holding was in charge of managing the reconstruction of the Baysatan al-Razi area in Damascus Governorate. In 2018, the Homs Governorate also announced the establishment of a holding company, and in 2019 it was the turn of the Aleppo and Damascus countryside governorates. None of these, except Damascus Cham Holding Company, had however yet started its operations in the spring of 2019. In December 2015, the regime introduced two pieces of legislation that demonstrated yet again that the crony capitalist associates of the Assad family were already preparing themselves for the reconstruction period. First, Bashar al-Assad issued a decree enacting a new urban planning and construction law, whose main provisions included the greater ease provided for the expropriation and redevelopment of illegal housing areas. This helped to ease the destruction of urban areas that supported the uprising against the regime, the Syria Report 2015H. Second, the Syrian Metals and Steel Council was established with the aim of lobbying for a sector that would benefit from any reconstruction drive. The council would play the role of both a lobbying group and a regulator for the sector. It was comprised of a board of 17 members, including 4 representing the state and the public sector, the Ministries of Economy and Trade, the General Organization for Cement and Building Materials, and Hama Steel. The president of the council was known crony capitalist Muhammad Hamsho, who was already active in the metal industry at the time, Riasa Majlis al-Wizara 2015. His company, Syrian Metal Industries, had a production capacity of 630,000 tons a year and was located in the industrial city of Adra, near Damascus. The other members of the board included a collection of the best-connected Syrian investors, 3 of whom were under Western sanctions, Ayman Jaber and the 2 other Hamsho brothers, Imad and Samir. The Hamsho group ran a major plant in Latakia, with an annual capacity of 500,000 tons of reinforced steel, while Jaber was a shareholder in Arabian Steel Company, based in Jabal, near Latakia. The building industry was expected to boom during the post-war reconstruction drive, with the metal industry benefiting in particular from the opportunities. In addition to the demands generated by new projects, many metal-related companies would benefit from the removal of all scrap metal from destroyed areas. The regime seemed to be positioning its capitalist associates in such a way that they would be able to reap the benefits of these new conditions, the Syria Report 2015I. However, this council was cancelled by the new government of Prime Minister Imad Khamis in August 2016 without explanation, but most probably due to its lack of activities, Sana 2016A. This did not prevent personalities close to the regime from continuing to dominate the sector of the economy. Trade, especially imports, became a major source of lucrative business deals in the country because of very low levels of economic production, the absence of regime investments, and the need for specific goods like foods, pharmaceuticals, and oil derivatives, SCPR 2015, 29. A Syrian pro-regime publication called Sahabat al-Jalala claimed in mid-2016 that a handful of traders controlled as much as 60% of all Syria's import trade, indicating that it was their connections with top regime members that allowed them to control such a large share of the market. A few weeks earlier, the same publication had indicated that the top 2 importers collectively controlled 20% of all import trade, the next 2 controlled 10% and 5%, respectively, and the following 2 controlled 3% each, Salam 2016. In January 2016, the Public-Private Partnership, PPP, law was passed 6 years after it was drafted, authorizing the private sector to manage and develop state assets in all sectors of the economy except oil. Economy and Foreign Trade Minister Humam al-Jazari declared that the law was a legal framework for regulating relations between the public and private sectors and met the growing economic and social needs in Syria, particularly in the field of reconstruction, while also providing the private sector with the opportunity to contribute to economic development as a main and active partner, cited in SABAC 2016c. This law was cited as a reference for the new economic strategy of the National Partnership, launched 1 month later in February by the government, which replaced the social market economic model developed prior to the uprising. In practice, no details were provided about the objectives or policies that would guide this new strategy. The new PPP law would likely continue to tighten crony capitalist control over public assets at the expense of state and public interests, Yazaji 2016a. This PPP law also has to be understood in the context of deepening neoliberal dynamics, where economic sectors that were previously managed solely by the state became open to the possibility of capital accumulation by private actors, Hani 2018, 202-217. In this framework, Prime Minister Kamiz announced in September 2018 during a meeting with representatives of companies and businessmen participating in the Damascus International Fair that the government would probably open 50 infrastructure projects in the country to private investors under public-private partnerships, Alfrey 2018b. Similarly, Faiz Shiabai, MP and head of the Aleppo Chamber of Industry, in a session in Parliament in October 2018 called to deepen the PPP process in the public industrial sector to expand investment opportunities of the private sector, Economy Today 2018a. The crony capitalists, who generally benefited from their connections with the regime, were able to secure high-margin government contracts, exclusive import deals, and, since 2011, smuggling and other deals associated with the war economy. Given these perks, they were clearly not ready to let go of their dominating economic power, which increased even more throughout the war and positioned them even more closely with the regime. More generally, the Assad regime's favoring of neoliberal policies, presented as necessary and technocratic decisions to overcome the problems of war and destruction, should instead be understood as a means to transform and strengthen the general conditions of capital accumulation, benefiting crony capitalists as well as larger economic networks linked to Damascus. Reconstruction, or consolidating the power of the regime. The cost of reconstruction was estimated between close to $400 billion in mid to late 2018, McDowell 2018, and although the war was not yet finished, national and foreign actors already were looking for investment opportunities. Conferences in the neighboring countries of Jordan and Lebanon have been organized on the issue of reconstruction in Syria since mid-2016, Haidman 2017. In August 2017, after a 6-year absence, the regime organized the Damascus International Trade Fair in a bid to bring back foreign investors and promote an image of normalcy in the country. Among the many nationalities represented at the fair were Russian, Iranian, Chinese, Iraqi, Indian, South African, and Lebanese companies. Very few Western, Turkish, and Gulf companies were present, despite the fact that they were the largest investors in Syria prior to 2011, Alfrey and said 2017a. 1 month later, between September 19 and 23, the Rebuild Syria Exhibition 2017 was held, attended by 164 companies from 23 countries of the Arab world and elsewhere, Sanaa 2017d. Conferences continued throughout 2018 to promote investment in the country. Post-war reconstruction was one of the main issues through which the regime and crony capitalists would consolidate their political and economic power, while providing foreign allies with a share of the market to reward them for their assistance. The regime enacted a series of decrees and laws to frame and benefit from the reconstruction. Decree No. 66, Cham Press 2012, for example, which entered into force in September 2012, allowed the government to redesign unauthorized or illegal housing areas and replace them with modern real estate projects with quality services, Ajib 2017. Initially, this decree allowed the Damascus Governorate to expel the populations of 2 large areas in Damascus 10 including Baysatan al-Raza, in the district of Mazah, where the development of the high-end real estate project of Marota City, which in the Syriac language means sovereignty, is under construction. The inhabitants of these areas were mostly working and lower middle class residents who had migrated in recent decades from rural areas. This decree, according to Syrian authorities, aimed to improve the living conditions of the inhabitants by eliminating informally built properties and replacing them with comfortable and modern ones. However, the decree selected two areas that supported the opposition, while the areas inhabited by supporters of the regime, where life conditions were no better, were left intact. Decree number 66 was inspired by some aspects of a 2007 Damascus master plan that had not been implemented because of the beginning of the uprising in 2011. This area was and still is considered an immensely lucrative real estate opportunity, undeveloped farmland and informal housing in some places within walking distance of the center of Damascus, Rollins 2017. The reconstruction programs planned the construction of 12,000 housing units for about 60,000 people, targeting mainly high-income households in the neighborhoods of Baysatan al-Raza. The prices per square meter ranged from SYP 300,000 to SYP 500,000 according to the executive director of Damascus Sham Holding Company, Nazan Abulsi, who added that he believed prices of real estate in Marota City would be the highest in Syria over the long term. Damas Post 2018 c.11 The establishment of Marota City would also probably lead to the raising of rent in adjacent areas for being close to luxury neighborhoods. The reconstruction process included schools and restaurants, places of worship, and even a multi-story parking garage and shopping center. According to the Syrian authorities, 110,000 job opportunities and 27,000 permanent jobs were to be created by this project. Ajib 2017, Sabak 2017. Under Decree number 66, residents who were entitled to new housing, built in an unspecified location, would receive the equivalent of a year's rent, paid for by a special fund created by the Damascus Governorate, until the construction was completed. Those who were not eligible would receive the equivalent of 2 years' rent, paid no later than 1 month after the eviction notice. The decree did not specify under what conditions the inhabitants were considered eligible to buy a new home. Only a small portion of the inhabitants have reportedly received either compensation or shares, but even that support is not sufficient to get by in a city suffering from rising rents and cost of living. Rollins 2019. Many inhabitants of the areas have complained throughout the years about reconstruction, including on regime or pro-regime television, as well as the absence of any alternative housing and the fact that other areas are too expensive to live. Channel Sama 2015, Syria TV Channels 1 2015, Ordas Videos 2017, to say nothing of refugees living outside the country, who received no benefits at all. In October 2017, Kashiun, the online media platform run by a branch of the Communist Party that was supportive of the regime, announced that Jamal Youssef had acknowledged that no alternative housing had yet been provided for the inhabitants of the project that were expelled under Decree number 66, the Syria Report 2017-N. Another option suggested by Youssef was the possibility of offering to buy a property in Marota City on preferential terms. Residents would have the right to buy their properties at cost and to benefit from flexible loan terms, the Syria Report 2018 c. However, there was still a problem with the latter proposition. The former residents of Baysatan al-Raza were mostly from a lower or middle class background and could not afford a property in the new real estate project of Marota City, nor could they easily access bank financing. The authorities of the Governorate knew this reality perfectly well. In other words, the vast majority of former residents would probably not be compensated in any way, let alone sufficiently, and would not receive any other housing, despite the provisions of the law. In July 2018, following the total recovery of the Damascus countryside by regime forces, the Damascus Governorate announced a reconstruction plan for Basilia City. Basilo means paradise in the Syriac language. The area of Basilia City was 9 million square meters, and it included around 4,000 units. Just as with the project of Marota City, evictions of local residents had started in some areas concerned with Basilia City's plan, while they faced similar problems regarding alternative housing, inability 2018 L. The reconstruction plan in Homs focused on three of the city's most destroyed districts, Baba Amr, Sultani, and Jabar, and committed to rebuilding 465 buildings, able to house 75,000 people, at a cost of $4 billion, according to Homs Governor Talal al-Barazi, cited in Ruay 2018a. The new urbanism plan took its inspiration from the Homs Dream, MS Siriano 2010, project directed by the former governor of Homs, Muhammad Iyad Ghazal, who was dismissed by Bashar al-Assad at the beginning of the demonstrations in 2011 because he was the main target of protesters at that time in the city. This project was announced in 2007 by Ghazal, who planned the destruction of parts of downtown to rebuild more modern buildings and skyscrapers. This urban plan was presented at that time as an opportunity to embrace modernization and urban improvement, but it was rejected by important sectors of the local population. For example, the project did not guarantee residents the right to stay in the traditionally middle-class neighborhood. Instead, the municipality suggested alternative housing in another neighborhood or financial compensation, which raised fears that the master plan would result in a form of gentrification and prevent residents from returning home. Al-Din, Syria Untold, and Syrian Independent Media Group 2018. Some locals also accused the former reconstruction plan of using urban planning to push Sunnis and Christians out of central areas, while Alawi areas remained untouched. Solomon 2017. In October 2018, Hamza City Council announced on its official Facebook page that they had finalized the zoning plans for three districts in the city, Jurat al-Sheikh, al-Karabiz, and al-Kasaur, which were former opposition-held areas and remained empty, as almost none of the former inhabitants had returned. The council added that property owners who wanted to obtain demolition and building permits must apply to the city council for licenses. Hurriya Press 2018b. Aleppo, various suburbs of Damascus, and other areas could see the imposition of similar projects. In Aleppo, more than 50% of the buildings and infrastructure had been partially or totally destroyed, according to a preliminary assessment of the municipality in January 2017, while large sections of eastern neighborhoods of Aleppo's population had been forcefully displaced to other areas or left the areas as a result of the war. Of the 15 priority areas put forward by the Syrian government for reconstruction, 8 were not located in eastern Aleppo. The priority areas were neighborhoods in the west and center of the city that did not suffer the same level of destruction as the 52 neighborhoods in the east, which had been taken over by the regime's armed forces and their allies in December 2016, Beals 2017, the Syria Report 2017a. In the same way as Homs, the reconstruction and rehabilitation of buildings had prioritized districts that were historically favorable to the regime, not the most damaged areas formerly under the control of the armed opposition or attacked by it. Likewise, in September 2018, Suhail Abdul Latif, the general manager of the state-owned general housing establishment, stated that his company had been contracted by the Damascus Countryside Governorate to rehabilitate 175 buildings in the Damascus suburb of Adra al-Umalaya, considered a regime stronghold and inhabited largely by religious minorities, particularly Alawis, who were located close to the Adra industrial city. However, in this case, homeowners were demanded to pay 40% of the reconstruction cost of their properties, while the state committed to paying 60%. This showed the willingness of the regime to pressure inhabitants to contribute directly to reconstruction efforts because of the lack of national resources. Hamidi S. 2018, the Syria Report 2018-R. The Syrian website SANA reported in July 2017 that the government had allocated SYP 25 billion, $48.5 million, of contracts for reconstruction in Aleppo. This figure was only a fraction of the amount needed for the reconstruction of the city, estimated at more than $5 billion and possibly even tens of billions of dollars, SANA 2017b. Aleppo was depleted to a third of its pre-war initial population of 3 million people, with nearly 2 million people displaced outside the city, according to UN estimates in late 2017. Also, 44% of the city's housing stock had been destroyed and 86% of commercial infrastructure damaged. The bulk of the destruction and damage was in East Aleppo, where most of the city's informal housing was situated, Beale's 2018. Following a visit by Prime Minister Khamis in early January 2018, the Syrian government announced that Aleppo's share in the 2018 budget would be SYP 40 billion, or about $80 million, dedicated to reconstruction projects and to the rehabilitation of infrastructures and services destroyed in the city, Iqtisad 2017, Sanat 2018a. In November 2018, the government held several sessions in Aleppo over a period of several days and ultimately voted in favor of a global strategy of development for Aleppo province to encourage the reconstruction of the city and the boosting of its economy. Meanwhile, the Third Industrial Conference was organized in Aleppo, with the participation of ministers of the governments and calls for a series of measures for the boosting and development of the industrial sector in the city of Aleppo and at a national level, Al-Jazari 2018. Another city that had suffered massive destruction was Raqqa. More than 80% of the city was uninhabitable or altogether destroyed, and basic infrastructure was practically non-existent. Saudi Arabia's Gulf Affairs Minister, Thamer al-Sabhan, visited Raqqa in September 2017 following its recapture by the SDF with support from the U.S.-led international coalition to meet with the Civil Council to discuss the reconstruction of the city. However, no investments have yet materialized in any concrete plan. In April 2018, the Assad regime issued a new legislative law, Decree No. 10, a nationwide expansion of Decree No. 66 that raised new fears of stripping citizens who had been forced out of Syria of their property. Decree No. 10 was enacted as an amendment to Decree No. 66 of 2012 and stipulated that property owners would have to submit their title deeds to relevant authorities, all Laos, within 1 year after the announcement of reconstruction plans in the locality. 13 If they were not able to do so, they could ask their relatives to do so by procuration or be represented by an attorney. If they failed to do so, they would not be compensated, and ownership would revert to the province, town, or city where the property was located. Those who have proved their property title can, as explained by Human Rights Watch, 2018a. 1. Register the sector in their names and receive a share of the profits from redevelopment, or 2. Sell their shares in a public auction, or 3. Create a company to invest in and develop the division. All the shareholders in a sector must agree to one option. Under Decree No. 10, inhabitants in these zones must move out. Local authorities normally should guarantee compensation equivalent of 2 years' rent to tenants who do not qualify for alternative housing. Tenants with the right to alternative housing should be moved into that housing within 4 years, and in the meantime also will have their annual rent covered. It was not clear from the law who would qualify for alternative housing or how such a determination would be made, Human Rights Watch 2018a, but as previously mentioned in the case of Marota City, the process of alternative housing and compensation was far from being successful and indeed was very partial. However, the main purpose of the law remained the seizure of real estate and property of civilians who had been forced to leave the country, especially in former opposition-held areas. As a result, this decree would be able to make new land registrations and exclude from these registers a plethora of real estate owners. De facto, through the reconstruction of the administrative structure, the property of civilians forced to flee would be seized. Decree No. 10, therefore, extended Decree No. 66 to the whole of the country, in that it permitted all Laos throughout Syria, such as cities and governorates, to configure real estate development zones within their administrative boundaries and, based on that zoning, to expropriate their populations and rebuild them, the Syria Report 2018I. The Minister of Local Administration Hussein Makhlouf, in an April 9 interview with the pro-regime newspaper Al Watan, declared that the first 3 areas to be included for new real estate development zones were Baba Amro, a suburb of Homs, and Harista in eastern Ghouta, areas that were significant and symbolically meaningful opposition strongholds, Hammamu 2018. In September, the Damascus Governorate Committee issued a report announcing the destruction and rebuilding under Decree No. 10 of Tahtaman district in Damascus, which included a mix of supporters and opponents of the regime. The head of the committee, Faisal Sarour, declared that 3,500 homes were inhabitable and residents who could prove the ownership of those properties would be able to return. For the rest of the residents who saw their housing completely destroyed, they would not be permitted to return to homes considered uninhabitable, and the reconstruction would take an estimated 4 to 5 years. The residents of Al-Tahtaman district strongly condemned and rejected the report of the Damascus Governorate Committee, while calling to oppose the decision legally and appealing to the judiciary. Other areas of Damascus, such as Jabar, Barza, and Kaboun, were also scheduled to be studied for reconstruction in early 2019 under Decree No. 10, Al-Saleh 2018, Al-Watan Online 2018. In November 2018, the Damascus Governorate established a plan to prepare new organizational plans for all informal areas in Damascus, including areas considered as loyalist, such as Mezi 86. However, specific dates have not been set for the implementation of any study on reconstruction projects, MR Syria 2019d. By allowing the destruction and expropriation of large areas, Decree No. 66 of 2012 and Decree No. 10 of 2018 were used as efficient instruments for rapid and large development projects that would benefit regime cronies and attract possible foreign funding, while at the same time operating as a punishment against populations known to oppose the regime. They most probably would be replaced with higher social classes and new war elites, who were generally less inclined to rise up against the regime. The focus in providing housing for wealthy strata of society in the reconstruction plans launched by the government and the private sector was even criticized in pro-regime newspapers published in the country. For example, a real estate expert, Amr Youssef, stated in an interview with the newspaper Al-Ayyam that all the residential projects that are being launched today are targeted at the wealthy, and the average income or even higher income earning citizens cannot live in these houses, cited in Suleiman L. 2018. He added, "The government, if it continues in this orientation, will be unable to solve the housing crisis for the next 100 years, especially with 3 million homes destroyed, and the need in Syria of 1.5 million homes annually, and this need increases between 100 to 150,000 homes every year." Suleiman L. 2018. The development of residential projects that could be built in these areas would in fact be carried out by holding companies owned by governorates or municipalities, but the construction and management of projects would likely be contracted to private sector companies owned by well-connected investors. La Libre 2016, the Syria Report 2018I. The return of civilians to certain areas was also complicated by various measures pertaining to the regime's security institutions. The war also demolished many Syrian land registries, including at the deliberate initiative of pro-regime forces in some recaptured areas, making it complicated for residents to prove home ownership. Kalov 2017. In a report by Human Rights Watch, 2018b, inhabitants were not allowed to come back to Daria, even with property titles, while certain neighborhoods of Kaboun remained restricted and demolitions have been ongoing in some of them since the city fell under the regime's control in 2017. According to approximate pre-war estimates by the Ministry of Local Government, only about 50% of land in Syria was officially registered. Another 40% had boundaries delimited but had not yet been registered. The multiple land registries were paper-based and often not properly stored. Preditor 2016. In addition, a significant percentage of displaced people had lost their ownership documents or never obtained them in the first place, according to Laura Cuniel, a legal and housing expert at the Norwegian Refugee Council, NRC. Nearly half of Syrian refugees surveyed by the NRC and the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNCRR, said that their home had been destroyed or damaged beyond repair by the war, while only 9% had their property title deeds with them and in good condition, according to the survey published in 2017. Wide sections of those refugees came from informal areas, which, as mentioned before, represented around 40% of all housing units in Syria, Yazigi 2017, 6, Zwainer 2018. However, even those who had the necessary documents often found it difficult to access their properties. The process of entry into the areas controlled by the regime often required the obtaining of entry permits from various branches of security to cross checkpoints. This process involved blackmail, bribes, and threats of detention. Residents were also required to pay electricity, telephone, and water bills for years of absence during the war, which equated to nearly 50% of the cost of these assets. Aldine, Syria Untold, and Syrian Independent Media Group 2018. This is to say nothing of opposition activists and supporters, who are unlikely to return to Syria at all out of fear of detention and torture by the regime due to their political activities. In this framework, Decree No. 63 empowered the Ministry of Finance to seize immovable assets and property from individuals who fell under Law No. 19 of 2012, the Counter-Terrorism Law. According to Human Rights Watch, the former law provided a dangerously broad interpretation of what constitutes terrorism, and unfairly criminalized a large segment of the population without any due process rights or fair trial, cited in Othman Aga 2018. In November 2018, the Syrian Ministry of Finance published the findings of a study documenting over 40,000 cases of property seizures as a result of terrorist activities by their owners in 2017 and 30,000 seizures in 2016, Al-Modan 2018c. A whole system of laws allowed the regime to expropriate individuals of their properties. In Hama, for instance, a real estate development project was announced in October 2018 in the neighborhood of Wadi al-Jauz, which was completely destroyed by regime forces in 2013. Under the PPP law of 2016, the project involved the construction of 2,400 apartments worth SYP 40 billion, $86 million. The government used the Urban Planning Law of 1982, Law No. 5 of 1982, to destroy and rebuild Wadi al-Jauz, the Syria Report 2018 W. During the same period, the Aleppo City Council announced the beginning of development works in sectors of al-Haydariya's informal area, located northeast of Aleppo. Al-Haydari was under opposition control during most of the conflict and was largely destroyed by regime and Russian air forces. It was among the largest informal housing districts in Syria. This project of reconstruction in this case was conducted on the basis of Law No. 15 of 2008-14, which was the framework for large real estate projects and which regulated the establishment of real estate development zones, as well as investment in them. The land targeted by the reconstruction was expropriated land, without any information or compensation process to former inhabitants, the overwhelming majority of whom had left the city and the country and had not yet returned. The Syria Report 2018-X. Both areas, Wadi al-Jauz in Hama and al-Haydari in Aleppo, were part of a list of 23 areas to attract private investors selected by the Real Estate Development and Investment Commission and which would benefit from the incentives provided by Law No. 15 of 2008, the Syria Report 2018-X. In addition to these laws, Law No. 3 in 2018 was one of the main ways in which the regime conducted demolitions and subsequently prevented the return of civilians. Presented as a law concerning the removal of the rubble of buildings damaged as a result of natural or abnormal causes, the government was given significant leeway in defining what constituted rubble or damage, meaning that neighborhoods could be closed off and housing subsequently destroyed. More generally, the regime also used arbitrary, punitive demolitions, and anti-terrorism legislation to raze whole areas of neighborhoods that fell to the opposition after 2011. Aside from decrees No. 66 and No. 10, the Syrian government has passed more than 45 laws since 2011 related to housing, land, and property, Ahmed, Hourani and Smiley 2018. New personalities emerging. Some businessmen linked to the regime also started to appear and rise to prominence. They were usually individuals who were outside both crony capitalist circles and the dependent business elite networks built in past decades, who had accumulated some level of wealth before the uprising. This was particularly observed with the reconstruction process. The most important rising figure was Seymour Foz, who throughout the war became one of the country's most powerful businessmen. Multiple Syrian and Dubai-based businessmen interviewed by the Financial Times stated that Foz had close ties to the Assad regime. Prior to the uprising in 2011, he owned the Aman Group 15, a contractor for real estate developments and food commodities. According to their website, the group had strategic relations with an extensive network of suppliers in over 30 countries, Aman Group 2017. Throughout the war and through his close contacts with high regime's officials, Foz became an important business personality. He benefited massively from government contracts and acted as a broker for grain deals with the state-owned company Hobub, Sol 2013, Inability 2017, while he also acted as an intermediary with the PYD and the IS to trade wheat. In addition, he was involved in the purchase of assets of businessmen who left Syria and were facing difficult or tensed relations with the regime, such as Imad Grawadi. 16 In March 2018, Prince Al-Walid bin Talal sold his stake, representing 55%, in the Four Seasons Damascus Hotel to Foz. 17 According to the Financial Times, cited in Kerr and Solomon 2018, the transaction generated more than $115 million. The Four Seasons Damascus was popular with UN agencies, aid groups, and visiting diplomats. At the time, it was believed to be the best performing Four Seasons hotel of 17 MENA locations. Foz's business interests rapidly and massively expanded beyond importing and trading grains and building materials to include aviation, the cable industry, steel, sugar, car assembly and distribution, hotel management, real estate development, pharmaceuticals, and even banking by buying stakes in the Syria International Islamic Bank 18 and Al Baraka Bank 19, Mr Syria 2019a. Alongside his business activities, Foz also founded the Association of the FOZ Charity, which carried out charitable projects in Latakia and its rural areas and was planning to expand their services to Damascus and the countryside, Swede 2017. He was accused of funding the Quwat Dir'Aman al-Askari, the military security shield forces, which was affiliated with Al-Aman al-Askari, the military security, and to use it for personal affairs as well, Al-Sharq al-Azay 2017. His company, Aman Group, also announced in August 2017 its contribution in partnership with Damascus Governorate and Damascus Cham Private Joint Stock Company in the reconstruction of Baysatan al-Razi area, in the Mazeh district of Damascus. Aman Damascus, the company established by the Aman Group for this project, announced capital of $18.9 million, Damascus Cham 2017, Inability 2017a. In November, Foz's Aman Group was granted by Damascus Cham holding the right to develop real estate properties worth around $312 million in the Baysatan al-Razi project, the Syria Report 2017 p. Marota City announced that a residential area of over 60,000 square meters would be built, with around 220 luxury apartments and duplexes of between 200 and 450 square meters, including a variety of services and gardens, Marota City 2018b. Other business figures also benefited from lucrative contracts with Damascus Cham holding as part of the reconstruction of Baysatan al-Razi. There was, for instance, Zubaydi and Khalay LLC, owned by Khalid al-Zubaydi and Nader Khalay, a powerful Sunni businessman based in Damascus with connections to the regime. In early 2018, the Kuwait-based businessman Mazen Tarazi, active in a variety of economic sectors, established a joint venture with Damascus Cham holding to build a 120,000 square meter shopping center and 6 other properties, Damascus Cham 2018a. The estimated value of these investments was $250 million. Tarazi would hold 51% of the shares of the joint venture, while Damascus Cham would own the rest, meaning that effective control of the company would be in the hands of Tarazi. In addition, he would purchase 5 other parcels worth an estimated $70 million. Iqtisad 2018, ABD Al-Jalil 2018a, the Syria Report 2018b. A few days later, it was the turn of the Talas Group 21 owned by businessman Anas Talas, to sign a partnership agreement with Damascus Cham Holding worth SYP 23 billion, approximately $52.7 million, for the construction of 4 parcels within Marota city that would be divided into residential and mixed residential and commercial sectors. The distribution of investments in this partnership was as follows: the Talas Group had 25%, or SYP 5.7 billion, and the rest, or 75% or SYP 17.3 billion, remained under the control of the Governorate, Damascus Cham 2018b, Iqtisad 2018. The last 2 individuals shared certain characteristics, including having accumulated wealth in the Gulf and being relatively unknown before 2011 in Syria. In January 2018, Damascus Cham Holding established a new joint venture with Exceed Development and Investment, owned by private investors Hayan Muhammad Nazem Kadur and Main Rizq Allah Hakel. The value of this joint venture was SYP 9.2 billion, equivalent to around $21 million at the time. The company Exceed, established just a few months earlier, would hold 51% of the shares, representing SYP 4.7 billion, while Damascus Cham would own 49%, SYP 4.5 billion, and contribute plots of land. According to Damascus Cham Holdings website, Damascus Cham 2018c, the company was to develop 3 plots of lands in Marota, 2 devoted to housing with a total built-up area of 11,000 square meters, with the third being a commercial center used for the sale of building materials of 2,956 square meters. At the end of March 2018, the Rawaif Damascus private joint venture, owned by Rami Makhlouf and his close associates and composed of Ramak for Development and Humanitarian Projects LLC and 4 other companies, obtained a contract worth SYP 25.9 billion, $48.3 million, to develop real estate in Marota city, 3 properties with a combined built-up area of 38,000 square meters, 2 15-story buildings, mostly residential with 2 commercial floors, and 1 12-story commercial property. Damascus Cham 2018d, Damascus Cham 2018e, the Syria Report 2018h. In April 2018, Damascus Cham Holding signed its 7th joint venture with Bunyan Damascus, a partnership with 2 companies, Apex Development and Projects LLC and Tamiyaz LLC. The joint venture had a capital of SYP 15.2 billion, equivalent to $34.8 million, and would develop 2 mixed-use properties with a total built-up area of 30,000 square meters. DCH held 60% of the shares, and its partners held the balance, Damascus Cham 2018a. A few months before, in February, Damascus Cham Holding announced that it was collaborating with Al Baraka Bank and other banks in Syria to create a real estate financing company, which would participate in the funding of the development of Marota city. Al Baraka Bank was notably headed by Muhammad Halabi, the former co-chief executive officer, CEO, of Syria International Islamic Bank, which was hit by sanctions internationally in 2011 and 2012 for its role as a front for the regime-owned Commercial Bank of Syria in funding the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and other weapons of war, Goldsmith 2018. Another significant business personality who emerged during the war was Vasim Katan. In the summer of 2017, Katan was assigned the management contract of the Kashiun shopping mall, at an annual cost of SYP 1.2 billion. A few months later, in mid-March 2018, the Ministry of Tourism awarded a 45-year contract to a company called Muruoy Al-Cham Investment and Tourism Company to develop a prime real estate location known as Al-Jala, in Damascus. The proposal included the building of a large, five-star hotel and a shopping mall. In August 2018, Kattan's company was once again granted a controversial deal, the management of the Massa Plaza Mall, located in the upscale district of Malki in Damascus, which was previously managed by the Hakim Brothers Company. Kattan made the most lucrative offer, SYP 1.29 billion, which is equivalent to some $2.97 million US. He was thought to be acting as a front for a powerful regime figure, probably Mar al-Assad, in Abdullah 2018d, 2018m, Syria Daily News 2018. The fact that all these personalities were issued from the Sunni community did not prevent them from having very close links to and benefiting from the regime, demonstrating once again the multiple strategies and tools of the regime to constitute a diverse popular base through clientelism, tribalism, and sectarianism. These new business elites were able to capitalize, economically and in terms of political influence, on opportunities from the departure of the dependent business elite networks. Faiz Shiabai, head of the Aleppo Chamber of Industry and a wealthy businessman, and a known supporter of the regime, was notably elected president of the Federation of Syrian Chambers of Industry in June 2012, Aboud 2013, 6, and became an MP in 2016. Samer al-Dabs, an industrialist close to the regime, became an MP in 2012 and then president of the Damascus and Countryside Industrial Chamber in 2014, Iqtisadi 2018a. For his part, Muhammad Hamsho entered the board of directors of Damascus Chamber of Commerce at the beginning of 2014 as an alternative to Bassam Graoui by ministerial decision, where he assumed the position of secretary and continued to be an MP. He also served as chairman of the Syrian Chinese Businessmen Council, Iqtisad 2015b, and was nominated to other official positions. Vasim Kattan, mentioned previously, was nominated in February 2018 as president of the Damascus Province Chamber of Commerce, after the Minister of Domestic Trade and Consumer Protection, Abdullah Garbai, dissolved the former board of directors, Sahabat al-Jalala 2018. Elections at the Chambers of Commerce in Aleppo and Damascus at the end of 2014, for instance, saw a significant change in their memberships. In Aleppo, 10 of the 12 elected board members were new investors, many of whom were unheard of prior to the uprising. In Damascus, 7 of the 12 were in the same situation, Yazigi 2016b, 4. In the beginning of 2014, the Ministry of Industry already had nominated new individuals to sit on the board of various chambers of industry in Hama, Aleppo, Homs, and Damascus, in a move largely seen as a reprisal against investors supporting the opposition or deemed not sufficiently supportive of the regime. This was the same as the parliamentary elections result in 2016, with some 70% of new entrants in the chamber reflecting significant changes that affected the power base of the Syrian regime, Sabak 2016a. The 2018 municipal elections also reflected the consolidation of the regime's power networks at the lowest level of society, with Ba'athists, personalities linked to militias, and regime affiliates winning the great majority of municipalities, and with the domination of the National Unity List, for whom 70% of the seats of the local administration were reserved, while only 30% were for independent candidates. This was especially important, as local councils would officially assume responsibility for reconstruction, although operating under the rules from the Ministry of Local Administration, whose minister was Hussein Makhlouf, the cousin of Rami Makhlouf. At around the same time, a new lobby of Syrian businessmen, the Global Group of Syrian Businessmen in the World, was established in November 2018 in Bucharest, Romania. The gathered investors consisted mostly of Sunni entrepreneurs from Damascus and Aleppo who now lived outside the country but who had maintained connections with the Syrian regime. Khaldoun al-Muwakka, who since 2012 has been heading the regime-linked grouping of Syrian investors in Egypt, chaired this new body, while Rateb al-Shala, a symbol of the traditional Damascene business class, was designated honorary president. The new organization declared that it had representatives and/or offices in 23 countries, and it aimed at supporting the Syrian economy in the reconstructions process, notably through serving as an intermediary for foreign investors, whether by providing advice or by participating directly in the Syrian economy. Industry News 2018a, The Syria Report 2018y. It was not surprising, therefore, that in December 2018, the first economic conference on investment opportunities in Syria was organized in Bucharest. The event was spearheaded at the initiative of the Romanian Institute for Political and Economic Studies, in cooperation with the Syrian Embassy and with the participation of many companies and chambers of commerce and industry from Romania. Damas Post 2018a. Nevertheless, numerous challenges remained for the regime as it attempted to reattain political and economic stability within Syria and secure funds for reconstruction across the country. The issue of national funding and foreign investments. These large real estate projects were expected to attract foreign capital, crucial for Syrian reconstruction. The investments of public and private actors were insufficient to rebuild the country, while, as mentioned previously, the state was seriously indebted. The doubling of the reconstruction tax, called the National Contribution for Reconstruction, which was introduced in 2013 and was initially supposed to apply for only 3 years on various taxes and fees, did not fix the problem. This tax did not generate much revenue, bringing the equivalent of SYP 13 billion, a mere $31 million, into the 2017 budget, the Syria Report 2017r. Oil revenues, which accounted for a large portion of revenues until 2012-23, were non-existent, while tax revenues had declined considerably. Indirect tax revenues constituted 70% of the government's official financial revenues in mid-2018, which indicated the lack of national revenue, inability 2018n. The national budget for 2017 was SYP 2.6 trillion, $5 billion, passing in 2018 to SYP 3.1 trillion, SANA 2017e, and increasing once again in 2019 to SYP 3.882 trillion, ALFRE 2018c. The combined value of the government's project of the Reconstruction Committee, which was established in 2012 and is affiliated with the Ministry of Local Administration and Environment, in the 2018 budget was only SYP 50 billion and SYP 34.8 billion, $75.2 million, in 2019. The money allocated was spent mostly on the rehabilitation of destroyed equipment and buildings, although some projects listed were not necessarily damaged during the war, such as the Bashar al-Assad Airport in Latakia, the Jabal Hospital, and the Sharqiya phosphate mines currently being developed by a Russian company, the Syria Report 2018u. The 2019 budget allocated for reconstruction was not more than SYP 50 billion, equivalent to $115 million, had a 2018. Moreover, there were problems of funding as public-private partnership, PPP, schemes relied on financing from banks, which was clearly unavailable, as the total assets of 14 private sector commercial banks operating in the country reached SYP 1.7 trillion at the end of 2016, equivalent at the time to only around $3.5 billion, while in 2010, it was $13.8 billion. In terms of assets, some of the 6 state-owned banks were larger than their private sector counterparts, particularly the Commercial Bank of Syria. However, these banks had large bad debt portfolios, the Syria Report 2017l. Therefore, the reconstruction required foreign funding, which would benefit the countries that were the staunchest supporters of the Assad regime, particularly Iran and Russia. Syrian officials have repeatedly declared that companies from Iran and other allied countries would be rewarded. Following the recapture of eastern Aleppo in December 2016, Aleppo Governor Hossein Diab also stressed that Iran was going to play an important role in reconstruction efforts in Syria, especially Aleppo, Schneider 2017. In March 2017, the Iranian Reconstruction Authority publicized the renovation of 55 schools that it planned to restore across Aleppo province, Schneider 2017. Iran also had the largest presence at the International Trade Fair in Damascus, with more than 40 Iranian companies taking part in the event, Haidman 2017. In September 2017, Iranian officials declared that they would rehabilitate and reconstruct electricity infrastructure in Damascus and Deir-ez-Zor, and an Iranian company was awarded a contract to supply electricity to Aleppo. If finalized, these deals would be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Al Jazeera English 2017.24. In September 2018, a Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in the Electricity Sector was signed between Syria and Iran, which included the provision by Tehran of new power stations in Latakia and Banias and the refurbishing of existing stations in Aleppo, Deir-ez-Zor, and Homs, Sana'a 2018a. A month later, Iran struck a new deal with Damascus to build a €400 million, $460 million, power plant in Latakia. In August 2018, the Syrian Ministry of Public Works and Housing agreed with Iranian private companies to build 30,000 residential units as part of the General Organization for Housing Projects in Damascus, Aleppo, and Homs, Hurriyah Press 2018a. Then Iraj Rabar, the deputy head of the Mass Construction Society of Iran, announced in February 2019 that his company was planning to build 200,000 housing units in Syria, mostly around Damascus, as a result of a Memorandum of Understanding that had been signed a few weeks earlier in a meeting of the Joint Syrian-Iranian Higher Committee. The agreement, he explained, would be implemented within 3 months and be funded through a new, $2 billion Iranian credit line, Economy Today 2019. Regarding Moscow, a Russian delegation in October 2015 visited Damascus and announced that Russian companies would lead Syria's post-war reconstruction. Deals worth at least €850 million emerged from these negotiations. A further Russian parliamentary visit to Syria in November 2016 resulted in Syrian Foreign Minister Walid Muallim reportedly offering Russian firms priority in rebuilding Syria, Hair 2017. In mid-December 2017, a delegation of Russian CEOs headed by Russian Deputy Prime Minister Dmitry Rogozin came again to Damascus for talks with Bashar al-Assad on investment and reconstruction in the country, referring to major economic projects, including projects on oil, gas, phosphate, electricity, and petrochemical industries, as well as on transport and trade, AFP and Le Figaro 2017. In February 2018, Syria and Russia signed an agreement on cooperation in the electrical power field in the framework of developing the electrical system through reconstructing and rehabilitating Aleppo thermal plant and installing Deir-ez-Zor power plant, in addition to expanding the capacity of Mharda and Tishreen plants, Sana'a 2018c. In March 2019, several private Russian companies announced their willingness to communicate their construction techniques and skills to Syrian builders working on the reconstruction process in collaboration with the Syrian Ministry of Public Work and Housing, MR Syria 2019a. However, there was serious doubt about the implementation of some of these projects, especially massive reconstruction schemes, and memorandums of understanding mentioned in this discussion forged between Tehran and Moscow and Damascus, just like many other investment projects and economic agreements announced during the past few years, the Syria Report 2019b. The Syrian government, for example, failed to secure the necessary funds for its contribution in deals with Iran and Russia in the electricity sector and the construction or rehabilitation of power plants. As a result, the two nations pulled out, Haidha 2019-14. The Chinese government, in August 2017, hosted the first trade fair on Syrian reconstruction projects, during which a Chinese Arab business group announced a $2 billion commitment from the government for the construction of industrial parks in Syria, Haidman 2017. Qin Yang, the vice president of the China Arab Exchange Association, estimated investments in Syria of similar value in December 2017 and explained that the business leaders that he had accompanied to Damascus, Homs, and Tartus, including representatives of the China National Heavy-Duty Truck Company, plan to build roads, bridges, airports, and hospitals and restore electricity and communications. Abu Nasr, Arkhipov, Meyer, and Shi 2017. China, however, remained reluctant to invest in such an unstable country. For Beijing, investments in emerging countries were often conditioned on privileged access to natural resources, as in Africa. However, Syria was quite weak in raw materials, and those that did exist were largely promised to Moscow and Tehran. Projects also could be awarded to India, the Indian Express 2017, and Brazil, Ajherni 2017, as a reward for their pro-regime position on the international stage. Among Arab countries, several countries expressed their willingness to take part in the reconstruction process of Syria. A total of 30 Egyptian companies participated in the Damascus International Fair in August 2017, while Union delegation of Egyptian engineers visited Syria in early 2017 and met with Bashar al-Assad, Abd al-Halim 2018, Ray al-Yom 2017. Oman, for its part, signed in November 2017 a Memorandum of Understanding with Syria for cooperation in the energy sphere, making the Syrian-Omani company a springboard toward establishing other investment projects between the two countries, Mudan 2017. The cooperation between the two countries sought to aid in the rehabilitation and reconstruction of damaged oil facilities, Mudan 2017, Al-Free and said 2017b. In Lebanon, many business groups and figures expected to participate in the reconstruction process, including former parties and individuals opposed to the Assad regime. Raya al-Hassan, a former finance minister from northern Lebanon who was directing the Tripoli Special Economic Zone project that was planned to be built adjacent to the port, declared in August 2017 that Lebanon is in front of an opportunity that it needs to take very seriously regarding the benefits of reconstruction in Syria, Associated Press 2017. The city's location close to the Syrian border also attracted increasing foreign investment. Tripoli Port signed a 25-year lease with the Emirati port operator Gulf Tanner in 2013, to manage and invest in the terminal. The CEO of Lebanon's subsidiary of Gulf Tanner, Ibrahim Hermes, argued that our aim was to invest here in anticipation of Syria's reconstruction, Associated Press 2017. Similarly, Future Movement MP Dima Jamali declared in August 2018 that Tripoli must play an important role in the reconstruction of Syria and we must separate the economic and developmental aspects from the political aspect, Orient Le Jour 2018. In July 2018, after the regime's capture of Nazib border a few weeks earlier, Jordan invited members of the Damascus Chambers of Commerce and Industry and the Federation of Syrian Chambers of Industry to visit Amman. This was the first visit since 2011, and Jordanian officials simultaneously called for the reopening of the crossing, alluding to the readiness of thousands of trucks to transport commodities into Syria, according to Muhammad Khair Dawood, the head of the Trucks Owners Union. The invitation followed the visit to Damascus in May of a delegation led by Al-Raghaib, the president of the Jordan Chamber of Industry, in Baladi 2018-K, the Syria Report 2018-0. The head of the Jordanian Businessmen Association, Hamdi Tabat, also called on Egyptian businessmen to benefit from the reconstruction of Syria by establishing alliances between Egyptian and Jordanian contracting companies and participating in reconstruction projects, Damas Post 2018b. However, it was the possible future investments of Gulf monarchies that were a major element in the foreign funding of reconstruction plans. Point 25 The UAE was the first Gulf monarchy to show its interests. In August 2018, UAE citizen Abdul Jalil al-Bluki visited the premises of Damascus Cham Holding. Among other positions, al-Bluki was the deputy chairman of Afaq Islamic Finance, a Sharia-compliant financial services firm, and head of the Syrian company Emirates Private Development and Investment Company LLC, which was established in 2013 to invest in the real estate sector, Marota City 2018a. In the end of December 2018, a delegation from the UAE-based company Damac Properties visited Damascus, headed by its Senior Vice President for International Development, Wael Al-Lawadi. Damac is a real estate developer and one of the largest companies in the UAE and Arab world, with assets of more than $7 billion and annual revenues of more than $2 billion. Lawadi met at the Four Seasons Damascus with representatives from two Syrian companies, Telsa Group and Al Diyar Al Damashqiyat 26, MR Syria 2018, the Syria Report 2018z. In mid to late January 2019, the visit of a Damascus Cham holding delegation to the UAE, represented by its chief executive Nasser Nabolsi, accompanied by Syrian businessmen and industrialists led by Muhammad Hamsho, was announced to encourage economic investment in Syria. The delegation met with a number of UAE chambers of commerce and industry, as well as with UAE businessmen, MR Syria 2019b. As mentioned in the previous chapter, these visits took place in the broader context of major changes occurring in the relations between the UAE and Syria. In January 2019, the Lebanese newspaper Al Diyar published an article indicating that more than 570 Arab, international, and Asian companies have applied to participate or otherwise shown interest in the reconstruction process in Syria, Economy Today 2019a. The level of reconstruction funded by foreign capital remained unclear and insufficient, however, particularly as Russia and Iran were having increasing difficulty maintaining their level of financial and material support for the Syrian regime. The participation of other foreign actors in Syria's reconstruction also was linked to the development of other regional and international political affairs and negotiations, notably regarding Iran. In particular, the issue of sanctions imposed by the United States 27 and European Union 28 on Syria constituted an obstacle that could scare off foreign companies. In November 2018, the United States increased its pressure on Syria, announcing that it will seek to impose sanctions against any party, including shipping companies, insurers, vessel owners, managers, and operators, involved in shipping oil to Syria. World Maritime News 2018. These sanctions participated in the following months in the increased shortages of energy products in Syria, especially regarding petrol, gasoline, resulting in growing frustrations among the Syrian population. In addition, U.S. pressure has put the brakes on further rapprochement between some Arab regimes, notably Saudi Arabia, and Syria. For instance, momentum to get Syria back into the Arab League has ebbed. The threat of U.S. sanctions was also alienating most international and Chinese multinational companies such as Huawei, which recently announced its withdrawal from Syria and Iran, Hayda 2019, 9. The European Union and the United States 29 have repeatedly declared that support for Syria's reconstruction and the end of sanctions would depend on a credible political process that leads to a real political transition. In this context, the European Union imposed new sanctions in January 2019 on 11 prominent businessmen, including Samer Faz, and added 5 entities to the list of those subject to restrictive measures against the Syrian regime and its supporters because of their involvement in luxury real estate developments such as Marota City and / or acting as middlemen on behalf of the regime, Council of the European Union 2019. The dilemma of reconstruction was also connected to the capacity of the regime to provide stability in the regions under its control and a business-friendly environment favorable to foreign investment. This was endangered by 3 main elements: militias, jihadists, and crony capitalists. The issue of stabilization of the regime and centralization of power. The capacity of the regime to stabilize the situation in areas it controlled and put an end to, or least control, the various militias, whose grievances against it had increasingly become public and outspoken, remain an important challenge. We have seen in previous chapters that the militias have been involved in criminal activities such as robbery, looting, murder, infighting, and especially checkpoint extortion, resulting in higher prices and further humanitarian suffering, as well as generating apprehension about recreating a favorable business environment. Being subjected to pro-regime militias and NDF units on a regular basis, local populations often complained about their behavior. In regime-held areas, the behavior of these militias caused increasing frustration. They carried out tashbihiyya, meaning thuggish in Arabic, abuses against harmless regime supporters, who were unable to confront them. For example, following the establishment of militias in the Zara neighborhood in Homs at the beginning of the uprising in 2011, segments of the Alawite population in the area could be heard complaining that they were being coerced into helping fund the war effort of the Shabiha. They feared for their security or were scared that their children could be kidnapped for ransom if they did not pay the Shabiha what they called protection money, Reuters 2012d. Similarly, an elderly Alawite cleric in 2013 from the village of Mazyaf in central Syria stated that the head of the NDF here is a dirty man. 2 years ago he had nothing. Now he has land, cars, houses. That is all from stealing under the name of nationalism, cited in Reuters Staff 2013. This was a reflection of a more general pattern. Coastal residents from Latakia and Tartus also expressed anger on several occasions about the silence of the local police and security forces, pointing especially at the rise in kidnapping and looting and other crimes by pro-regime militias and the disregard for residents' safety, Zaman al-Wasl 2016a, 2016b. In September 2016, local populations in regime-controlled areas of western Aleppo city showed frustration against regime officials as a result of an increase in the looting of homes by loyalist Shabiha groups after residents evacuated the area. Pro-regime militias also looted hundreds of factories and workshops in Ramesay industrial neighborhood in Aleppo. Faiz Shiabai, 2016, an MP and head of Aleppo's Chamber of Industrialists, complained about the incident on his Facebook page. What happened in Ramesay was very wrong, shameful. Either we live in the jungle with no laws, or we live in a nation that respects itself and its laws. No one is above the law. Do not waste your victory, nor disrespect the blood of your martyrs. The pro-regime imam of Aleppo's Al-Abra mosque mentioned the matter in a Friday prayer following these complaints and explained that trading stolen products was banned under Islamic law. NDF members often justified these actions as Ghanaim, war spoils, that they had earned through their efforts to defend the homeland against the enemy, Syria Untold 2016d. In May 2017, the Syrian government tried to cancel levies extorted by regime checkpoints following growing opposition from traders and transporters alike, reflecting the exasperation of the population in various areas under the control of the regime. Businessmen in Aleppo were increasingly critical of these levies, while lorry drivers outside the city of Suwaida closed the motorway linking to Damascus for 2 hours in protest of the fees imposed by the various checkpoints along the road. In mid-May 2017, Zaid Ali Saleh, the head of the Military and Security Committee in Aleppo, finally issued an order forbidding the levying of these fees by regime checkpoints on lorries transporting goods within and outside the city under the pretense of providing protection. A few days after, the Damascus Chamber of Industry demanded a similar ban in the capital, in Abbaladi 2017b. In response to this growing unrest, the Prime Minister declared that he would ban these practices, but resistance from militias continued, Al-Fayhanet 2017. This situation reflected the fact that as the war was ending in large swathes of the country, the justification for these checkpoints was becoming less and less valid. In mid-June 2017 in Aleppo, following a number of crimes connected to pro-regime militias, which were reported even in the pro-regime media, a major crackdown was launched against these forces. The presidential palace sent Lieutenant General Muhammad Dib Zaitoun, head of state security and one of Assad's most powerful intelligence chiefs, to put an end to militia lawless behavior. State security and Air Force intelligence troops started rounding up popular committee members in the Adhamiyah, Akramiya, and Sif al-Dawla neighborhoods, with small skirmishes in some cases. In addition, the local head of the Ba'ath party, Fadl al-Nayyar, also issued a decree tightening regulations on the BATH battalions. Meanwhile, the Aleppo security chief, Zaid al-Saleh, withdrew government IDs provided to militia fighters and forbade armed groups from operating in many areas as part of an effort to restructure and centralize local forces. Lund 2017d, Al-Watan Online 2017. There were significant challenges to curb the power of militias on a national scale. As mentioned in the previous chapter, the main challenge was that leaders of militias were generally linked to the powerful security service agencies and high military officials, preventing municipal and city officials from acting against them without the support of top-level decision-makers. On July 6, 2017, a demonstration of hundreds of protesters, organized by industrialists and businessmen of the city, was organized in the Sheikh Nayar industrial zone, denouncing the practices of the regime's militia in Aleppo. Demonstrators accused the militias of killing civilians and deliberately disrupting the return of key services such as water and electricity by maintaining their control over services and prices. Protesters condemned the extortion of money against workers by militias at military checkpoints both inside and outside the city, notably by threatening them with forced entry to the military service if they did not pay. Meanwhile, a similar demonstration took place in the city of Nublu in the countryside of northern Aleppo, a stronghold of Shia pro-regime militias, demanding that the authorities stop armed robberies by pro-regime militias and the removal of military barriers. Shabaka Akbar Nublu W Al-Zara Al-Razmiyah 2017, Inab Baladi 2017d, Al-Modan 2017. In the second half of 2018, the industrial zone of Sheikh Nayar witnessed the departure and closing of other heavy and medium-level industrial facilities. The taxes and fines that were imposed by the security administrations and militias at military checkpoints contributed to raising costs and raising the prices of the products, which were subject to competition from imported and smuggled products. Al-Sawriya Net 2019. Although the regime started a process to dissolve some militias or include them in the SAA, sometimes with the assistance of Russia, this was only the beginning of a long battle to discipline and put an end to the militias in the country, which numbered around 100,000 soldiers in 2017, including local militias such as NDF and those controlled by Iran. As argued by a Syrian official, who foresaw the problem in 2013. After this crisis, there will be 1,000 more crises. The militia leaders. 2 years ago they went from nobody to somebody with guns and power. How can we tell these Shabiha to go back to being a nobody again? Baker 2013. In the summer of 2017, lawless and violent pro-regime militias were still spreading chaos and creating insecurity in various regime-held territories. By the end of August, fighters from the Nashur Homs paramilitary group refused to be inspected on their way into the city of Homs, instead opening fire on the police patrol and brutally beating a police officer. Zayman al-Wasil 2017g. In the military campaign to recapture the city of Deir-ez-Zor and to cleanse IS from the area, territories falling under the control of the regime's forces were also subject to looting by regime forces, in a similar fashion as Aleppo. At the end of 2017, Deir ez-Zor 24 2017. In early 2018, a medical student at Aleppo University was severely beaten by a BATH brigade militia fighter at the main gate of the university. The incident sparked angry reactions, relying on social network posts by the regime supporters in the city about the abuses committed by militia members in Aleppo against civilians, launching the hashtag Together Against Shabiha hashtag on social media. Al-Sawriya Net 2018a. This situation continued in the city of Aleppo throughout 2018, increasing the popular anger of its inhabitants because of the daily criminality of members of loyalist militias. In various parts of the city, these criminal acts have escalated to the point of kidnapping and killing children. Al-Modan 2018b. In the beginning of 2019, discontent continued to grow in the city of Aleppo and its southeastern countryside as a result of the lack of basic goods, including gas, bread, water, electricity, and other necessary services, while the militias and security forces monopolize fuel and oil at the gas stations. Al-Sawriya Net 2019. The pro-regime militias and the NDF, although respecting to some extent Assad's regime authority, introduced forms of fragmentation at the local level. Some of these groups also engaged in violent inter-militia rivalries over the control of territory and resources. Balan 2018, 15. The power of these militias was evident, as their leaders acted with near total impunity in the country. They had powerful patrons in the country's ruling family and among its allies, and the profits from stolen property and bribes collected at checkpoints tended to trickle upward, which made it dangerous for local officials to interfere in their affairs. The regime also depended on these militias to manage its security challenges. Thus, instead of trying to confront the problem, Assad's regime responded with censorship, arresting journalists sympathetic to it who had raised issues with malicious behaviors. Lund 2017b. The regime, however, had to discipline the Jaber brothers' militias in 2016 and 2017 for stepping out of bounds on several incidents, notably for clashing with other militias in the streets of Latakia, including one commanded by Munzir al-Assad, the cousin of Bashar. Samaha 2017a, Ahmed al-Ali 2016. Following new violent incidents in February 2017 involving Ibrahim Jaber, the brother of Muhammad and Ayman and a high official of the regime, Bashar al-Assad ordered the withdrawal of hundreds of members of the regime's forces serving in the militias of the Jaber brothers, in Baladi 2017a, and the subsequent inclusion of his militias in the army's 5th Corps. In June 2018, Syrian security services stormed the offices of Ayman Jaber in Latakia, while a judicial order froze his assets and those of his family. Both of the Jaber militias, the Desert Hawks and Sea Commandos, were subsequently disbanded, while the property of Ayman Jaber was confiscated and he was put under house arrest for a period of time. Mustafa 2018. These disciplinary measures against actors who had gained too much autonomy demonstrated the steadfastness of Damascus in remaining the sole Syrian decision-maker among other actors of the ground. In other cases, pro-regime media targeted businessmen, some with close ties to the regime, accused of corruption. Wissam Katan, for example, an investor at the Kasian Mall and the Al-Jala Gate Hotel in Damascus, had been the target of criticism from the beginning of 2018 by pro-regime news media and websites. The pro-regime Tishreen newspaper published an article accusing Katan of encroaching on state property by expanding the Damascus Mall and by obtaining public funds to achieve these ends. Hage Ali 2018. This was part of the regime's propaganda and rhetoric to combat corruption. There was, however, no genuine and persistent campaign against Katan. In fact, he continued to consolidate his economic and political influence. In January 2019, Wissam Katan's company was awarded by the Joint Committee established by the Prime Minister, which included representatives from the Ministries of Tourism and Religious Endowments, the development of the Yal-Bagha compound, which was located on a 7,000 square meter plot near Marjah Square in central Damascus, with an annual average investment fee of SYP 1.725 billion, around $3.45 million, for a period of 45 years. The project to be developed involved the construction of a 4-star hotel with restaurants, in addition to commercial and housing space. Mr. Syria 2019c. Other security challenges also existed for the regime, including the change in strategy of retreating jihadist groups, who largely shifted towards suicide bombings in civilian areas with the purpose of destabilizing regime-controlled towns and cities. IS and Al-Qaeda losing ground, but still a threat. Between 2016 and 2018, IS territories were under attack by various local, regional, and international forces. Internationally, however, IS operatives were still able to carry out more than 1,400 attacks in 2016 and kill more than 7,000 people, a roughly 20% increase over 2015, according to the university's Global Terrorism Database, Bhojani 2017. However, 2017 was a turning point. First, IS was defeated in the city of Mosul in June following a 9-month offensive with air and ground support from AU.S-led multinational coalition, and then Raqqa fell in mid-October after a 4-month offensive of the SDF supported by U.S. Air Forces. After Raqqa, the Syrian army and its allies took full control of Deir-ez-Zor city from IS in November. However, this loss of territory did not prevent IS from increasing its suicide attacks and car bombings in various regions of the country, in addition to murdering civilians in the areas in which its soldiers were withdrawing, Reuters 2017a. For example, in December 2017, IS claimed responsibility for a public bus bombing that killed 8 people and injured 18 more in the neighborhood of Akrama, in Homs, mostly inhabited by Alawi, Nasser, Nelson, and Al-Zarir 2017. Similarly, HTS, which lost territory to pro-regime forces and became increasingly concentrated in the Idlib area in early 2017, also returned to its tactic of suicide attacks in the objective of regaining momentum. In February 2017, HTS executed suicide attacks on 2 security installations in the city of Homs, killing 50 people and injuring 24, and in March, 2 suicide attack operations targeted Damascus. First, on March 11, a double bomb attack targeted Shia visiting a pilgrimage site in Damascus, murdering 74 people, Perry 2017. A few days after, on March 15, 2 more suicide bomb attacks killed at least 31 people and wounded dozens more in central Damascus, Reuters 2017g. In an audio statement on April 23, Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri called on Syrian Sunni jihadists to wage guerrilla war ranging from Assad's regime and his Iranian-backed allies to Western powers, and to prepare for a long battle with the Crusaders and their allies, the Shia and Alawis, Reuters 2017b. In a new message in February 2018, Zawahiri called on jihadists in Syria to unite and agree and gather and merge and cooperate and stack together as one rank, and urged the various factions to bury the reasons of disagreement, Hoffman 2018. HTS, led by Jabhat al-Nusra, although officially having cut ties with Al-Qaeda, has maintained links with military organizations connected to the jihadist networks in northern Syria, providing them with territories and resources. In the Idlib region, several jihadist factions remained officially linked to Al-Qaeda, including Haraz al-Din, composed of several thousand Syrian and foreign fighters, including veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan, and the Turkestan Islamic Party. They fought alongside HTS when the latter took control of the Idlib region against the NLF groups backed by Turkey, Muto 2019. The gradual loss of territory under the control of these organizations did not spell their end or their capacity to strike regime-dominated areas through terrorist attacks. In July 2018, for example, IS soldiers killed at least 250 civilians in a devastating and meticulously planned attack on Druze majority Suwaida. The IS strategy was turning toward insurgency. In August 2018, it was estimated by both the Pentagon and the United Nations that the IS still had more than 30,000 fighters in Iraq and Syria, Brichki 2018. In an annual report on the U.S. anti-terrorism fight worldwide, the State Department stated that IS, Al-Qaeda, and their affiliates, despite being weakened, have proven to be resilient, determined, and adaptable, and they have adjusted to heightened counter-terrorism pressure in Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, Libya, Somalia, Yemen, and elsewhere, cited in Landy 2018. In mid-January 2019, a bomb attack claimed by IS killed 16 persons in the city of Manbij, including 4 Americans, 2 soldiers and 2 civilians working for the U.S. military, and 5 SDF fighters. The attack in Manbij was the deadliest on U.S. forces in Syria since they deployed on the ground there in 2015, McDowell and Stewart 2019. In March 2019, the IS fighters were defeated at their last held enclave on the Euphrates at the village of Baghouz by the SDF, but the jihadist group remained a threat, with fighters operating in remote territory elsewhere and capable of mounting insurgent attacks. Crony capitalists as rapacious capitalists. The militias were certainly one of the biggest challenges for the regime in restoring stability, but they were not the only ones to put an obstacle on the issue of reconstructing the country's economy. The crony capitalists, empowered throughout the war, were also impeding the possibility of enabling the return of sections of the bourgeoisie to reinvest in the country, and therefore of creating a business environment favorable for reconstruction by their willingness to dominate the economy and investment opportunities. The regime's military victories and increasing control over large portions of Syrian territory encouraged Damascus to try to bring back investors and businessmen who had left the country because of the war. Damascus's motivations were based on attracting investment and increasing business activity, while manufacturers reduced the need for imports, as foreign currency was very scarce. Crony capitalists did not hesitate to criticize some government measures that tried to bring Syrian businessmen back into the country. In February 2017, for example, Minister of Finance Mamoun Hamdan visited Egypt to meet with the Syrian businessmen group Egypt, Tajamu Rijal al-Amal as-Suri by Masra, Sana'a 2015, many of whom were manufacturers. He offered them many incentives, such as a reduction in customs duties on production inputs, an exemption of all duties on machinery as well as on sales tax, in addition to a rescheduling of any debt owed to state banks. Hamdan also announced that the government was providing funds to establish an 8-megawatt power generating set for the Sheikh Nayar industrial city in Aleppo, as well as completing work on the Aleppo airport. The investors responded with a list of requests, including a grace period of 2 years for their debts and an extension of the age of the used machinery allowed back in the country from 7 to 10 years. They also raised several issues with regard to customs duties and other business regulations. A week later, a delegation of Syrian investors based in Egypt visited Damascus to meet with various government officials, Sana'a 2017a, the Syria Report 2017f. A week after the minister's visit to Cairo, the newspaper Al-Watan, owned by Rami Makhlouf, published a commentary piece on February 26 titled "The Egyptian Industrialists," strongly condemning the investors for their alleged arrogance, the fact that they conditioned their return to Syria on incentives provided by the government, and the fact that they returned only after the liberation of Aleppo. The article also mentioned that they should pay back all their dues, including debt arrears and taxes, Hashem 2017. The Syrian investors who left Syria during the war came from very diverse backgrounds and operated in a variety of business sectors, but they had one thing in common: no privilege relations with the regime. Those located in Egypt, for example, were mostly industrialists in the textile sector. Many came from Aleppo, meaning that they had an urban Sunni background, and the origin of their wealth bore little relation to their ties with state institutions, but rather was based on capital investment, the Syria Report 2017f. At this time, there was no sign of a massive return of Syrian industrialists, while the Egyptian regime announced in March 2017 its intention to establish an integrated industrial zone and other facilities for Syrian industrialists in Egypt as a counter-initiative against attempts by the Syrian regime to reattract Syrian industrialists based in Egypt, Syrian Economic Forum 2017. Many elements certainly prevented the return of Syrian businessmen on a mass scale in summer 2017, but the behavior of crony capitalists did not help in any willingness to come back to Syria. In the beginning of 2018, Egyptian ruler Abdul Fattah al-Sisi inaugurated a large textile factory in Sadat city, an industrial zone north of Cairo, owned by one of Syria's most prominent industrialists, Muhammad Kamal Sabak Sharabati, who was listed as one of the 100 most important businessmen in 2009 in Syria and was a member of the Aleppo Chamber of Industry prior to 2011, Kabawa 2018 Aktisad 2018. Point 30 He left Syria in 2012 following his refusal to fund the repression and war efforts of the regime and was accused of supporting the revolution, Zayman al-Wasil 2017 I. Some of his factories in Aleppo were eventually burned down. In 2018, Sharabati owned and ran 4 large plants in Sadat city on a total area of 180,000 square meters under the name of Fortex or Al-Rubai, a textile company for spinning, weaving, and dyeing. Fortex complex of textile factories in Cairo was one of the leading exporters to Africa and its value was estimated at $200 million. Sharabati Denim 2018, Abd Al-Hamid 2018. 31 Sharabati notably declared in an interview on Egyptian television that improving business conditions and regulations in Egypt had encouraged him to increase his investments in the country, on Live 2017. In these conditions, the call by Foreign Minister Muallim in August 2017 for an active economic diplomacy for preparing the right groundwork for the reconstruction phase in service of national interests and the importance of prioritizing expatriate contributions in the reconstruction process through enhancing communication and constructive interaction with the Syrian communities abroad, Sanaa 2017c, proved rather difficult to achieve, except if collaborations with crony capitalists and other regime officials were made directly. At the beginning of the summer of 2018, new measures were taken to try to bring back Syrian businessmen living abroad, particularly from Egypt, and to encourage investments in the country and the means to resume production of their facilities. At the end of June, a delegation of Syrian businessmen residing in Egypt visited the Syrian Prime Minister Imad Khamis in Damascus and the Aleppo governor in Aleppo. The meeting with Prime Minister Khamis resulted in several decisions in support of investment and industry, including the establishment of a permanent expo for the Syrian goods at Damascus Fairgrounds City, enhancing external expos in order to expand the export markets, facilitating the importation of raw materials necessary to support the industry and provide facilitations for the industrialists whose facilities have been damaged to enable them to resume production, in addition to activating the Economic Office at the Syrian Embassy in Egypt, cited in Sanaa 2018d. The Syrian businessmen's delegation had also made other more crucial demands to Khamis, who expressed his readiness to study these demands and establish committees to implement them. The most important of these were the creation of boards of directors of the affected industrial zones in Aleppo, the granting of loans for additional reconstruction facilities, and the rescheduling of loans, providing more time to repay them, for businessmen who defaulted on repaying their loans to Syrian banks. As a reminder, in Egypt, about 30% of Syrian businessmen had invested $800 million in a number of projects, particularly in textiles, restaurants, and cafes, in Uprisings 2018I. Most of these demands had been made the year before, as mentioned earlier in this book. However, signs of resistance among personalities of the regime could still be seen toward businessmen who had left the country or not supported the regime enough in the past. For example, the governor of the central bank, Duriyad Durgam, declared in July 2018 that he would provide loans only to those who stood by the Syrian regime, in Uprisings 2018J. In February 2019, the head of the Syrian Businessmen's Union in Egypt, a separate business association from the one mentioned above, Khaldoun al-Muwakka, declared in the Tishreen newspaper that despite the willingness of many industrialists to come back to Syria, the conditions were not realized, and solutions to address their demands and problems were still to be implemented. Industry News 2019. For example, Amr Sabak, an important Aleppo industrialist who resided in Egypt where his textile manufacture were now based, established a new textile factory in Armenia in March 2019. Asked in an interview did he not return to Syria, he replied that he had tried to restart his factory in Aleppo, but that he had closed shortly afterward because the production costs were too high if the factory could not work full-time, 24h, and they could not compete with the prices of smuggled products that were cheaper. Mr. Syria 2019. Conclusion. The humanitarian, socio-economic, and political status quo in Syria is catastrophic at all levels. The vast majority of the Syrian population inside the country suffer from unemployment, rising inflation, and worsening living conditions. The structure of the economy was modified considerably, with low-conflict regions benefiting from the transfer of companies and industries and witnessing significant growth in public and private investments in these areas. At the same time, the regime was able to take control of the $30 billion international humanitarian aid delivered by UN agencies such as the World Health Organization, WHO. The international humanitarian organizations operating from Damascus also had to rely on local implementing partners and to choose their sponsors from a list of national NGOs by the Syrian Minister of Foreign Affairs, such as Syria Trust, founded and chaired by Syrian First Lady Asma al-Assad, or charities such as Al-Bustan, owned by Rami Makhlouf. The vast majority of these billions of US dollars in diverted funds are from the same Western states that imposed the sanctions in the first place, Sparrow 2018. By the start of 2019, the reconstruction process was very limited and the scale of destructions remained massive. The regime, however, was already using reconstruction plans as a means of strengthening its patrimonial and despotic character and its networks, while also serving as an instrument to punish or discipline former rebellious populations. However, the endurance of the Assad regime with the assistance of its foreign allies did not signal the end of all problems for Damascus. On the contrary, the regime had to deal with a series of contradictions and challenges, on the one hand, satisfying the interests of crony capitalists and heads of militias, and on the other, accumulating capital through economic and political stability, while granting shares to its foreign allies in the reconstruction business and other economic sectors such as natural resources. These objectives were rarely overlapping, and some contradictions and rivalries were already appearing. Mounting criticisms were levied increasingly by civilians in regime-held areas against the criminal practices of the pro-regime militias and socio-economic difficulties, while areas conquered by the regime's forces in 2018, such as Al-Ghouta and Dara, witnessed some actions of dissent against the regime symbol 32 and even sometimes targeting regime security services affiliates, showing the volatility of the situation and the lack of the regime's hegemony. This does not even take into account the great potential of destabilization caused by jihadist forces turning increasingly to terrorist actions and particularly targeting urban populated areas with the loss of territory. The resilience of the regime in its war against any kind of dissent came at a very high price above all, in terms of human lives and destruction, but also politically. Conclusion. In this book, I have tried to delineate and analyze the origins, characteristics, and evolution of the Syrian uprising in relation to economic and political developments in Syrian society and in the regional and international arena. The Syrian revolutionary process, and uprisings in the MENA more generally, can be examined with the same theoretical and conceptual tools used to understand other popular mobilizations or revolutions in different regions of the world. I have sought to analyze the Syrian uprising in its totality from local socio-economic and political developments to regional and international developments. Departing from there, the book has analyzed the resilience of the Assad regime. The establishment of a despotic and patrimonial regime. The nature of the state built by Hafez al-Assad and the socio-economic and political developments during his rule had profound impacts on Syrian society. The Ba'athist regime initially gained autonomy from the dominant elite and bourgeois classes by breaking their monopoly over the means of production and mobilizing sections of the workers and peasants through the party's institutions. After 1970, Assad achieved autonomy from each of the factions in his power base by balancing them against each other. He first used the army to liberate himself from the party's ideological restrictions. He then established and developed a Jamaat, literally meaning the group or the alliance in Arabic, a corps of largely Alawi personal followers, usually from his family, who were nominated to critical security and military commands, which provided him with even greater autonomy from the larger Ba'athist military. He widened the basis of the regime by including the urban middle class and bourgeois Sunni, especially from Damascus, coopting large sections of them into the top ranks of the party and many independent technocrats in the various levels of government. Progressive and gradual economic liberalization allowed him to promote a new, state-dependent bourgeoisie and build an alliance with a segment of the Damascene private bourgeoisie. Assad, therefore, was able to achieve autonomy within the state structure and autonomy from society by balancing statist and private sector interests. Hinnebusch 2001, 67. At the same time, the party structure still served as an instrument of mobilization, clientelism, and control among popular classes, especially in rural areas. It was also the first period in post-independence Syrian history to witness such waves of violent repression against dissenting parties, ranging from universities to various civil society organizations like trade unions and independent professional associations, and opposition political parties. All who opposed the regime or refused to submit to its domination suffered harsh repression. This led some to characterize Syria as a kingdom of silence. Wickstrom 2011. The patrimonial state built by Hafez al-Assad was then transferred to his son, Bashar. The corporatist nature of the state was undermined considerably compared to the Hafez period, as the new ruler relied massively on a smaller group of loyal personalities from his family, high officials in security services, and crony capitalists. The power and role of corporatist organizations were significantly weakened, reducing the social basis of the regime considerably. Bashar's accelerated neoliberal policies and consolidation of power against the old guard completely shifted the social base of the regime, composed initially of peasants, government employees, and some sections of the bourgeoisie, especially the new class, to a social coalition with crony capitalists at its center, along with sections of the regime supporting factions of the bourgeoisie and urban higher middle classes. These policies led to increasing poverty and social inequalities, along with increasing sectarian and ethnic animosities in some regions, as a result of the growing scarcity of resources on one side and regime patronage policies and absence of democracy on the other. Meanwhile, the oppressive nature of the regime remained a constant feature, preventing any organized independent political organizations to exist on a wide scale, or even on a smaller scale. The only actors able to play an increasing role in society during this period were religious associations and institutions, notably assuming the role of the state in social services, which were constantly diminishing. In this framework, but moreover to serve the regime's foreign objectives such as preventing stability in Iraq following the US and British invasions in 2003, Islamic associations and fundamentalist organizations, including jihadist actors, had significant space in which to organize and act relatively freely in Syria for several years. The impoverishment of large sections of the population, in an atmosphere of corruption, absence of democratic rights, and growing socio-economic inequalities, laid the groundwork for a popular insurrection that was only waiting for a spark. This would come from the regional uprising in Egypt and Tunisia, and then a local one following the events in Dara. The origins and development of the uprising. Uprisings in Tunisia, Egypt, and elsewhere inspired large segments of the Syrian population to take to the streets with similar demands for freedom and dignity, in other words, democracy, social justice, and equality. This was demonstrated by the hegemony of an inclusive and democratic rhetoric among large sections of the protest movement in 2011 and 2012. Along with this element, the alternative institutions established by the protesters such as the coordination committees and local councils, by providing services to the local population, attempted to achieve a situation close to dual power in which the domination of the state vanished. The protest movement through these two elements provided a political alternative that could appeal to large sections of the population, especially in its first 6 months and before the mass militarization of the uprising. This situation was increasingly challenged as a result of the evolution and dynamics of the uprising. The inclusive and democratic message of the protest movement was progressively undermined throughout the uprising, although it remained in some sectors. The analysis of class and state formation in Syria described in Chapter 1 outlined the origins and evolution of the uprising in Syria. The bulk of protesters originally came from the suburbs of Damascus, Aleppo, and Homs, mid-sized towns and rural areas, which were the regions where accelerated neoliberal policies had the greatest effect, while repression and corruption only increased their dissatisfaction toward the regime. At the same time, repressive and sectarian regime policies prevented large sections of the popular classes from religious minorities to join the revolt in great numbers, and demonstrations were limited. The sectarian strife and civil war in the neighboring countries of Iraq and Lebanon also led some from religious minorities to fear a similar fate. Activists from religious and ethnic minority backgrounds did play a role in the uprising. This reality refuted the claims that the protest movement was uniquely sectarian or opposed Sunni to minorities. Furthermore, a large majority of peaceful protesters in Sunni-populated areas did not mobilize on a sectarian basis, nor did they have sectarian objectives. The repression of the protest movement and the lack of any overtures by the regime led to a radicalization of the language of the protesters, who ultimately demanded the fall of the regime. With no other avenue to make their voices heard, elections, parliaments, free press, etc., they chose to revolt. As argued by Trotsky, 2008, 740. People do not make revolution eagerly any more than they do war. A revolution takes place only when there is no other way out. These conditions also lay at the roots of the progressive militarization of the movement. Repression, mobilization, and adaptation. After the outbreak of the uprising, the state prioritized violence and hindered any possibility of opening up to include sections of the opposition or meet demands of the protest movement. In tandem with repression, it mobilized its popular base and portrayed the protesters as extremist terrorists or armed gangs seeking to destabilize the country. Peaceful, non-sectarian, and democratic activists were the main targets of the regime. The repression in the main square of Homs in April 2011 is one such example. At the same time, the regime freed significant numbers of Islamic fundamentalist and jihadist personalities with previous military experience from Iraq and other countries, and let them proliferate to realize its own characterization of an uprising led by religious extremists. The regime also adapted its strategies and tools of repression according to regional variations in sectarian and ethnic composition. The aim of the regime's high officials was nevertheless consistent: to suppress the protests, divide people according to primordial identities, and instill fear and distrust among them to break the inclusive spirit of the movement. The massacres by pro-regime militias and Shabihas, many from Alawi backgrounds, targeted impoverished Sunni villages and popular neighborhoods in mixed regions, particularly Homs and Hama provinces and the coast, with Alawi and Sunni populations living side by side. They were executed for the purpose of stoking sectarian tensions. The regime also targeted women, with terrible human and social consequences. The resilience of the regime also was rooted in the mobilization of its popular base through sectarian, tribal, regional, and clientelist connections, as well as in the massive foreign support from Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah. The sectarian aspect of the state's mobilization of the Alawi minority in its armed apparatus, SAA, militias, and security services, was particularly significant. The so-called homogeneity of the Alawi population nonetheless must be challenged, as significant political, socio-economic, and regional dynamics differences existed within it. Large numbers of Alawis relied on their employment in state-run economic and military institutions for their subsistence. At the same time, they feared for their lives, as the uprising was increasingly portrayed by the regime as an Islamic and sectarian armed uprising and an anti-Alawi movement, rather than as a popular revolution for democracy and social justice. This perception was reinforced by the reality of the rise of movements with anti-Shia and anti-Alawi positions. For many Alawis, the regime appeared to be the only option that would ensure their group survival, while opposing Bashar also risked devastating economic costs, as many worked in state institutions or were employed by the army, the secret services, or pro-regime militias. Thus, fears of revenge against Alawi, along with economic dependence, were the main reasons for standing with the regime, and loyalty was not necessarily associated with support for its policies. Finally, the lack of an alternative in the form of a credible opposition in exile, as well as the rise of Islamic fundamentalist and jihadist movements, discouraged support for the uprising. The fear of violence was not limited to the Alawi minorities, it also extended to other religious minorities, especially the Christian population, which dreaded the collapse of the state and a similar fate as Iraqi Christians, who fled Iraq in droves after the US and British invasion of 2003. The expansions of these movements and the multiplication of actions targeting Christians and other religious minorities also pushed many to abstain from joining the uprising even if they did not necessarily support the regime. This was particularly the case with Suwaida province, mostly inhabited by Druze, which maintained a form of autonomy from the regime, notably through a movement to refuse the conscription of its youth, while otherwise not challenging or in limited ways the state. The regime's popular base was not limited to religious minorities, it included Sunni supporters throughout the country, cultivated through patronage and informal networks rooted in clientelist, tribal, and regional connections. Sunnis were represented at all levels in state structures and institutions. The regime also played on deep social and rural/urban divides, particularly in Aleppo and to some extent in Damascus. Large sections of urban government employees, the middle class, and bourgeoisie in the two main cities of Damascus and Aleppo were passive or did not involve themselves in the protest movement, although some might have sympathized in the early days. There was also a general perception among many, including Sunnis, that an Islamic state or society was being imposed in opposition-held areas. The main supporters of the regime were crony capitalists, security services, and high representatives of religious institutions linked to the state. The crony capitalists and security services helped to mobilize pro-regime demonstrations and funded various militias after the militarization of the uprising. This support for the regime came with expanding economic opportunities in the country through the war economy or the formal economy. New businessmen and networks played increasingly important roles in the economic and political landscape, in exchange for their loyalty and services to the regime, while other sectors of the bourgeoisie left the country. The financial assistance given by the regime's allies, Iran and Russia, allowed it to maintain state institutions and provisions. The state remained the leading employee and provider of resources and services throughout the war. The catastrophic humanitarian and socio-economic situation in Syria, therefore, reinforced the role of the state. Weakening of the uprising and failure of the opposition. The regime's repression weakened the protest movement and isolated the activists, rendering contact and collaboration much more difficult and making it nearly impossible for the movement to constitute a centralized leadership. Moreover, the regime's war led to the gradual transformation of the uprising into an armed conflict. The initial successes of some FSA units, both militarily and in terms of some successful collaboration with the civilian protest movement, had raised hopes for some parts of the opposition. The combination of armed resistance and peaceful or civil actions, strikes and demonstrations, was put forward as the strategy to fight the regime. Hassan al-Ashta, an FSA leader in Rostan, told a journalist in January 2012 when asked how to overthrow the regime that the answer lay in the three pillars of resistance: the continuation of peaceful demonstrations, the FSA, and civil disobedience, cited in Ichkar 2013, 266. The military asymmetry in favor of the regime, with the massive assistance of its foreign allies, rendered an FSA military victory nearly impossible. The FSA's networks lacked any comparable organized and stable support, and its units were never able to form an effectively centralized organization. This led to its progressive marginalization and weakening throughout the war. Islamic fundamentalist and jihadist movements increasingly dominated the opposition military situation. Foreign countries that claimed to support the uprising, i.e., Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, also weakened and divided the FSA units by providing them support on an unstable basis and under strict conditions, while increasingly turning their support predominantly to Islamic fundamentalist movements. They were more interested in building their own proxies on the ground and advancing their own interests and political influence than in the protest movement per se. The FSA never represented an independent social force that could bring people together around a distinct, inclusive political message. The diversity of FSA units in terms of geography and policies, although sharing similar local dynamics in the beginning, was never overcome. No leadership or centralized decision-making were developed, which allowed foreign countries and Islamic fundamentalist groups to instrumentalize the units or simply put an end to them. Similarly, the opposition in exile, first represented by the SNC and then by the coalition, failed to constitute a credible alternative. In both cases, the MB, other religious fundamentalists, and sectarian groups and personalities dominated these institutions while trying to portray an inclusive image in the media by appointing secular and liberal personalities in visible positions to appease fears among Western backers. Moreover, liberal and secular personalities, such as George Sabra and Michel Kilo, and political organizations in the various opposition bodies in exile defended and justified the presence of reactionary Islamic movements on the Syrian political and military scene within the country. They remained silent on the human rights violations committed by some Salafist groups and included some like Jaish al-Islam in the opposition. The political head of the latter group, Muhammad al-Ash, was appointed as the chief negotiator in the Geneva III conference and remained an important figure in the HNC. Both sides had an interest in this collaboration, with the perspective of gaining power or at least playing a role in the negotiation processes. First, the liberal and secular individuals and groups in the coalition saw cooperation with reactionary Islamic groups as a military necessity, even if the latter were anti-democratic and ruled in an authoritarian way in the areas they controlled, including attacking and kidnapping democratic activists. For their part, Islamic fundamentalist groups, including the MB and Salafist movements like Jaish al-Islam, collaborated with the opposition in exile to demonstrate their moderation and reassure regional and Western states. One side was the main beneficiary of this collaboration, however, the Islamic fundamentalist movements. The relationship was unequal, though, as these movements had an organized political and military presence within the country and received massive funding and support from some states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Turkey, and private networks from the Gulf monarchies, while democratic and secular groups, which were already weak on the ground, were severely repressed by the regime's forces and unable to organize later for various reasons. The players within the SNC and the coalition believed that the end justified the means, but the end is determined by the means used. These circumstances resulted in the absence of an organized democratic or progressive pole on a national level within or outside the country during these years, while letting reactionary Islamic groups occupy the political and military space. This led to a situation that the rhetorical commitments of the opposition bodies in exile to an inclusive democracy were not credible enough to persuade large sections of the population to abandon the Assad regime and join the uprising. Further, they were not able to develop any solid and inclusive alternative institutions to the state. As argued by Syria researcher Tariq Aziza, 2018. This shameful atmosphere, within the opposition of the Syrian coalition characterized by corruption and submission to foreign states and interests, that has prevailed for years among opposition institutions, if indeed they are institutions, has facilitated the West and the supporters of the regime, of course, made it easier for them to repeat the lie of the absence of alternative or even fear of the alternative. Assad is bad but there is no mature alternative, etc. Riyad Turk, longtime leader of the dissident Syrian Communist Party, Political Bureau, which later was renamed the People's Party, and also a founding member of the SNC, acknowledged in September 2018 after his arrival in France that one of the initial problems with the SNC at its establishment was that the MB and groups linked to it dominated it, Addisi 2018. The growth of reactionary Islamic fundamentalist and jihadist forces further reduced the capacities of the protest movement to provide an inclusive and democratic message, including to those who were not involved directly in the events but who sympathized with the initial goals of the uprising. The rise of those Islamic movements was the result of various causes, including the regime's initial facilitation of their expansion, the repression of the protest movement leading to radicalization among some elements, better organization and discipline, and finally support from foreign countries. These various forces constituted the second wing of the counter-revolution after the Assad regime. They did not have the same destructive capacities as Assad's state apparatus, but their outlook on society and the future of Syria stood in complete opposition to the initial objectives of the uprising and its inclusive message for democracy, social justice, and equality. Their policies were equally repulsive to the most conscious sections of the protest movement and threatened groups like religious minorities, women, and many Sunnis who feared their ascension to power because they did not share their view of society and religion. Their ideology, political program, and practices proved to be violent not only against the regime's forces, but also against democratic and progressive groups, both civilians and armed groups, and ethnic and religious minorities. The Kurdish issue in Syria. The rise of the Kurdish national question also raised important questions for the protest movement and challenged its inclusiveness. Despite an initial unity in demands and actions between Arab and Kurdish LCCs and groups, the Arab-Syrian opposition, whether within the country or outside, was unable to accommodate the concerns of the Kurds in Syria. They instead showed an attitude of refusal and chauvinism similar to that of the regime, while the coalition, allied with the Turkish government, supported its repressive policies against Kurds in Turkey and Syria. The Kurdish national question was completely denied by the main actors of the Arab-Syrian opposition, both in the coalition and in military groups such as Jaish al-Islam that participated in negotiations. For its part, the PYD, with the benevolent attitude of Damascus, used the opportunity of the uprising to become the dominant Kurdish political actor in Syria, while trying to advance its own interests. It concentrated on building its own institutions and an effective military force, with many advances and achievements in certain aspects, including secularization of laws, women's rights, and the inclusion of women and religious and ethnic minorities. They had authoritarian and repressive policies, however, particularly against rival Kurdish organizations and activists. The PYD was certainly the most organized non-state actor in Syria, with its own institutions and international relationships, including to state actors such as the United States and Russia. These states, however, did not support Kurdish national demands in Syria, or elsewhere, but rather used the PYD to serve their own interests, especially in their war against IS. The Kurdish group, despite being a proxy for the interests of both Washington and Moscow at various times, maintained its autonomy and managed to advance its own interests as well through these collaborations. The Kurdish national question re-emerged on the Syrian political scene through the eruption of the 2011 protest movement. However, this gain is being threatened by multiple actors who do not wish to see the rise and creation of a Kurdish autonomous region in Syria. As Damascus consolidated its power and the elimination of large sectors of opposition armed forces was well advanced, pressure on the PYD increased by the end of 2016. The regime reiterated on several occasions its refusal of any autonomous Kurdish region and increasingly came into conflict with PYD forces in the north from mid-2016, while Turkey wanted to put an end to the PYD's presence at its borders. Washington and Moscow saw their relationship with Ankara and the stability of Syria as more important than Kurdish rights, which they never supported. Faced with this situation, the PYD was increasingly trying to find a form of consensus with Damascus to preserve its structures and institutions in areas that it controlled in the northeast, but with no concrete results to date. The climate of continuous war and the increasing militarization of the uprising on one side and the upsurge of sectarian and ethnic tensions in the country on the other allowed less and less space for the protest movement to organize and provide an inclusive and democratic message. The initial objectives of the uprising were challenged more and more from all sides. Regional and international political dynamics. The regional and international environment was most probably the most important factor in the resilience of the regime. The assistance provided by the Damascus allies Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah, in addition to foreign Shia fundamentalist militias sponsored by Tehran, allowed the survival of the regime on political, economic, and military levels. They viewed the protest movement in Syria and the possible fall of the Assad regime as a threat to their own interests, especially geopolitical interests. They intervened alongside the regime's forces early on and played a crucial role in the fighting. At the same time, they provided the regime with significant expertise in dealing with internal dissent, whether expressed in civilian protest or armed resistance. These allies substantially increased their broader influence in the country, both in society and in state institutions, as their interventions deepened. The survival and stabilization of the regime, therefore, became even more important over time in order to preserve not only their geopolitical interests, but their growing economic ones as well. Tehran and Moscow particularly sought to benefit from the reconstruction process and Syrian natural resources. The majority of Western states, led by the United States, did not get deeply involved in the organization of the opposition. They initially rejected any plans to assist armed opposition forces, while opening up space to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Turkey to provide limited and specific weaponry to various armed groups. The unwillingness of the United States to envision a plan to overthrow the regime or intervene decisively against it weakened and divided FSA units and led to the rise of reactionary Islamic movements, while encouraging the regime's allies to deepen its military assistance without risking direct confrontation with Washington. The United States and Western states became increasingly focused on IS and the War on Terror, following its announcement of its caliphate in 2014. This situation served the Syrian regime's agenda. Syria was not seen as a strategic interest for the United States, notably because it lacked substantial oil reserves. The significance of Syria was related to its geographic location bordering Turkey, Iraq, Lebanon, and Israel, as well as its relationship with Iran and its role in the Israeli-Arab conflict. U.S. officials were also reluctant to intervene massively in the region as they had done in the past in the framework of a regime change strategy, which they abandoned at the eve of the uprising. This was a direct consequence of the experience in Iraq and the numerous failures that followed. Rather, the objectives were to limit change in the region, mainly by seeking agreements and understanding between existing regimes, or sections of it, and the opposition groups linked to Western states, Turkey, and Gulf monarchies. In the Syrian uprising, these attempts, whether by Western states or Gulf monarchies and Turkey, were met with failure. Gulf monarchies, led by Saudi Arabia and Qatar on one side and Turkey on the other, then adopted a more hostile position toward the Assad regime. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and private networks from the Gulf monarchies funded and backed military and political groups, particularly Islamic fundamentalist and some jihadist movements, as a means of promoting forces on the ground that served their interests. Riyadh's main objective in the Syrian conflict was to weaken Iran, seen as its main enemy in the region. Overthrowing the Assad regime, the main ally of Tehran in the region, was in Riyadh's interest to strengthen a Sunni axis led by Saudi Arabia against Iran. On its side, Qatar saw the uprising as an opportunity to increase its own regional influence, notably through the MB and other Islamic fundamentalist actors. The Gulf monarchies feared the establishment of a form of liberal democracy in Syria, which would threaten their own interests if democratic ideas and activities expanded in the MENA region. From this perspective, they preferred a sectarian war and encouraged a sectarian narrative through their media and funding. Similarly, Turkey initially supported the overthrow of Assad's regime after failing to convince Damascus in the first months of the conflict to accept the integration of opposition forces close to Ankara in a unity government and superficial reforms. This objective was progressively abandoned, however, and the Turkish priority increasingly became the defeat of the Kurdish PYD and the cleansing of its forces at the borders. FSA groups and Islamic fundamentalist groups under Turkish influence were used as proxies in Ankara's war against the Kurds. The policies of Gulf monarchies and Turkey promoted jihadist forces while dividing the FSA units through diverse sponsoring. This situation amplified the sectarian effects of Iranian and Hezbollah interventions. This contributed to the Islamization of the armed opposition and the deepening of sectarian and Kurdish Arab tensions. The various international imperialist and regional dominant powers, despite their disagreements, did not want the Syrian crisis to extend beyond the country's borders. They especially wanted to limit the growth of the jihadist forces acting in Iraq and Syria. They increasingly shared a common interest in putting an end to the uprising and achieving a solution in which the structure of the regime was not radically changed. They wanted a stable political environment, which would allow them to build and develop their political and economic capital, regardless of the demands of the protest movement. This focus was reflected in July 2017 on the international scene when neither US President Donald Trump nor the new French President Emmanuel Macron called for the ouster of Bashar al-Assad. Their priority continued to be the fight against IS and other similar jihadist forces. These countries were previously the most opposed, at least rhetorically, to Assad remaining in power. In August 2017, former U.S. Ambassador to Syria Robert Ford declared, "There is no conceivable military alignment that's going to be able to remove him. Everyone, including the U.S., has recognized that Assad is staying," cited in ISA 2017. As the Assad regime consolidated its power in the country, along with the near elimination of IS, territorially, if not as an organization, the increasing priority of the United States, alongside other Western states, Gulf monarchies, and Israel, became to roll back Iran's influence in Syria. There was, however, a near consensus between all the international powers around a number of points, to liquidate the protest movement, to stabilize the regime in Damascus with Bashar al-Assad at its head for a short to medium length of time, to oppose Kurdish autonomy, and to defeat jihadist groups militarily, such as IS and Jabhat al-Nusra. There was a general global trend aimed at liquidating the Syrian uprising in the name of the so-called War on Terror, and what was considered as a return of an authoritarian stability. The main point of contention was Iran's influence in Syria. The regime survives, but problems remain. The Assad regime emerged from the war as an even more brutal, narrowly sectarian, patrimonial, and militarized version of its former self. The uprising-turned-war forced Damascus to reconfigure its popular base, narrow its dependency on global authoritarian networks, adjust its modes of economic governance, and reorganize its military and security apparatuses, Haidman 2013 b. 60. Its repression continued as well, targeting former opposition fighters and civilians who participated in the so-called reconciliation agreements. Jamil Hassan, the fierce head of the Air Force Intelligence, said in the summer of 2018 that more than 3 million Syrians were wanted by the state and their judicial cases were ready, adding, "A Syria with 10 million trustworthy people obedient to the leadership is better than a Syria with 30 million vandals," cited in the Syrian Reporter 2018. The issue of reconstruction was an important challenge for the regime. Since 2017, Damascus has been hatching plans, but thus far, only one major real estate project was going ahead, the Marota city development in the Mazeh district of Damascus, where all investments on the infrastructure of the project came from the state and private investors, mostly linked to the regime. The lack of national funding, whether private or public, the uncertainty of the scale of foreign funding despite growing interests of the UAE, and other potential Gulf monarchies to seek investments in Syria and international sanctions preventing the participation of significant economic actors were serious problems for a country with nearly $400 billion in projected costs for reconstruction. This was alongside the destruction of health and education services, large-scale internal and external displacement of Syrians, enormous losses of human capital, and a low level of international reserves. The process of rehabilitation of Damascus on the Arab political scene led by the UAE and increasing interests by regional and international actors in the reconstruction did not solve all the above-mentioned challenges and difficulties. The situation was also connected to regional and international political evolutions and negotiations, which could influence the reconstruction process. Along with this situation, reconstruction efforts could differ from region to region according to the varying levels of influence and presence by foreign states in certain areas outside the sovereignty of the Syrian state. One example was the Euphrates Shield areas under Turkish domination, where Turkish authorities invested significantly in governing institutions and economic infrastructure. Differences in reconstruction plans between and within regions could affect local sectarian and ethnic dynamics in a post-war Syria. At the same time, the issue of refugees and the possibility of their return was an important factor in reconstruction. Many neighboring countries, such as Lebanon and Turkey, did not recognize most Syrians living there as refugees. In these countries, there is growing domestic political pressure to return Syrians forcefully to Syria, with no security guarantees. So far, Syrian authorities have taken in only small flows of returnees. For many refugees, the Syrian regime still presented a threat to their safety, or at least it presented administrative obstacles to their returning to their original homes. Many refugees come from areas that have been completely destroyed. A massive return of refugees would be a major challenge for the regime, politically, economically, and in terms of infrastructure, particularly if many were to return within a short period. In addition, remittances sent by Syrians to their families inside the country, as mentioned in the previous chapter, became one of the most important sources of national income, thus helping to boost internal consumption. The economist Osama Qadi argued that recovery might take 20 years, assuming Syria post-conflict starts in 2018 at 4.5% growth, FEMIS 2017. At present, this estimate seemed optimistic to say the least, not only because the war still was not over and the growing and deepening sanctions against the Syrian state. Furthermore, reconstruction plans are not limited to rebuilding infrastructure. The regime's socio-economic and political policies were likely to exacerbate social, economic, and regional inequalities throughout the country, deepening problems of development that already had existed before 2011. Historical examples, such as those in Lebanon and Iraq, have shown that even adequate levels of national or international funding might not guarantee an effective reconstruction process. More generally, the deepening of neoliberal policies, notably the new economic strategy of national partnership and the PPP law, presented as necessary and technocratic measures by successive Syrian governments, should be considered as a means to transform the general conditions of capital accumulation and empower economic networks linked to the regime. As argued by Adam Hani, 2018, 201, capitalist states often seize crisis as moments of opportunity to restructure and push forward change in ways that were previously foreclosed and significantly extend the reach of the market in a range of economic sectors that have hitherto been largely state-dominated. Prior to the war, PPPs already had been considered as a key instrument to accelerate the mobilization of private capital, especially in the energy sector. Point 1 in this framework, the reconstruction plan of the Syrian government, which has remained largely underdeveloped thus far, probably would fortify and strengthen the patrimonial and despotic character of the regime and its networks, while being employed as a means to punish or discipline former rebellious populations and continue to impoverish the most disadvantaged parts of Syrian society. Syrian officials also faced increasing frustrations from populations considered pro-regime, or at least that had not joined the protest movement. In coastal areas, Damascus notably allowed the proliferation of private charity organizations, but primarily those linked to figures allied to the regime, providing social services in place of the state. This was a way to maintain a clientelist and dependent relationship with local communities that supplied important personnel for the regime's army and militias. Criticisms from within the regime's popular base against state institutions and leaders for their corruption or inefficiency and socio-economic problems also increased in this period. Frustration and suspicion of the government and its authority were very significant in the Suwaida province, which preserved a form of autonomy vis-a-vis Damascus without a complete break from state institutions. The threats of jihadist groups such as HTS and IS still existed within the country, as well as their capacity to create instability through the use of suicide bombers. The resilience of the regime did not mean the end of its contradictions or forms of dissent, especially in areas held by opposition forces. The absence of a structured and independent, democratic, and inclusive Syrian political opposition, which appealed to the popular classes and social actors such as independent trade unions, made it difficult for various sectors of the population to unite and challenge the regime on a national scale. A long-term revolutionary process. The material conditions in which the uprising emerged help to explain its origins and development. This is a different approach than that of those who argue that it is essentially a sectarian conflict or a conspiracy led by foreign actors, or who ignore the socio-economic and political systems in place. This book has sought to explain the trajectory of the Syrian uprising, while also analyzing the resilience of the regime. Syria, as well as the wider MENA region, was witnessing a revolutionary process. The mobilization of large sections of the population in opposition to the Assad regime challenged its authority, and various new sovereignties emerged with the purpose of establishing dual and multiple powers. However, the protest movement was confronted by multiple forms of counter-revolutions opposing its initial objectives. The first and most brutal counter-revolutionary actor was the Assad regime, which aimed to crush the movement militarily. The establishment and rise of Islamic fundamentalist and jihadist military organizations constituted the second counter-revolutionary force, opposing the initial demands of the rebellion, attacking democratic elements of the protest movement, and seeking to impose a new authoritarian and exclusive political system. Finally, regional powers and imperialist international states acted in a counter-revolutionary manner. These included the allies of the regime, by providing the necessary military assistance and fighting alongside regime forces to crush the protest movement, and the so-called Friends of Syria, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Turkey, by advancing their own political interests by notably supporting the most reactionary elements of the uprising and the Islamic fundamentalist movements and trying to transform the uprising into a sectarian war to prevent the advent of a democratic Syria. The beginning of the process of rehabilitation and normalization of the Syrian regime by the end of 2018 and the acceptance of Assad remaining in power by former states that had demanded his overthrow also illustrated this situation. The multiple forms of this counter-revolution thereby prevented any radical change of the class and political structure in Syria and were important factors in the resilience of the regime. It is beyond the scope of this book to predict the future of Syria, but the incompleteness of the uprising signifies that the regime will still face challenges despite the repression of opposition within the country. Indeed, the resilience of the regime has come at a very high cost, in addition to the growing dependence on foreign states and actors. The sectarian and Alawi identities of some regime institutions have been strengthened, particularly the army and security services and to a lesser extent the state administration. The multiplication of militias has created problems due to their thuggish and criminal behavior. The catastrophic humanitarian and socio-economic situation in Syria also begs the question of how the regime will deal with a large majority of the country's population suffering from unemployment, increasing inflation, and worsening living conditions. Even the regions considered as loyalist have seen increasing criticism of officials. Revolutionary processes are long-term events, characterized by higher and lower-level mobilizations according to the context. They can even be characterized by some periods of defeat. In Syria, the conditions that led to the uprisings are still present, and the regime is very far from resolving them and indeed actually has deepened them. Damascus and other regional capitals believe that they can maintain their despotic rules and orders at all cost by the continuous use of massive violence against their populations. This is doomed to fail, and new explosions of popular anger are to be expected, as demonstrated by new and massive popular protests in Sudan and Algeria, starting at the end of 2018 and beginning of 2019, challenging their own authoritarian regimes. However, these conditions do not necessarily directly translate into political opportunities, particularly after more than 8 years of a destructive and murderous war and the general fatigue of the population, most of whom simply desire a return to stability, even an authoritarian one under Assad's rule. No viable organized opposition has been apparent, with the failures of the opposition in exile and armed groups leaving many people who had sympathized with the uprising feeling frustrated and bitter. Nevertheless, one factor that could play a role in shaping future events is the unprecedented documentation of the uprising, including video recordings, testimonials, and other evidence. In the 1970s, Syria saw strong popular and democratic resistance, with significant strikes and demonstrations throughout the country, but this history was not well known by the new generation of protesters in 2011. The revolutionary uprising of 2011, however, with its vast documentary archive, will remain in the popular memory and be a crucial resource for those who resist in the future.